Chapter 121. In the inner circle of the Black Sect, within an elegant courtyard, a young man in white clothes was standing there solemnly. This courtyard occupied an entire mountain, and it had a great location. In the entire inner circle, there weren't many disciples who could have such accommodations. Aside from Guan Yun, this young man in front of him had the best accommodations among all the inner circle disciples. The young man looked to be in his mid-20s. His face was sharp, and he had a handsome face. He looked like a dragon amongst men. Swoosh! A man suddenly appeared in the courtyard. He walked up to the young man and cupped his fist. Senior disciple Fan. The man who appeared was the one who had been chasing after Jiang Chen in the Myriad Demon Mountain. Jiang Wei, how is it going? The young man asked. His name was Fan Kuan, one of the top geniuses in the inner circle. He had reached the peak late heavenly core realm, and in the entire inner circle, besides Guan Yun, Fan Kuan was the next strongest. Don't worry, senior disciple Fan, it's all done. A sneer emerged on Jiang Wei's face. Are you sure? A happy expression emerged on Fan Kuan's face. Very sure. That Jiang Chen is very cunning, and he is very strong. He almost escaped, but luckily, I had the silent poisonous needle that senior disciple Fan gave me. I shot the needle into his body and watched him die with my own eyes. Jiang Wei told Fan Kuan what happened. Good, Jiang Wei, you've done a good job. I'll give you some rewards later. Fan Kuan patted Jiang Wei's shoulder. Jiang Wei immediately felt flattered. It's my honor to be able to help senior disciple Fan. We're all working for Big Brother Nanbei. This Jiang Chen dared to offend Big Brother Nanbei. He's just courting death, and he even made a promise with Big Brother Nanbei in a year. Big Brother Nanbei didn't kill him because of his status, but I can't let him go. Fan Kuan said with a sneer. Senior disciple Fan killed Jiang Chen for Big Brother Nanbei. We should tell Big Brother Nanbei about this. Let him know what senior disciple Fan has done for him. Jiang Wei said. There's no need for that. If we take credit for such a small matter, wouldn't Big Brother Nanbei look down on us? Big Brother Nanbei is currently focusing on cultivation. His goal is to conquer the entire world. The Qi province is just the beginning. If we work hard for Big Brother Nanbei in the future, we will definitely get a lot of benefits. Fan Kuan said with a smile on his face. If the conversation between these two was heard by anyone else, they would definitely be shocked and have their mouths wide open. This was unbelievable. The powers from the northern and southern dynasties had already infiltrated the Black Sect, and it wasn't hard to imagine that there were also people from the northern and southern dynasties in the Tianjian Gate and the Valley of Happiness. The children of the northern and southern dynasties were only 17 or 18 years old, but Fan Kuan still had to address them as Big Brother Nanbei. This showed how much respect they had for the northern and southern dynasties. Senior disciple Fan, now that Guan Yun has left the Black Sect and entered Inferno Hell, no one in the entire Black Sect can suppress senior disciple Fan. From now on, the inner circle and outer circle will belong to senior disciple Fan. Jiang Wei flattered. Humph. Guan Yun is an idiot. How dare he go to Inferno Hell? He's just courting death. Fan Kuan let out a cold snort. His words were filled with disdain towards Guan Yun. Now that Jiang Chen is dead, I heard that the girl who followed Jiang Chen has a beautiful face, and she is a rare beauty. I wonder if senior disciple Fan is interested in her? Jiang Wei squinted his eyes. His face was filled with an eerie smile. Is that so? Fan Kuan's eyes also shone with a strange light. Myriad Demon Mountain. Jiang Chen had been absorbing the bloody combat wolf's demon soul for a few hours now. All the energy within the demon soul had been absorbed, and the bloody combat wolf's bloodline had completely merged with Jiang Chen's bloodline. Buzz, at noon, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came from Jiang Chen's body. Around his body, powerful energy waves were circling around. The natural yuan energy above the valley had turned into a tornado, and it was crazily gushing into Jiang Chen's body. De Huang Dog, who was bored to death, suddenly stood up. He looked at Jiang Chen, who was covered in a golden glow, with a pleasantly surprised expression. This abnormal monster is about to break through. De Huang Dog's expression changed. He had never seen Jiang Chen's method of breaking through before. De Huang Dog retreated from the cave. He could guess that Jiang Chen was about to break through to the late mortal core realm, and he would most likely cause a huge commotion. It was better for him to stay far away from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's energy was getting stronger and stronger, and all the natural yuan energy within a few miles radius had been sucked dry. Numerous blood-red dragon marks were circling around his body, and they looked like real dragons dancing in the sky. It was a mystical sight. Right now, within Jiang Chen's Qi, 60 dragon marks had formed, and he was at the edge of the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen took out a huge amount of human elixir from his storage ring. He didn't care about the amount, he just swallowed it and absorbed it. Along with the increase of his energy, Jiang Chen's cultivation had completely stabilized at the late mortal core realm. The impact of the bloody combat wolf's bloodline was much stronger than the energy impact, and it had given Jiang Chen a lot of benefits. All 60 dragon marks were formed. After Jiang Chen broke through to the late mortal core realm, the process of forming dragon marks didn't stop right away. Under the impact of the bloodline, Jiang Chen formed another 5 dragon marks, and it stopped when it reached 65 dragon marks. Crack crack. Jiang Chen clenched his fist tightly, and his knuckles produced cracking sounds. His eyes were shining brightly, and he felt like he had an endless amount of energy in his body. 65 dragon marks, this feeling of being so powerful is great. If I were to fight Li Wuling in this state, I would be able to kill him with a single slap. Jiang Chen was filled with confidence. The 65 dragon marks had given him a powerful strength, and it had given him the ability to fight a mid-heavenly core warrior, a genius mid-heavenly core warrior. Any ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior would be no match for Jiang Chen. If all his other skills were taken into consideration, even a genius mid-heavenly core warrior wouldn't be able to defeat Jiang Chen. Putting aside everything else, just the deadly poison and the 9 phantom wolves were enough to make it hard for anyone to deal with him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Jiang Chen moved his body, and 8 clones appeared in an instant. Each of the clones looked exactly the same as Jiang Chen himself. Jiang Chen's real body moved, and 9 clones of Jiang Chen surrounded a Huang dog in an instant. Hee hee, De Huang, can you tell which one is my real body? Jiang Chen said. 9 clones of Jiang Chen spoke at the same time. No matter if it was their expressions, movements or tone, they were all exactly the same. De Huang dog was dazzled by all of them. Damn it, young man, you're going against the natural order. You really got the 9 phantom wolves. Changing the natural order. This is insane. You're a super monster. De Huang dog fell onto the ground. He was both excited and speechless at the same time. He had once again witnessed the birth of a miracle today. At the same time, he was speechless about Jiang Chen's insane ability. This skill was insane. Jiang Chen was able to absorb any innate abilities of demon beasts and turn them into his own. If such a heaven-defying skill was made known to the public, many people would be scared to death. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, the 8 phantoms returned to his body at the same time. A bright smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Hee hee, with this 9 phantom wolves, my overall combat strength has once again increased to another level. This kind of cloning technique will give me an unexpected effect in a battle. Damn monster! De Huang dog was even more interested in the skill Jiang Chen was cultivating. He forced himself not to exchange a bowl of blood for it. "Oh right, who tried to kill you last night?" De Huang dog asked. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression instantly turned cold. It must be someone from the Black Sect. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an Inner Circle disciple. I don't think you've offended any Inner Circle disciple in the Black Sect. Since you came to the Black Sect, you haven't had any contact with any Inner Circle disciple. De Huang dog was puzzled. Yesterday, that man in black said I've offended someone I shouldn't have. I haven't offended anyone in the Black Sect, so it looks like the person who wants to kill me has another reason. Do you think it's related to the Northern and Southern dynasties or Liang Shao? Jiang Chen guessed. I don't think that's possible. The Black Sect, Tianjian Gate and Burning Sky Pavilion are mortal enemies. No matter how strong the Northern and Southern dynasties and Liang Shao are, they wouldn't send someone from the Black Sect to kill you. Besides, those Northern and Southern dynasties are very proud, and they even made a deal with you in a year. With their character, they wouldn't use such a method to kill you. If not, you would have been dead that day at the Whirling Sun Square. De Huang dog said. Humph. No matter who it is, I'll remember this. Those who want to kill me never have a good ending. Let's go, let's return to the Black Sect. I want to see who it is that wants to kill me. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. Now that he had broken through to the late mortal core realm, he had achieved his goal of coming to the Myriad Demon Mountain. Next, he needed to go back and concoct a pill that could strengthen his foundation and prepare for breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Every time he broke through to a new realm, Jiang Chen would be able to accurately sense how many dragon marks he would need to form. In order to break through to the heavenly core realm, he would need to form 100 dragon marks. Right now, Jiang Chen had 65 dragon marks in his Qi, and he needed another 35 dragon marks to reach the heavenly core realm. 35 dragon marks was not a small number. Besides, the dragon transformation skill consumed a lot of energy, and the higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it was to break through. It wasn't an easy task for Jiang Chen to break through to the heavenly core realm. The good thing was that he only needed to have a huge amount of energy. As for bottlenecks, for the once greatest saint in the world, they didn't exist at all. Jiang Chen had basically cultivated his cultivation level once again. As long as his cultivation level reached a certain level, he would be able to control the natural yuan energy. Crack, crack. Just when Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were about to leave the valley, a cracking sound suddenly sounded out from the cave. Although the sound was soft, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog could still hear it clearly. There's something in the cave. The man and dog's eyes lit up, and they walked into the cave at the same time. They had checked the cave before they came here, and it was just an old cave entrance. It was only about 10 meters wide, and there was a stone wall behind it. Other than that, the cave was filled with messy rocks. Crack, crack, it was a cracking sound. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog looked at the stone wall at the same time. They noticed that the stone wall was cracking, and the cracking sound came from the stone wall. Chapter 122. More and more cracks appeared on the stone wall. In the end, the cracks became densely packed, like a huge spider web, and continued to extend. I didn't expect this cave to have another world. Behind the stone wall is empty. This cave looks very ordinary. If you don't study it carefully, you won't be able to see anything special about it. Even I didn't notice the stone wall behind it. It must be the energy released by you when you broke through, which caused a huge impact on the stone wall and destroyed the original structure of the stone wall. The Huang dog said, "Good fortune. Maybe there are treasures inside." Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. Treasures were his favorite thing now. The stone wall in front of him was obviously different from the others. Maybe there were really treasures inside. The Huang dog was even more direct. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden light. The golden light fell on the stone wall and made a loud sound. How could the cracked stone wall withstand the attack of the Huang dog? The stone wall directly shattered into countless pieces. At the same time, a pitch-black tunnel appeared behind the stone wall. No one knew where it led to. Sure enough, there is another world here. Let's go in and have a look. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He took a step forward and walked into the pitch-black tunnel. As the saying goes, those who are skilled are bold. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of any danger in the tunnel. Wait for me. The Huang dog flashed into the tunnel and followed behind Jiang Chen. The tunnel was very narrow, but it didn't seem wet at all. The tunnel wasn't very long. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog walked all the way. After walking for about 2 or 3 miles, they finally saw light. In front of them was another cave. Above the cave, there was an open circular hole. The light came from above. On the smooth stone wall, water kept flowing down. Below them was a pool of water with a radius of a few dozen feet. In the middle of the pool, there were dark green stones that paved a path. This is a water curtain cave. A natural water curtain cave. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful place in the myriad demon mountain. Jiang Chen said that this water curtain cave was very beautiful. It would be a good choice to practice in seclusion here. The spiritual energy here is so dense. There must be treasures here. The Da Huang dog's nose was sniffing randomly, and its eyes were shining brightly as it looked around the water curtain cave. After looking around once, its eyes fell on the center of the cave. There was a pond made of cyan crystal, and a faint smoke was rising from the pond. There really is a treasure. The Huang dog dashed out with a swoosh and arrived at the center of the water curtain cave in an instant. It raised its paws high and lay on the edge of the pond. At the same time, Jiang Chen also ran over and looked at the pond. The man and the dog's expressions changed at the same time, and they even had difficulty breathing. Spirit spring. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog exclaimed at the same time. This 1-meter square pool was actually filled with milky white spirit spring water. Damn you! There's actually so much spirit spring water here. It's such a waste to leave it here. Let me have a sip first. Without saying a word, The big yellow dog stuck its big mouth into the pool and gulped down the water. Damn it! Don't finish it! Jiang Chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. When he was at the Silver Moon restaurant, he had already seen how overbearing De Huang dog was when eating. Although this pond of spirit spring water was not small, if he was even a moment slower, it would all be wasted by De Huang dog. This was spirit spring water, the true essence of the world. Any drop of spirit spring water would be a priceless existence in the outside world. However, there was actually a pond full of it here. If ordinary people drank this spirit spring water, it could strengthen their body and prolong their lifespan. The effect of spirit spring water was even greater for cultivators. The spirit spring water contained the purest energy. After drinking it, one would feel refreshed, improve one's physical body, and cleanse one's marrow. It was a rare treasure. Jiang Chen didn't care about his image at all. Half of his face was in the pond as he gulped down the spirit spring water. If the way this man and dog were to drink was known to others, countless people would cry to the heavens and beat these two wastrels to death. This was spirit spring water, not plain water. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog drank for a while, then immediately stopped. De Huang dog lay at the side and fell into a deep sleep. Sleeping was the best way for him to digest the energy. Jiang Chen immediately circulated the dragon transformation art. The reason why they stopped was because they had already drunk too much energy. If they didn't quickly refine it, even with their strong bodies, they wouldn't be able to bear it. Buzz, the spirit spring water was like a clear stream, flowing in Jiang Chen's body. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation art, the spirit spring water was refined and absorbed, and dragon marks were formed once again. After an hour, Jiang Chen and De Huang dog opened their eyes at the same time. One man and one dog moved in unison. They jumped into the pond at the same time and gulped down the spirit spring water. This pond of spirit spring water could definitely be considered as a treasure. These two abnormal prodigal sons had created the most prodigal way of drinking the spirit spring water in history. It was as if they were drinking water. One man and one dog gulped down the spirit spring water, then stopped to refine it. Then they drank again. 2 days later, Jiang Chen and De Huang dog finally stopped. Both men's bodies were filled with energy. De Huang dog's body was glowing with a golden light, making him look extremely mystical. Jiang Chen was even more amazing. In just 2 days, he had formed 15 dragon marks with the help of the spirit spring water. Up until now, he had formed 80 dragon marks in his body. This trip to the Myriad Demon Mountain had given him a huge harvest. With Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he could easily kill a mid-heavenly core warrior. Even an ordinary late heavenly core warrior would have a hard time killing him. Damn it, I'm not going to drink anymore. My body is going to explode. De Huang dog wagged his strong tail with a satisfied expression on his face. Drinking the spirit spring water this time had given De Huang dog great benefits, and it had brought him one step closer to breaking through to the heavenly core realm. The spirit spring water won't be of much use to us if we keep drinking it. There's still half of it left. Let's keep it and drink it like wine in the future. Jiang Chen said. Drinking the spirit spring water like wine, if anyone else heard this, they would probably throw up a mouthful of blood on the spot, and 2 deep shoehorn marks would be left on Jiang Chen's face. With a flip of his hand, Jiang Chen took out a palm-sized bottle from his storage ring. This bottle was a storage item, and although it didn't have a big capacity, it was more than enough to store all the spirit spring water. After storing the rest of the spirit spring water into the bottle, the man and dog left the water curtain cave with a satisfied look on their faces. They started flying towards the exit of the Myriad Demon Mountain. Calculating the time, it had been 3 days since they left the Myriad Demon Mountain. In these 3 days, Jiang Chen had gained a huge harvest. Not only had he broken through to the late mortal core realm, he had also completely stabilized his cultivation. With 80 dragon marks, he was not far from the heavenly core realm. Black Sect. Outside of Jiang Chen's courtyard, 3 outer circle disciples were pacing back and forth anxiously. Their faces were filled with panic. What should we do? Don't tell me senior disciple Jiang is really dead? If something really happened to senior disciple Jiang, who will help us? One of them said. Don't talk nonsense. Senior disciple Jiang is a lucky man. I'm sure he won't dive. But senior disciple Jiang has disappeared for 3 days, and now everyone in the outer circle is saying that senior disciple Jiang has died in the Myriad Demon Mountain. Now, Guo Lei and the others are acting arrogantly, and they are purposely looking for trouble with us. Senior disciple Yen is also in secluded cultivation. There's no way we can deal with them. The three of them were talking one after another. Obviously, they were in an extremely bad mood. They were all outer circle disciples who were close to Wang Yun and Huang Zhang, and they had vowed to follow Jiang Chen to the end of their lives. But in the past 2 days, there was suddenly a rumor saying that Jiang Chen had died in the Myriad Demon Mountain, and someone had purposely made things difficult for them, the disciples who had followed Jiang Chen wholeheartedly. Right when the three of them were feeling extremely anxious, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed in front of the courtyard's entrance. They were Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. When the 3 of them saw Jiang Chen reappear after disappearing for 3 days, they were startled. But in the next moment, they immediately jumped up in excitement. One of them even had tears in his eyes, as if he had just seen his savior. Senior disciple Jiang, you're not dead. You're really not dead. This is great. This is great. I told you senior disciple Jiang wouldn't die so easily. Didn't you come back alive? The 3 of them were extremely excited, and they couldn't help but feel excited. For them, Jiang Chen was their savior. Dead. Who said I'm dead? A cold light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had only left for 3 days, but someone had spread the news of his death in the sect. He couldn't help but associate it with a black-clothed man who had chased after him in the Thousand Monster Mountain that night. It was spread by that bastard Guolei. He said that senior disciple Jiang had died in the Thousand Monster Mountain. Moreover, Guolei was arrogant and despotic. He purposely caused trouble for those of us who had followed you before. He forced us to hand over 100 human elixir pills every month. Wang Yun and Huang Zhang resisted and were severely injured. They are still lying on the bed now. The others had no choice but to hand over 100 human elixir pills every month. But if we hand over 100 human elixir pills every month, we wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. A disciple had a long face as he told Jiang Chen everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Wang Yun and Huang Zhang had gone to the Thousand Monster Mountain 5 days ago to train. They had come back 2 days ago, and they had encountered such a thing. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face lit up with anger. Who is Guolei? Senior disciple Jiang, Guolei is a genius among the outer circle disciples. He has reached the peak of the late mortal core realm, and he has a group of subordinates. Besides, this Guolei has a good relationship with the inner circle disciples. Normally, no one dares to offend him, but now that he heard that senior disciple Jiang had died in the Thousand Monster Mountain, he has come to make things difficult for us. The disciple said. He only asked for human elixir pills from you? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. There were more than 80 disciples who followed senior disciple Wang Yun and wanted to follow senior disciple Jiang wholeheartedly. All of them were bullied by Guolei, and the other disciples were not bullied at all. The disciple said again. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face became gloomy. Obviously, this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Guolei was just a small fish, and the ones who wanted to mess with him were the inner circle disciples. Chapter 123. Jiang Chen couldn't just let this go. He had to find out who was behind this. Where are Wang Yun and Huang Zhang now? Jiang Chen asked. Senior brother Wang and Huang Zhang are resting in the outer sect dormitory. Their injuries are very serious and they can't get out of bed. A disciple said. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious and he walked towards the outer sect dormitory. This time, whether it was Wang Yun, Huang Zhang or the other disciples who had their human elixir taken away, they were all in trouble because of him. Jiang Chen had to take care of this and seek justice for Wang Yun and the others. Otherwise, who would follow him in the future? More importantly, he had to find out who was behind this and find the man in black who tried to assassinate him in the Thousand Monster Mountain. Guolei was a breakthrough. In the outer sect's dormitory area, there were rows of courtyards, and in each courtyard, there were 6 disciples. At this moment, Wang Yun and Huang Zhang were resting in the same room in one of the courtyards. The entire courtyard was filled with people, and all of them had angry expressions on their faces. Damn it, this is too much. We have been in the outer sect for so long and nothing like this has ever happened before. What right does Guolei have to take away our human elixir? Rumor has it that senior brother Jiang died in the Thousand Monster Mountain. This time, Guolei is obviously targeting us. Those who don't have a good relationship with senior brother Jiang are all fine. I don't believe that senior brother Jiang died in the Thousand Monster Mountain. When senior brother Jiang comes back, He will definitely seek justice for us. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. When they saw Wang Yun and Huang Zheng lying on the bed, they became even more furious. However, they were too weak and could only be bullied. Look, it's Senior Brother Jiang. Senior Brother Jiang is back. Someone suddenly became excited. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the courtyard and saw a few silhouettes walking towards them. The leading young man was wearing white clothes and his face was full of arrogance. It was Jiang Chen. When the disciples saw Jiang Chen, their bitter faces immediately turned into surprise. Senior Brother Jiang is back. It really is Senior Brother Jiang. Haha, I told you that Senior Brother Jiang would not die. Senior Brother Jiang, it's great that you are back. You must help us. All the outer circle disciples immediately surrounded Jiang Chen and started talking. Their voices were filled with grievances and anger. Guo Lei was protected by an inner circle disciple, so they couldn't afford to offend him. Since something like this had happened, they could only place all their hopes on Jiang Chen. In the entire black sect, perhaps only Jiang Chen could help them. As for the elders above, they had always turned a blind eye to the fights between the inner disciples. This kind of competition was the same in any sect. This was the case in the cultivation world. Only by competing could there be progress. All right, don't say any more. Senior Brother Jiang has come back to uphold justice for us. A disciple beside Jiang Chen said loudly. How are Wang Yun and Huang Zheng? Jiang Chen asked. When Wang Yun and Huang Zheng were mentioned, everyone stopped talking. They took the initiative and opened up a path for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen strode into the room. There were 2 beds in the room, and 2 men were lying on the beds. They were motionless, and their breaths were extremely weak. Jiang Chen walked in front of the beds and saw that Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's faces were covered in blood. He couldn't even see their faces, but he could still make out their outlines. Their breaths were messy, and they were severely injured. Seeing this, an uncontrollable anger erupted from Jiang Chen's body. With his eyesight, just by looking at their injuries, he could tell what the opponent had done to them. Being able to make a late mortal core warrior unable to move at all, it was enough to show how cruel the attacker was. Sensing someone, Huang Zheng slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Jiang Chen standing in front of him, an indescribable joy emerged in his eyes. Huang Zheng tried his best to move his body. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. Don't say anything, I know everything. Jiang Chen reached out his hand and pressed Huang Zheng down. Since Huang Zheng had woken up, he should be able to recover quickly. Wang Yun's injuries were obviously more serious than Huang Zheng's, and he was still in a coma. Senior disciple Wang Yun fought with Guo Lei head-on, and he wasn't his match. Guo Lei broke both of his arms and legs, and he is still in a coma. A disciple behind Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen grabbed Wang Yun's wrist and checked his meridians. He found out that although Wang Yun's injuries were serious, both of his arms and legs weren't completely crippled. Only his bones were broken, and there was a high chance that he could fully recover. Jiang Chen put down Wang Yun's arm, then he turned around and looked at the disciple who went to invite him and asked, What's your name? Senior disciple Jiang. My name is Wang Dinyo. The disciple had an honest expression on his face. It was obvious that he was worthy of his name. Dinyo, go find the alchemist, sect elder Guoshan, and ask him for 2 rejuvenation pills. Tell him that I, Jiang Chen, want them. Jiang Chen said. What? Sect elder Guoshan? Rejuvenation pill? Wang Dinyo was startled, and all the other disciples were shocked as well. Sect elder Guoshan was a highly respected man in the black sect. There was no one who didn't know his name. For these outer circle disciples, Guoshan was someone they couldn't meet whenever they wanted to. The revival pill was a rare healing pill, and it was hard to find. Although Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's injuries were severe, if they could get a revival pill, they would be able to fully recover in less than 7 days, and they would be as energetic as ever. But now, Jiang Chen wanted him to ask Guoshan for a rejuvenation pill with just a few words. Wasn't this a little too childish? Was Jiang Chen really that important? What are you waiting for? Jiang Chen furrowed his eyebrows. Yes. Wang Dinyo didn't dare hesitate. He immediately left the courtyard and headed towards Guoshan's mountain peak. Where is Guo Lei now? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know, but I'm sure he's in the black sect. Someone said. Let's go, bring me to where he's staying. Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression on his face, and his tone was extremely cold. No one here was an idiot. They could tell that Jiang Chen was really angry this time, and the consequences would be very serious. As for how serious the consequences would be, maybe no one knew, but De Huang Dog did. Today, the outer circle was going to be in chaos. De Huang Dog was so excited that he started dancing. He walked in front of all the disciples and headed towards Gualei's dormitory. With Jiang Chen in the lead, a group of dozens of people walked through the dormitory area. It was hard not to attract people's attention. Wherever they passed, they immediately attracted the attention of many outer circle disciples. Look, isn't that Jiang Chen? Heavens, didn't they say he was dead? Why is he still alive? Looks like he's going to get revenge on Guolei. Jiang Chen is a ruthless man. Guolei is doomed this time. Doomed? Guolei has connections in the inner circle. Even Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to touch him. Who do you think Jiang Chen is? He even dared to offend the northern and southern dynasties. How could he put Guolei in his eyes? Everyone were discussing amongst themselves, as if they were watching a show. Everyone knew about Jiang Chen's ferocious strength, and the conflict between Guolei and Wang Yun had also been spread far and wide. Now that Jiang Chen had returned alive, it looked like the outer circle was going to be thrown into chaos. Guolei's courtyard was located in the center of the dormitory area. It was very beautiful, and just by looking at it, it was much better than the other courtyards. Plus, it was an independent courtyard, and Guolei was the only person living in it. It was obvious that Guolei had a certain status in the outer circle. At this moment, the door of Guolei's courtyard was closed, and it seemed like Guolei was not in the dormitory. It was noon, so it was normal that he was not in the dormitory. Open the door. Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, De Huang Dog was the first one to jump forward. With a loud bang, he smashed the door of the courtyard into pieces. There was no one in the courtyard, and the door was closed. Senior disciple Jiang, Guolei is not here. A disciple said. Burn down the courtyard. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. What? Burning down a courtyard was not a joke. Since the establishment of the Black Sect, there had been endless fights between disciples, but there had never been a case of burning down a courtyard. After all, a courtyard was the wealth of the sect, and it had nothing to do with personal matters. But De Huang Dog didn't care about that. He loved killing and arson the most. When he was at the Tianjin Gate, he had burned down the entire outer circle female dormitory. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a fireball onto one of the buildings. The fireball instantly spread out, and in just a few breaths of time, the entire courtyard was engulfed in flames. The fire De Huang Dog spat out was really powerful. Even Jiang Chen was surprised by it. De Huang Dog had been following him for a long time, but this was the first time he knew that De Huang Dog could spit fire. This dog was really omnipotent. Oh heavens, it's on fire! Jiang Chen actually burned down Guolei's courtyard. This is too brutal. Someone cried out in shock. It looked like the outer circle was going to be in chaos. The one who bullied you besides Guolei, who else is there? Jiang Chen asked with an indifferent tone. Those disciples who were bullied by Guolei mentioned a few more names. Their faces were filled with excitement. Jiang Chen was really domineering. He even burned down a courtyard. De Huang Dog, burn down those people's dormitories as well. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. It was as if burning down a dormitory was no different than losing a pile of useless firewood. Swoosh! De Huang Dog kept spitting out flames from his mouth, burning down another courtyard. However, De Huang Dog had controlled it very well. Although the fire was burning fiercely, it didn't affect the other courtyards, and no one was caught in the crossfire. At this moment, the dormitory area was engulfed in flames. Such a huge commotion immediately caused a huge commotion in the outer circle of the Black Sect. In the outer circle training field, many disciples saw the raging flames, and all of them were shocked. Among them, there were 4 disciples whose expressions changed dramatically. Senior disciple Gua, it looks like our dormitory is on fire. A disciple said with a shocked tone. Damn it, who has the guts to burn down Daddy's dormitory? Let's go and have a look. The young man cursed loudly. He brought the other 3 disciples and walked towards the dormitory area. This young man looked to be in his mid-20s, and he had a muscular body. There was a red scar on his forehead, making him look ferocious. This man was none other than Guolei, a peak mortal core warrior. In the outer circle, Han Yan was in secluded cultivation, and Jiang Chen wasn't around, so no one dared offend Guolei. Chapter 124. In Guolei's mind, Jiang Chen was already dead, because the inner disciples wouldn't lie to him. Without Jiang Chen, there was no one in the outer sect that he didn't dare to mess with. Now that Jiang Chen was in seclusion, Guolei was the overlord of the outer sect. And now, someone dared to burn down his house in broad daylight? How audacious! Guolei and the other three moved at an extremely fast speed. Very quickly, they arrived at the dormitory area. The fire caused by the burning of the courtyard also attracted the attention of the outer sect disciples, so they all rushed over. When Guolei brought his subordinates to the dormitory area, the entire area was already crowded with people. Many people saw Guolei and wanted to warn him, but when they saw Guolei's arrogant and domineering attitude, they thought it was better to keep their mouths shut. Guolei was usually too domineering, so many disciples didn't have a good impression of him. Many of them were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Plus, now that Jiang Chen was back, they couldn't afford to mess with Guolei, and they couldn't afford to mess with Jiang Chen. Today's situation was very clear. Jiang Chen directly burned down the dormitory, and it was because of Guolei. The other disciples should just watch the show. No one wanted to get involved in this mess. Damn it, which bastard doesn't want to live, daring to burn down my courtyard? Guolei cursed. His face was filled with anger. Looking at him, if he caught the person who started the fire, he would definitely tear him into pieces. There was a small square in the center of the dormitory area. When Guolei and the other three arrived at the square aggressively, they bumped into Jiang Chen and the others coming from the opposite side. Guolei and the other three were originally arrogant, but when they saw Jiang Chen in front of them, they staggered and almost fell to the ground. The four of them looked like they had seen a ghost, their faces filled with shock. Guolei's expression was a bit better, but the other three couldn't. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. They were very clear about Jiang Chen's methods, and when he killed Li Wuling, they all saw it with their own eyes. Offending such a person was not a joke. Damn it, isn't he dead? How did it appear alive again? Guolei couldn't help but curse. Although he was brave enough to not care about Jiang Chen's name, when he was facing Jiang Chen face to face, the feeling was completely different. He would be lying if he said he wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen. What should we do, senior brother Gua? It seems that it was Jiang Chen who burned down our dormitory. He didn't die and came back to make trouble for us. One of them had a sullen expression on his face. Thinking about what they had done in the past 2 days, as well as Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's injuries, with Jiang Chen's personality, he would definitely not let them off. It's over. We can't escape. He won't kill us, right? Jiang Chen is not dead. From now on, there will be no place for us in the outer sect. The other two disciples were scared out of their wits. Facing Jiang Chen, who was known as the god of slaughter, it was impossible for them to not be afraid. Look at yourselves, what's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong Jiang Chen is, he is still an outer circle disciple. I was ordered by an inner circle disciple to attack Wang Yun and the others. This is the Black Sect, not a place where Jiang Chen has the final say. He is just an outer circle disciple. He can't be so lawless here, Guolei said while gnashing his teeth. With an inner circle disciple backing him up, he still had some confidence. Who is Guolei? Jiang Chen stared at the 4 men in front of him with his sharp eyes. I'm Guolei. Jiang Chen, how dare you burn down our courtyard? Are you lawless now? Guolei took a step forward. There was no way he could escape now. He could only face Jiang Chen head-on. However, facing Jiang Chen made him feel a little guilty. You're Guolei? Good, you seem like a smart man. You should know why I'm here. Today, I'll settle the score with you. A sneer emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Senior disciple Jiang, there are 3 of them as well. They were the ones who injured Huang Zheng. Someone jumped out and pointed at the 3 men behind Guolei. The 3 men's expressions changed, and their expressions became unnatural. You 4 kneel down and talk, Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. What? Guolei cried out in shock. He stared at Jiang Chen with his eyes wide open and said, Jiang Chen, who do you think you are? Why are you asking us to kneel down? Let me tell you, others might be afraid of you, but Daddy isn't. You're just a new disciple of the Black Sect. What gives you the right to order us around? Da Huang. Jiang Chen said with a sneer on his face. Right after he finished speaking, De Huang Dog dashed out and pushed Guolei onto the ground. With Guolei's peak mortal core cultivation level, he didn't even have a chance to react when facing De Huang Dog's attack. De Huang Dog was pressing down on him like a mountain. No matter how hard Guolei struggled, it was useless. Guolei's face was filled with fear, but De Huang Dog didn't care. He opened up his mouth and bit down on Guolei's shoulder. Slash! De Huang Dog was extremely cruel. He bit down with his sharp teeth and tore off a huge chunk of flesh from Guolei's shoulder. Blood started gushing out from his shoulder. Ah! A shrill scream resounded throughout the entire dormitory area, sending chills down everyone's spines. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This dog was too cruel. It had started with a bloody scene. Many of them knew that Guolei was finished today, and Jiang Chen was going to get even with him. With Jiang Chen's methods, Guolei could only wait to be slaughtered. This dog is so scary. Guolei is a peak mortal core warrior, but he couldn't even fight back against Big Yellow. What a terrifying dog. This is too cruel. Jiang Chen is really not someone who can be easily offended. Sighs could be heard everywhere. Looking at Guolei's miserable condition, all the men behind Jiang Chen had happy expressions on their faces. De Huang Dog only tore off a piece of flesh from Guolei's body. He didn't kill him. For a peak mortal core warrior, this kind of injury was nothing. Compared to Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's injuries, it was still nothing. But it was enough to scare everyone. De Huang Dog moved away from Guolei's body and stared at the other three disciples whose legs were trembling in fear. The three of them were scared out of their wits, and they immediately knelt down on the ground. Senior disciple Jiang, please spare our lives. The three of them were scared out of their wits. They hadn't fought with Jiang Chen face to face, so they couldn't understand how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Spare our lives. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. Now, I'll tell you how many human elixir you've collected in the past 2 days. Guolei, you better tell me the truth. If you don't tell me the exact number, I'll cripple one of your arms. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold. He looked like a devil from hell, and his gaze could make anyone's soul tremble. Guolei lost all of his previous arrogance. He covered his shoulder with his hand, turned around, and kneeled down like the other three disciples. He knew that Jiang Chen wasn't joking or trying to scare him. If he didn't tell the truth, he would end up in a miserable state. We've collected a total of 8,000 human elixir. Guolei said. 8,000? Very good. Now I want 10 times the amount. Immediately take out 80,000 human elixir and apologize to them. Not one less. Jiang Chen said. As soon as he said the number 80,000, Guolei and the other three disciples felt like they were struck by lightning. They had the urge to faint on the spot. 80,000 human elixir. For an outer sect disciple, that was a huge fortune. Who could take out so much? Senior disciple Jiang. 80,000. 80,000 human elixir. We really can't take it out. We know we're in the wrong. Please forgive us. Guolei said with a begging tone. That's right. Senior disciple Jiang. 80,000 human elixir. Where are we going to find it? Moreover, we didn't get 8,000. More than half of it was given to the inner sect disciples. Another disciple said. He said that they were inner sect disciples, hoping that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to go too far. Stop acting pitiful. Jiang Chen said with a sneer on his face. He had seen Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's injuries with his own eyes. If this wasn't the Black Sect, these 4 disciples would have been dead by now. 80,000 human elixir. Not one less. If you can't take out that much, then you'll have to pay with your lives. De Huang, bite all 4 of them to death. Jiang Chen's words made these 4 disciples feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. When they saw De Huang walking towards them with his fangs bared, and when they recalled how brutal De Huang Dog was just now, their faces turned pale, and they were scared out of their wits. Don't bite us to death. I have a way. Guolei was terrified. His shoulder was still bleeding, and the fear he felt towards De Huang Dog was unimaginable. Jiang, senior disciple Jiang. More than half of our elixir has been given to inner circle disciples. If senior disciple Jiang really wants to get it back, I can go find inner circle disciple Chai Dong. Guolei said. He was calculating in his mind. Under the current situation, there was no way he could deal with Jiang Chen, so he could only use inner circle disciples to deal with Jiang Chen. Who is senior disciple Chai? Jiang Chen asked. He's senior disciple Chai Dong from the inner circle. He was the one who asked us to do this, and he was also the one who told us about your death in the Myriad Demon Mountain. Guolei didn't dare hide anything. Kai Dong was the inner circle disciple's backer, and at this moment, only Kai Dong could save him. A cold look emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had no idea what was the relationship between Kai Dong and the man in black who chased him that night, and if they were the same person. Jiang Chen turned around and said to a disciple, "Go to the inner circle and find Kai Dong. Ask him to come to the outer circle immediately. I want to pay him back for the 80,000 human elixir." Yes, senior disciple Jiang. That disciple's face was filled with excitement. Senior disciple Jiang was too domineering. This time, it seemed like he was serious. Even inner circle disciples were going to pay him back. Guolei didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such a reaction. He was stunned. Originally, he thought that Jiang Chen would restrain himself after hearing that this matter was related to inner circle disciples. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would dare to go against an inner circle disciple. However, Guolei was also happy. He thought that Jiang Chen was too arrogant, and this was his chance. As long as Kai Dong came, he would be able to save him and keep him safe. However, he didn't know how naive he was. Jiang Chen was going to pay him back, and this was just the beginning. He was going to have a hard time in the future. Even the inner circle disciple Chai Dong was involved. Jiang Chen is going to pay the inner circle disciple back? Isn't this too crazy? Don't say anything, this matter isn't over yet. I heard that Wang Yun and Huang Zhang were also injured. Chapter 125. This incident had attracted the attention of the inner circle disciples, and many of them were shocked. But what was even more shocking was Jiang Chen's reaction. After hearing about Kai Dong, not only did he not show any signs of stopping, he even wanted to settle the score with Kai Dong. An outer circle mortal core disciple dared to go against a heavenly core inner circle disciple. This was the first time something like this had happened. In the entire outer circle, perhaps only Jiang Chen had the ability to do something like this. Senior disciple Jiang, we were ordered to do this. We know we are in the wrong. Please forgive us, senior disciple Jiang. Guolei said. He hated Jiang Chen to the core, but now that he was the meat on the chopping block, he had no choice but to beg for forgiveness. Wrong? You want to be forgiven just because you are in the wrong? What about Wang Yun and Huang Zhang who are lying on the bed? I'll settle the score with Kai Dong for the human elixir, but now, I want to settle the score with you. Jiang Chen said with a stern voice. But before that, I want you to hand over all the human elixir you have as compensation. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, Guolei and the other three disciples who just had a glimmer of hope had their expressions turn ugly again. It looked like Jiang Chen wouldn't let this matter go easily. When they thought about Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's miserable condition, they felt a chill down their spines. Hurry up. Senior disciple Jiang asked you to hand over all the human elixir, didn't you hear him? One of the disciples shouted out loudly. That's right, hand over all of them, all the human elixir belongs to us, spit it out the way we ate it. Those disciples who had been bullied by Guolei had found their backbone, and now was the chance for revenge. Of course, they wouldn't miss it. All right, we'll hand it over, we'll hand it over. The three disciples were completely terrified. They were about to lose their lives, so why would they care about the human elixir? All three of them took out their own storage bags and handed over the human elixir. Guolei, and you, hand them all over. If I see you hand over one less, I'll have to Huang serve you well. Jiang Chen had a cold smile on his face. Guolei shivered and didn't dare to be careless. He quickly took out all of his wealth. Senior brother Jiang, there are 9,000 human elixir pills in total. A disciple said after counting the human elixir. Damn, 9,000 people elixir. This Guolei is really rich. One of the outer sect disciples couldn't help but curse. As an outer sect disciple, elixir was their lifeblood. Normally, they would consume a lot of elixir during their daily training. Most people didn't have a lot of elixir, but these four people had 9,000 elixir, and Guolei himself had more than 5,000. It was obvious that he had been extorting a lot of other disciples. Give it to the brothers to distribute, Jiang Chen said casually. This amount of human elixir was nothing in his eyes. Senior brother Jiang, we've taken out our human elixir. Please let us go. A disciple begged. Let you go. Next, We'll settle the score with Wang Yun and Huang Zheng. The four of you, make your move. Jiang Chen's face carried a sinister smile. The four of them didn't say anything. Obviously they agreed. With so many people here, they had no choice but to agree. That day when Wang Yun and Huang Zheng resisted, Guolei personally rewarded Wang Yun, and the other three beat up Huang Zheng. It's good that you've admitted it. Today, yours truly will let you know the truth. You can't touch my people. Whoever dares to touch them will have to pay double the price. After saying that, Jiang Chen suddenly kicked out his leg. Pa! This kick landed right on Guolei's face. Given how strong Jiang Chen's kick was, Guolei was sent flying and landed 30 feet away. His face was covered in blood, and his nose was crooked from Jiang Chen's kick. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Swoosh! With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen arrived next to Guolei. He bent down and grabbed Guolei's shoulder, lifting him up as if he was picking up a little chick. Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's injuries had infuriated him, and he wanted to seek justice for them with his own hands. No, don't! Guolei's face was filled with fear. He was waiting for Kai Dong to come and save him, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen wouldn't even give him a chance. Crack! Accompanied by a cracking sound, Guolei let out another blood-curdling scream. Under Jiang Chen's strength, one of Guolei's arms was broken from the front to the back. Ignoring the fearful gazes around him, Jiang Chen grabbed Guolei's other arm and broke it. In the blink of an eye, both of Guolei's arms were crippled. His methods were extremely ruthless. My God, this is too cruel. This method makes people shudder. Ruthless. Compared to senior brother Han, he should be called the Little Devil King. Guolei really provoked someone he shouldn't have. This is the end. Everyone were shocked, and their faces were filled with fear. Guolei's arms were broken, and his face was covered in blood. It was a horrifying scene. Guards! Jiang Chen shouted at the crowd. Here. 3 outer circle disciples took a step forward. They were extremely respectful towards Jiang Chen. Go, get me a wooden stake. Hang him up and beat him. Jiang Chen kicked Guolei to the ground. Then he stomped on his face. His actions were extremely domineering, and there was no mercy in his eyes. There were some mistakes that once committed, the consequences would be heavy. This Guolei was in cahoots with those inner circle disciples who wanted to kill him, and he was trying to kick him when he was down. In Jiang Chen's eyes, a man like this was already a dead man. If this wasn't the Black Sect, Guolei would have been dead by now. Yes. The 3 outer circle disciples turned around and left. They listened to Jiang Chen's orders. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon the other 3 men. The 3 of them gasped in fear and kowtowed repeatedly. These 3 men were truly frightened. They had never seen such a ferocious man before, and it made them feel as if their guts were about to explode. Senior disciple Jiang, please spare our lives. The 3 of them were begging for mercy. They no longer had the arrogance they had shown in the past 2 days. Senior disciple Jiang, we can't let them go. These 3 men bullied us, and they even seriously injured senior disciple Huang. Someone shouted out angrily. When they recalled how these 3 men had behaved in the past 2 days, they wished they could tear them apart. Everyone, beat them to death. I'll take responsibility for their deaths. Jiang Chen was a ruthless man. There was nothing he didn't dare to do, and there was no one he didn't dare to kill. These few outer circle disciples were just like ants in his eyes, and since they had offended him, he couldn't forgive them. Beat them. Get revenge for Huang Zheng. Beat them to death. After receiving Jiang Chen's order, the crowd immediately rushed forward. Dozens of men surrounded the 3 outer circle disciples and started beating them up. Bang bang bang. Oh, fuck, let's kill them. Damn it, who asked them to be so arrogant and bully us? Let's beat them to death. Senior disciple Jiang said he'll take responsibility for their deaths. On the other side there was a huge fire, and on the other side there was a fierce fight. For Guolei and the other 3, today was definitely the end of the world. Miserable. This was just too miserable. The outer circle disciples who were watching were all terrified. They had finally witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. Although they were terrified, none of them felt sorry for the 4 of them. Some of them even felt happy about it. Not long after, the 3 outer circle disciples were beaten to a pulp. Their faces were swollen, and there were many wounds on their bodies. Blood was flowing out from their orifices, and they were lying on the ground, crying out in pain. But for a mortal core warrior, these injuries were just superficial wounds. Right at this moment, the 3 disciples who had just left came back. One of them was carrying a 20-feet-long wooden stake, another one was carrying a long stick, and the last one was carrying a bundle of rope. The disciple lifted the wooden stake up with a loud bang. Senior disciple Zhang, the wooden stake is here. The disciple's face was filled with happiness. Hang them up and beat them until they die. Zhang Chen shouted out loudly. The words beat them until they die had completely terrified Guolei and the other 3. The 4 of them wanted to cry, but they couldn't. They knew that Zhang Chen wasn't someone they could mess with, but they didn't expect Zhang Chen to be so cruel. It looked like he was going to beat them to death. The disciples didn't care about that. Right now, they admired Zhang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. They would do whatever Zhang Chen asked them to do. A group of disciples walked up and tied the 4 of them together. They tied them up high on the wooden stake and hung them up like 4 dead pigs. Their faces were covered with blood, and they looked extremely miserable. Give it to me. Zhang Chen grabbed the long stick and started beating the 4 of them. The stick pierced through their flesh, and the scene was extremely tragic. Beat them to death. A few disciples took out long sticks from nowhere and started beating Guolei and the other 3 fiercely. With Zhang Chen here, they weren't afraid of getting into trouble. Stop. Just at this moment, an angry shout rang out from afar. Everyone saw an old man in his 50s flying through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he landed on the square. When he saw the 4 people who were hung up in the courtyard that had been burnt to ruins, the old man was so angry that his beard almost flew up. It's Elder Li. It's over. This time, even Elder Li is here. Elder Li is an outer sect elder, but the elders rarely care about the fights between disciples. Why is he here today? Many people recognized him. As the elder in charge of the outer sect, there was no one who didn't know him. Beastard, what are you guys doing? Killing your own sect members? Who burned the courtyard? Stand out for this elder. Elder Li shouted angrily. When Guolei and the other 3 saw the arrival of the outer sect elder, they started crying. They finally found their backbone, and they were saved. Zhang Chen was too arrogant, but he wouldn't dare to go against an elder. Senior brother Zhang, his name is Li Hui, an outer sect elder. He has a high status, and we shouldn't offend him. A disciple came to Zhang Chen's side and whispered. He's an outer sect elder. Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he said, Don't stop, continue beating them. Zhang Chen's words almost made many people faint. Just how powerful was this guy? That was an elder. Even an elder had appeared, and he still wanted to continue beating them? He really didn't give them any face, wasn't he? You're that Zhang Chen, right? I want you to stop immediately and explain to me what's going on. Chapter 126. Li Hui was angry, and the scene immediately quieted down. All the outer circle disciples who followed Zhang Chen had stopped hitting Zhang Chen and Li Hui. They didn't know what to do. Li Hui was after all a sect elder, and a heavenly core warrior. He wasn't someone ordinary people could deal with. Besides, as a sect elder, he had a certain status, and the disciples below him couldn't afford to offend him. Many spectators held their breaths and didn't dare say a word. Now that the situation had gotten out of hand, and even a sect elder was here, even Zhang Chen wouldn't dare do anything reckless. But too bad. No one could imagine how bold Zhang Chen was. Keep fighting. Zhang Chen gazed at the angry Li Hui and said with an indifferent tone. He didn't give Li Hui any face. Presumptuous. Let's see who dares to fight again. Li Hui was furious. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhang Chen. His beard was fluttering in the wind as he said, Zhang Chen, how dare you? Don't forget who you are. You're just an outer circle disciple. How dare you offend me? Just this alone is enough for me to cripple you. Cripple me? Why don't you try? Zhang Chen sneered. He wouldn't stop today. Even if he had to turn the black sect upside down, he would still find out who was the one who wanted to kill him. You think I don't dare? Li Hui became even angrier. Yuan energy started circulating around his body. Let me tell you, Zhang Chen, you bullied and beat your fellow disciples, burned down the houses in the courtyard, and offended an outer circle sect elder. Any one of these crimes is enough to cripple you, and you can even be sentenced to death. Senior disciple Jiang, I think we should just let this go. We have already gotten our revenge anyway. A disciple standing next to Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Jiang Chen glared at him. With just a glare, the disciple felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He immediately shrunk his neck, and didn't dare say another word. Jiang Chen raised his head and met Li Hui's gaze without fear. He would not be angry if he did not bully and beat up his fellow disciples. Elderly, since we are talking about bullying and beating up our fellow disciples, let me explain it to you. These 4 people took the liberty to collect 100 pieces of elixir from their fellow disciples every month. Isn't this considered bullying? Because Wang Yun and Huang Zhang refused to hand over the elixir, the 4 of them severely injured the 2 of them and are still lying on the bed right now. What do you say about this? Jiang Chen's domineering aura surged towards Li Hui. Li Hui, where were you when Guolei and the other 3 bullied their fellow disciples? As an outer sect elder, why didn't you step out to stop them? I, Jiang Chen, am a reasonable person. If there is a grievance, an eye for an eye. Guolei and the other 3 only had themselves to blame. I was just giving them a taste of their own medicine. You, Elder Li, jumped out to stop them at this time. What qualifications do you have? Or could it be that you have received some benefits from Guolei, so you also have a share of the elixir? Jiang Chen's every word was like a knife, leaving Li Hui speechless and unable to respond. You are presumptuous. This elder has always been fair. Why would I accept benefits? Li Hui was even more furious, but his tone was obviously lacking in confidence. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Li Hui had received some benefits. Otherwise, he would not be acting like this. In fact, from the moment Li Hui showed up, Jiang Chen had already guessed that Li Hui had something to do with this incident. Guolei might not be able to take Li Hui down, but an inner circle disciple could easily take care of an outer circle disciple. Looks like you really did receive some benefits. A person like you doesn't deserve to be an elder, and you don't deserve to meddle in other people's business. I, Jiang Chen, will settle my own debt. Li Hui, while I'm still in a good mood, get the hell out of here. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. He turned around and shouted at the men behind him. Keep beating him. Swoosh. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. No one had expected Jiang Chen to be so lawless. Li Hui was after all an outer circle elder, but not only did Jiang Chen not give him any face, he even asked him to get the hell out of here. This was incredible. In the few hundred years of history of the Black Sect, there had never been an outer circle disciple who was this arrogant. Yes, the few men with the long sticks in their hands gave it their all. Today, they listened to Jiang Chen's orders. They raised their long sticks and started beating the 4 men who were tied up on the wooden poles. After all, if the sky collapsed, there would always be someone to hold it up. Even if the sky of the Black Sect was broken, there would still be Jiang Chen to hold it up. Ah! The 4 men let out miserable screams once again. Guolei and the other 3 men had been beaten senseless. The pain from their injuries had caused them to feel dispirited. All they knew was that Sect Elderly had appeared, and that they were going to be saved. But they never thought it would be this tragic. Good. You've rebelled. You've really rebelled. Jiang Chen, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you got first place in the Qi province competition. You've been so arrogant, you've shown no respect for your elders, and you've completely disregarded the rules of the Black Sect. Today I, the Sect Elder, will personally cripple you. Li Hui was completely enraged. He circulated his yuan energy and clenched his fingers tightly. With lightning speed, he grabbed towards Jiang Chen. An attack from a heavenly core warrior, everyone knew how strong it was. The surrounding crowd became nervous. No one had expected things to turn out like this. Humph. You want to cripple me? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. With lightning speed, he stretched out his hand and grabbed onto Li Hui's wrist. With this grab, all of Li Hui's yuan energy was shattered. What happened next shocked everyone. Everyone had their eyes wide open, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. On the stage, Li Hui's wrist was tightly grabbed by Jiang Chen. No matter how hard Li Hui struggled, he couldn't break free. Li Hui's yuan energy was rumbling, but it didn't affect Jiang Chen at all. What? Li Hui was shocked. He was an early heavenly core warrior, but he was restrained by Jiang Chen with just a single strike, and he couldn't even move. This was too shocking. Although Jiang Chen had killed Li Wuling, Li Wuling had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his foundation wasn't stable yet. There was no way he could compare with Li Hui. Besides, when Jiang Chen killed Li Wuling, it wasn't as easy as it was now. The only explanation was that Jiang Chen had become stronger. Old fool, you shouldn't have offended me. Those who offend me will never have a good ending. Jiang Chen exerted some force in his hand, and with a cracking sound, he forcefully broke Li Hui's wrist. Feeling the pain from his broken wrist, even with Li Hui's strong willpower, he couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Jiang Chen, how dare you hit me? I'm the Outer Circle sect leader. Li Hui's voice was filled with anger. But before he could finish his words, he was kicked to the ground by Jiang Chen. A heavenly core warrior, in front of Jiang Chen, had no way to fight back. Slap! Jiang Chen's foot stepped onto Li Hui's face, and he said with a condescending tone, Outer Circle sect leader is nothing. If you want to interfere, then do it fairly. If you don't, then don't interfere forever. Offending me, your father, is your bad luck. Right at this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Jiang Chen, filled with fear and fear. Heavens! Is he really going to rebel? He even hit a sect leader. He has become stronger again. Sect leader Li, who is at the heavenly core realm, couldn't even fight back against him. How long has it been since the Qi province competition? With this kind of cultivation speed, is he still human? He hit an Outer Circle sect leader. This matter has become serious. I'm afraid it won't end peacefully. Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen's cruel and ruthless methods had once again left a shadow in everyone's hearts. Everyone reminded themselves in their minds that even if they couldn't become friends with him in the future, they couldn't afford to offend this man. He was too frightening. Jiang Chen, how dare you step on me? I'm going to report you to the sect. Offending your superiors and scolding a sect leader is a heinous crime. Just wait for the punishment from the sect. Li Hui kept struggling under Jiang Chen's foot, and he didn't forget to threaten him loudly. But too bad, no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get away from Jiang Chen's foot. Someone! Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Senior disciple Jiang. A disciple came up to Jiang Chen. Go, get another wooden pillar, hang Li Hui up and beat him. Jiang Chen's lips curved up into a cold smile. What? Hang up and beat a sect leader? Did they hear it wrong? Many people were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Even the disciple next to Jiang Chen. He was stunned for a moment. Hang up and beat a sect leader. This was too cruel. Jiang Chen, don't you dare! Li Hui roared out. His face had turned into the color of pig liver. He was an Outer Circle sect elder, a heavenly core warrior. If he was hung up and beaten in front of so many people, he wouldn't be able to stay in the black sect anymore. What are you waiting for? Jiang Chen shouted out coldly. Yes. The disciple didn't dare hesitate. He immediately turned around and left. Not long after that, he came back with a thick wooden pillar and stabbed it into the ground. The disciple was also holding a bundle of ropes in his hand. This guy was really well prepared. Jiang Chen, how dare you tie me up? I'm an Outer Circle sect elder. Li Hui shouted out loudly, but it didn't help. Jiang Chen grabbed his collar and lifted him up from the ground. Jiang Chen pointed his finger like a sword and unleashed a few defense mechanisms, temporarily sealing Li Hui's Qi. As the once greatest saint in the world, alchemy, defense mechanisms, formations, there was nothing he didn't know. With his current cultivation level and abilities, sealing the Qi of an early heavenly core warrior was a piece of cake. Li Hui was after all a heavenly core warrior, and the injuries he suffered weren't serious. If his Qi wasn't sealed, the rope wouldn't be able to tie him up. Jiang Chen had to hang Li Hui up. His goal today was to create a scene, the bigger the better. He wanted to attract the attention of those inner circle disciples who wanted to kill him. As for the consequences, Jiang Chen didn't even think about it. The stronger he acted, the more attention the sect would place on him. When it came to tying up an Outer Circle elder, no ordinary disciple would dare do it. Not everyone was like Jiang Chen, and not everyone had the courage to do what Jiang Chen did. Jiang Chen didn't want to make things difficult for the disciples. He personally tied up Li Hui and tied him up like a dumpling. Then he placed him on the wooden pillar. Arg! Jiang Chen, you bastard! How dare you tie me up? You've offended your superiors. The sect will never forgive you. Li Hui shouted out loudly. He struggled violently, but Jiang Chen had sealed his cultivation level. Struggling was useless. Chapter 127. Outer Circle Sect Elder Li Hui was hung up as well. In the history of the Black Sect, this had never happened before. Everyone stared at Li Hui with their eyes wide open. It was like they were going to be blinded. Who in this world had the guts? Jiang Chen was the first to bear the brunt of it. Jiang Chen, let me go, you're courting death. Li Hui kept roaring furiously. Bam! Before he could finish his roar, Jiang Chen's iron rod had arrived in front of him. The iron rod hit Li Hui's mouth, and the force was so strong that 3 of his front teeth were knocked out. His mouth was filled with blood, and he couldn't speak anymore. What bullshit, Sect Elder! How dare you show off in front of Daddy? Daddy will make you scream. Jiang Chen wasn't someone who could be easily offended, and he was a man who wouldn't show any mercy. He kept hitting Li Hui with the iron rod in his hand, and Li Hui could only let out miserable screams. In just a short period of time, Li Hui had become much fatter. What are you waiting for? Keep beating them, beat them to death. Jiang Chen shouted at the few disciples who were holding iron rods in their hands. All of them immediately became spirited, and they immediately raised their iron rods high up in the air and started hitting Guolei and the other 3 disciples. This was the first time they had experienced something so exciting. Bam bam bam. Ah! At this moment, the entire square was filled with the sounds of iron rods being hit and miserable screams. Everyone were frightened, but at the same time, their blood was boiling. Guolei and the other 3 disciples were in a terrible state, and Li Hui was in an even worse state. What happened today would definitely be recorded in the Black Sect's history. Heaven-defying. This was absolutely heaven-defying. From now on, the name Jiang Chen would be synonymous with an ominous star. Ruthless. Extremely ruthless. No one had ever seen such a cruel and ruthless man. Senior disciple Jiang, if we keep beating them like this, someone will die. A disciple said. His tone was filled with fear. Things had gotten out of hand. It was beyond their imagination. What's there to be afraid of? Continue to beat him to death. Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head as he raised his iron rod and greeted Li Hui. Li Hui, Guolei, and the others were all powerful cultivators with tough bodies and essence force protection. This kind of fighting style wouldn't be able to kill them. At most, they would suffer from external injuries and internal injuries, but it wouldn't be fatal. However, Jiang Chen had to establish his dominance today as the inner sect disciples still hadn't arrived yet. Stop! Just at this moment, a loud shout came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw 2 young men dressed in white coming from the inner sanctum. They quickly landed on the square of the outer sanctum's dormitory area. When the 2 of them saw the miserable sight of the people hanging on the wooden stakes, their expressions changed. Not only did they recognize Guolei, they also recognized Li Hui. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? How dare you beat up an outer sect elder? A burly young man shouted with anger on his face. It's Kai Dong and Wang Heng. Even the inner sect disciples are here. I wonder how this is going to end. I'm sure they won't let this go easily. I wonder if Jiang Chen has the guts to fight those inner sect disciples. I think Jiang Chen has the guts. He has even beaten up an outer sect elder. I can't think of anything he wouldn't dare to do. The arrival of these 2 men caused a huge commotion. Jiang Chen stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at them. When he realized both of them were early Heavenly Core warriors, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort in his mind. The main culprit hasn't shown up yet. Looks like I'm going to continue causing trouble today. The person Jiang Chen was looking for was definitely not these 2 men in front of him. He was looking for the man who was hunting him down in the Myriad Demon Mountain that night. Guolei knew that it was Kai Dong who told him that he was killed in the Myriad Demon Mountain. Therefore, Kai Dong must be related to the man who was hunting him down. This matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. There must be someone else behind it. Jiang Chen had to continue causing trouble. This is the outer circle's business. Since when do you inner circle disciples have the right to interfere? Get the fuck out of my sight. Jiang Chen impatiently waved his hand. Both men's expressions changed, and anger erupted from their bodies. They had seen arrogant men before, but they had never seen someone so arrogant. Bastard, Jiang Chen. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to us like this? Wang Heng shouted out loudly. Didn't you die in the Myriad Demon Mountain? How come you're still alive? Kai Dong looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. The news of Jiang Chen dying in the Myriad Demon Mountain was told to him by a senior disciple from the inner circle, so there was no doubt about it. But now, Jiang Chen was standing right in front of them, and the only explanation was that the senior disciple from the inner circle had failed to kill him. How did you know I died in the Myriad Demon Mountain? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and stared at Kai Dong with a sharp gaze. Humph. How I know is none of your business. Let me ask you, why did you beat up the outer circle disciples and sect elders, and burn down the courtyard? Are you trying to start a rebellion? Kai Dong let out a cold snort. Which one of you is Kai Dong? Jiang Chen asked. I am. Kai Dong said. Both he and Wang Hang had arrogant expressions on their faces. They weren't afraid of Jiang Chen. First of all, they were both heavenly core warriors, and they were heavenly core geniuses. Geniuses couldn't be compared with ordinary people, at least not Li Hui. Besides, as inner circle disciples, their status were much higher than outer circle disciples. Therefore, even if Jiang Chen was the champion of the Qi province competition, they wouldn't take him seriously. After all, this was the Black Sect. You're Kai Dong? Good. Even if you didn't come here, I would have gone to look for you. We need to settle this debt. 80,000 elixir pills, Gualei and the other 3 took out 9,000, and there's still 70,000 left. Take them out now, not one less pill. Jiang Chen said in an extremely aggressive manner. What? Kai Dong and Wang Hang were startled. Just now, some outer circle disciples had gone to look for them and told them that Gualei had been beaten up by Jiang Chen, and they wanted to settle the debt with him. But they didn't say anything about the elixir pills, and they wanted so many elixir pills. 70,000 elixir pills, even for inner circle disciples, it was a huge amount of wealth. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to take out so much. What really made both Kai Dong and Wang Hang speechless was that Jiang Chen actually dared to ask for elixir pills from them. And he even asked for an exorbitant amount of money. He must have gone crazy from thinking about money. Jiang Chen, you're courting death by saying these words. Before I get angry, hurry up and release Sect Elder Li and Gualei. Kai Dong said in an overbearing manner. Slap. Right after he finished speaking, a slap landed on his face. The slap caused Kai Dong to stagger, and he almost lost his balance. Why don't you show me how angry you are? Jiang Chen slapped Kai Dong's face again. His attack looked simple, but it was extremely fast. Kai Dong didn't even have the time to react. Jiang Chen, how dare you slap me? Kai Dong was furious. He was an inner circle disciple, and he had a noble status. He was someone that all outer circle disciples had to look up to. Normally, every outer circle disciple would show him respect, but Jiang Chen had slapped him in front of so many people. This was unbelievable. Hurry up and give me the elixir pills. Jiang Chen didn't want to let him go. Go, kill him. Kai Dong was furious, and Wang Hing finally reacted. Both of them shouted out loudly, and their yuan energy started boiling. They unleashed their heavenly core aura and formed layers upon layers of shockwaves. Bang! Bang! But before both of them could do anything, Jiang Chen moved. No one saw how Jiang Chen moved, but both Kai Dong and Wang Hang were already lying on the ground. What? Everyone were shocked once again. This was too shocking. They couldn't believe this was real. Heavens, Kai Dong and Wang Hang couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. I didn't even see how Jiang Chen attacked. How could he move so fast? This is too frightening. I'm sure Jiang Chen has broken through to the late mortal core realm, but even if he did break through to the late mortal core realm, I don't think he can be this frightening. A heavenly core warrior is no match for him. He's not a human, he's a monster. Jiang Chen's talent is no weaker than the northern and southern dynasties of the Burning Sky Pavilion. No wonder he has the guts to challenge the northern and southern dynasties. Everyone was shocked. An outer circle disciple beating up a sect elder and an inner circle disciple. Not only in the Black Sect, even in the entire history of the Qi province, this was the first time something like this had happened. Not only had Jiang Chen broken through to the late mortal core realm, he had also formed 80 dragon marks in his Qi Si. His combat strength was really terrifying, and those early heavenly core warriors were nothing in front of him. He could kill them with just a wave of his hand. Humph! Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He reached his hand into Kai Dong and Wang Heng's clothes and took out 2 light yellow storage bags. He casually threw them to the disciples behind him. Open them and count how many human elixir you have. If you don't have enough human elixir, Use the combat weapons. Jiang Chen said. These two were inner circle disciples, so they must have a lot of wealth on them. They might even have some precious herbs and combat weapons. Now, he was going to use them as compensation. Jiang Chen, give me back my storage bags. Kai Dong was furious. That storage bag contained all his wealth, and if it was gone just like that, his heart would bleed. Jiang Chen ignored Kai Dong's anger. He pulled Kai Dong closer to him and asked Lang Lang. Tell me, who told you that I died in the Myriad Demon Mountain? Jiang Chen's eyes were like those of a devil from hell. Just the gaze alone was enough to make Kai Dong tremble with fear. Right at this moment, Kai Dong had a feeling that he wasn't facing a human, but a devil from hell. Together with the aura of a superior being that was being unleashed by Jiang Chen, and the effect of the great soul derivation skill, Kai Dong couldn't even think about fighting back. Yes, it was senior disciple Jiang Wei who told me. He asked me to find a way to deal with those outer circle disciples who followed you. Kai Dong didn't hide anything. He had the same idea as Guolei. He wanted to direct the hatred towards Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he was extremely strong. If he showed up, Jiang Chen would definitely not be his match. Jiang Wei? This is getting more and more interesting. A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He didn't know if this Jiang Wei was the one who wanted to kill him, but he had a feeling that there was someone else behind Jiang Wei. It looked like in order to lure the main culprit out, he had to make a bigger scene. Men, get some wooden stakes, hang Kai Dong and Wang Heng up and beat them. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Chapter 128. Oh my heavens, he's going to be hung up and beaten again. Many people had become numb to what was happening. They had finally witnessed how awesome this guy was. Now, even if Jiang Chen said he was going to hang the sect chief up and beat him up, they would still believe him. In this world, was there anything Jiang Chen didn't dare to do? Kaka, young man sure is domineering, I like it. De Huang Dog had an evil smile on his face as he jumped up and down excitedly. Jiang Chen was ruthless and decisive, and he was extremely domineering. Not only that, he was meticulous, brave, and smart. A man like this would definitely become someone great in the future, and his achievements would be limitless. Not long after that, 2 outer circle disciples carried over 2 more wooden stakes. These wooden stakes were originally used to support the war drums during competitions, but now they were being used by Jiang Chen to hang people up. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen sealed Kai Dong and Wang Heng's qi, then he tied them up on the wooden stakes. Up until now, including Li Hui and Kai Dong, 7 men had been hung up, and each of them was in a miserable state. Carry the wooden stakes and move them to the training ground. Jiang Chen shouted at the disciples behind him. Then he took the lead and walked towards the training ground. Everyone's expressions changed once again. Even those disciples who followed Jiang Chen were looking at each other in confusion. They had no idea what Jiang Chen was going to do. Things had escalated to a point where it couldn't be cleaned up anymore. Guolei had been beaten up, and Elixir was back. Even inner circle disciples like Kai Dong and Wang Heng were hung up. Their revenge was considered complete, and it was time for them to stop. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of stopping, and he was going to hang these men up and bring them to the training ground. The training ground was the center of the entire outer circle. What Jiang Chen was doing would definitely cause a huge commotion within the sect, and everyone would know about it. What is he trying to do? Isn't this enough? That's right. Is he really going to destroy the Black Sect? This matter is already big enough. I'm afraid it will attract the attention of the higher-ups. Not only does Jiang Chen not stop, but he also wants to continue to make trouble. I really don't know if he is crazy. I don't think Jiang Chen is crazy. It seems like he has some kind of purpose for doing this. These 2 days, there has been a rumor that Jiang Chen died in the Wanyao Mountain. This rumor came from the inner sect. It is very possible that Jiang Chen is continuing to cause trouble because of this. Many people were discussing amongst themselves. They had no idea what Jiang Chen was going to do, but they knew that Jiang Chen was going to cause a huge commotion today. Once he moved the wooden dummies to the training ground, the entire Black Sect would be alerted. All the sect elders from the outer circle would show up, and some people from the inner circle would come as well. As for what would happen next, no one dared to guess. What should we do? Someone asked. What do you mean? Listen to senior martial brother Jiang Chen. Move the wooden stakes to the martial arts practice field. A few men carried the wooden stakes and followed behind Jiang Chen, striding towards the outer circle martial arts practice field. The outer circle was in chaos. Not long after that, all the outer circle disciples had gathered on the martial arts practice field. The 2-meter-tall wooden stakes were blinding under the sunlight, and what was even more blinding was the few men who were hung on top of them with bruises and swollen faces. They were still wailing in pain. There were too many people, and they had surrounded the entire martial arts practice field. Even some novice disciples had come to inquire about what had happened. When they saw the men who were hung on the wooden stakes and knew what had happened, they were all shocked. More and more people came, and the matter was getting more and more serious. Since Jiang Chen didn't want to stop today, there was no way this could end peacefully. The news spread quickly, and soon, it reached the inner circle. Some inner circle disciples came out to watch the show, but since they didn't have any grudges with Jiang Chen, they didn't step forward to stop him. This is too presumptuous. A little outer circle disciple dares to be so disrespectful to an inner circle disciple? He even hung someone up. How dare he do this? An inner circle disciple who thought that he was very powerful said, "Jiang Chen, let go of the inner circle disciple. Who are you? How dare you disrespect an inner circle disciple?" The man flew to the martial arts practice field and said in an arrogant tone, "There was a saying that the bird that pokes its head out will be shot. If you don't ask for trouble, you won't die. So many people didn't say anything, but you did. Aren't you just asking for trouble?" Humph. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. With lightning speed, he punched the man's head. The inner circle disciple let out a muffled groan and fainted in an instant. Jiang Chen quickly tied him up with a rope and threw him onto a wooden pillar. Another one was hung up. Many people were speechless. Looking at Jiang Chen's posture, he was going to tie them up one by one and hang them up. Presumptuous. At this moment, another shout was heard. 3 old men wearing the same clothes flew down from the sky, and all of them were furious. They had been in charge of the outer circle for a long time, and this had never happened before. 4 great elders of the outer circle. One is tied up, and the other 3 are here. Things are getting worse. Do you think that Jiang Chen will hang these 3 elders up as well? It can't be. If the 4 great elders of the outer circle are hung up, then things will get really bad. I don't think there's anything that Jiang Chen doesn't dare to do. The appearance of the 3 outer circle elders had once again raised a wave of commotion. Everyone were guessing whether Jiang Chen would dare tie them up and hang them up as well. "Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Are you going to rebel?" One of them shouted. As the outer circle elders, they had to show up when such a big thing happened in the outer circle. "You 3 can go somewhere else. I advise you not to poke your nose into my business," Jiang Chen said impolitely. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he knew very well that a kind person would be bullied. When it was time to be strong, he had to be strong. "Jiang Chen, do you think that you are the boss of the outer circle? We are the elders of the outer circle. If you dare to disrespect us, we can report this to the leader and punish you." One of them shouted angrily. "Jiang Chen, hurry up and let them go. Haven't you caused enough trouble today?" Another elder shouted. "Stop talking nonsense. Tell Jiang Wei of the inner circle to come out." Jiang Chen's attitude was tough, and he didn't give face to anyone. "Inner circle. What happened? Didn't you kill him? How did you come back alive? Is this how you do things?" In the courtyard, Fan Kuen's face was filled with anger, and he was scolding Jiang Wei who was standing in front of him. "I was the one who injected the silent poison needle into his body. There's no way he's still alive." Jiang Wei felt really gloomy. He had seen everything clearly, and with his mid-heavenly core cultivation, there was no way he could have made a mistake. Jiang Chen had indeed been hit by the silent poison needle, and he was lying onto Huang Dog's back. But now, not only had Jiang Chen come back alive, he had also caused such a huge commotion in the outer circle. You can't even handle a small outer circle disciple. What's the point of having you around? Fan Kuen was really angry. "Don't be angry, senior disciple Fan. I'll go to the outer circle and have a look. Jiang Chen has caused such a huge commotion. I think he is trying to lure me out. I'll find a way to lure him onto the deathmatch stage and kill him fair and square," Jiang Wei said in a vicious manner. "Remember this, don't let him know that you were the one who chased him that day. Assassinating a fellow disciple is a capital offense. If you ruin Big Brother Nanbei's plan, you know the consequences." Fan Kuan said with a cold expression. Don't worry, senior disciple Fan. Even if I'm recognized, I won't tell anyone about you. After saying that, Jiang Wei walked towards the outer circle with a murderous look on his face. Outer circle training ground. Jiang Chen was using ropes to tie up the other 3 outer circle sect elders. Then he hung them up. Obviously, none of them wanted to give in to the other, and with Jiang Chen's temper, he would definitely hang them up. Oh my god, all 4 outer circle sect elders are hung up. This is so exciting. Jiang Chen is too daring. I'm afraid the sect chief will be alerted by what happened today. This is outrageous. But, this scene is really spectacular. It's something that only happens once in 100 years. Everyone in the training ground felt their hearts racing as they looked at the men who were hung up one by one. In the past, any one of them would be a powerful man. But now, they were all hung up like dead dogs by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you've offended your superior. The sect chief will definitely punish you. The sect elder who was hung up was not seriously injured. He was still yelling loudly. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold grunt resounded from afar, and then a figure shot out from the inner court like a bolt of lightning. It didn't take long for the figure to arrive at the practice grounds. This person had a tall figure and an extremely ordinary appearance. He was the type of person that couldn't be found in a crowd, but the aura he casually emanated caused others to not dare underestimate him. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the person who had just arrived. His originally cold eyes became even colder. This person's body shape and aura were exactly the same as the person who had tried to kill him that night. Although Jiang Wei had disguised himself very well that day, that kind of disguise might be able to fool ordinary people, but it couldn't fool Jiang Chen. It's really him. Jiang Chen humphed coldly in his heart, instantly sentencing Jiang Wei to death. Jiang Chen, you're just a small outer circle sect disciple. How dare you blaspheme the dignity of the sect elders and the nobility of the inner circle disciples? You deserve to die 10,000 times. I want you to let them go immediately. Jiang Wei stared at Jiang Chen angrily. Jiang Chen was indifferent towards Jiang Wei's scolding. He just said with an indifferent tone, I'm not dead, are you surprised? That's right, I really want to know, why are you still alive? This was indeed the answer that Jiang Wei wanted to know the most. He really couldn't think of a reason why Jiang Chen could survive. He knew how strong the silent and colorless poisonous needle was. With Jiang Chen's mortal core cultivation level, there was no way he could have survived. Everyone heard it. This man spread the news of my death because he tried to assassinate me when I was training in the Myriad Demon Mountain. If I wasn't lucky, I would have died in the Myriad Demon Mountain by now. Jiang Chen's voice was loud. Everyone could hear him clearly. What? Assassinating a fellow disciple, that's a capital crime. From what Jiang Wei said just now, the news of Jiang Chen's death was spread by him, and Kai Dong also confirmed it just now. But, how did he know that Jiang Chen died in the Myriad Demon Mountain? Could it really be like what Jiang Chen said, that it was Jiang Wei who tried to assassinate him? No wonder Jiang Chen was so angry. It was because of this. If it's true, then Jiang Wei is the one who has committed a capital crime. Chapter 129. Jiang Chen, you're talking nonsense. When did I assassinate you? Jiang Wei was furious, but his expression didn't look natural. Although his voice was loud, he couldn't hide his guilty conscience. Compared to Jiang Chen, this cunning old fox, Jiang Wei was still too young. No matter if it was in terms of temperament or strategy, there was a huge gap between them. If he didn't ask why Jiang Chen was still alive, he wouldn't have been dragged into this mess by Jiang Chen. Is that so? If you didn't assassinate me, then how do you know I died in the Myriad Demon Mountain? Jiang Chen sneered. He had finally recognized Jiang Wei as the one who tried to assassinate him that night. Today, he had lured Jiang Wei out with Guo Lei and Kai Dong's help, and he was going to kill him, and even find out who was behind Jiang Wei. Jiang Chen hated the feeling of being targeted by someone. Anyone who wanted to kill him, Jiang Chen would find a way to kill them. Jiang Wei was speechless. Only now did he realize that Jiang Chen had dragged him into this mess. However, he couldn't admit to assassinating a fellow disciple. If he did, he would immediately become the target of public criticism, and he would be severely punished by the sect. Humph. Jiang Chen, don't talk nonsense. You're standing right here, alive and well. Why would I assassinate you? If I did, would you still be alive? Today, you've offended your superiors, bullied your fellow disciple, and ruined the reputation of the inner circle. On behalf of the inner circle, I'm going to teach you a heavy lesson. Jiang Wei's yuan energy was shaking violently. His energy was soaring, and he was filled with killing intent. The outer circle training field was in a complete mess. Today's incident had become so serious, and no one had expected that all 4 sect elders would be hung up. Now, a mid-heavenly core warrior from the inner circle was here to suppress Jiang Chen. No one knew how Jiang Chen was going to deal with this. Haha, teaching me a lesson? You think you're worthy? Believe it or not, I'll hang you up too. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. He didn't take Jiang Wei seriously at all. The current Jiang Chen was a completely different person from that night. Back then, he was only at the mid-mortal core realm, and he was no match for Jiang Wei. But now it was hard to say. With 80 dragon marks, not only did Jiang Chen have the strength to fight Jiang Wei, he even had a great chance of winning. Hang me up. I think you've really gone mad and don't know what's good for you. Jiang Chen, since you're so lawless and arrogant, do you dare to have a life-and-death battle with me in the life-and-death arena? Jiang Wei said loudly. This was the purpose of his trip. As long as he and Jiang Chen entered the life-and-death stage, he would be able to justifiably kill him. What? He wants to fight on the life-and-death stage? Isn't that too ruthless? It's rare for disciples from the same sect to fight on the life-and-death stage. Once they're on the life-and-death stage, it's all up to fate. This Jiang Wei has such a deep hatred for Jiang Chen that he wants to fight on the life-and-death stage no matter what. Jiang Wei is a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he's also an inner circle genius. He's not someone an early heavenly core warrior can compare with. Although Jiang Chen can easily defeat an early heavenly core warrior, I don't think he'll be a match for a mid-heavenly core genius. Many people were shocked. Jiang Chen wanted to fight on the life-and-death stage as soon as he appeared. Everyone threw their gazes onto Jiang Chen, wondering what decision he would make. The life-and-death stage was not a joke, it was up to one's own decision, and no one could force him to do anything. Although Jiang Wei really wanted to kill Jiang Chen, as long as Jiang Chen didn't agree, there was nothing he could do. Fine, I'll fight you on the life-and-death stage, we'll fight to the death. What was even more surprising was that Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He immediately agreed. With a leap, he landed on the highest fighting stage in the middle of the training ground. That was the life-and-death stage. Fine, Jiang Chen, you've disregarded the law, and you've offended your superiors. Today, I'll kill you on the life-and-death stage, getting rid of a pest like you for the Black Sect. Jiang Wei's voice was loud and clear. He flew up and landed on the life-and-death stage. He stood in front of Jiang Chen with a faint smile on his face. Humph. Although this guy is a genius, he's not smart enough. How dare he challenge me to the life-and-death stage? He's just courting death. As long as I kill him on the life-and-death stage, senior disciple Fan's future troubles will be solved. Jiang Wei coldly harumphed in his mind. He didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all. 2 days ago, when he chased after Jiang Chen, besides Jiang Chen's speed, Jiang Chen's combat strength couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Wei. It had only been 2 days. Even if Jiang Chen continued cultivating, how strong could he be? Therefore, in Jiang Wei's mind, Jiang Chen was dead meat. On the other side, Jiang Chen had a sneer on his face as well. He sent his divine sense into Jiang Wei's mind and said, Jiang Wei, tell me who is trying to kill me, and I'll give you a quick death, a painless death. Haha, this is so funny. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Jiang Chen, I can kill you with just a wave of my hand, and when you die, I'll tell you the truth, so you can die with peace of mind. Jiang Wei responded with his divine sense as well. He was laughing out loud. Jiang Chen saying he would give him a quick death made him laugh. If that's the case, bring it on. Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression on his face. He stood on the fighting stage with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with an arrogant expression, and he looked like a mighty king. His body was glowing in a golden light. They are going to fight soon. Jiang Chen really agreed to a life-and-death duel with Jiang Wei. He is too careless. Sigh, Jiang Wei is a mid-heavenly core warrior. Even among the inner circle disciples, he is one of the strongest. Although Jiang Chen is strong, I don't think he can defeat Jiang Wei. Let's see, Jiang Chen is a ruthless and cunning man, and he never does anything he isn't confident about. Since he agreed to a life-and-death duel with Jiang Wei, he must have some hidden cards up his sleeves. Everyone were discussing amongst themselves, and they were all staring at the fighting stage. Those disciples who followed Jiang Chen all had worried expressions on their faces. This was a battle that everyone was paying attention to, and it had attracted a lot of people. An outer circle disciple fighting an inner circle disciple in a life and death duel. This was the first time something like this had ever happened in the Black Sect. No matter what the outcome of this battle was, no matter who lived or died, Jiang Chen had created a miracle. "Jiang Chen, face your death," Jiang Wei shouted out loudly. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a bright beam towards Jiang Chen like a waterfall. This was a powerful combat skill. Not only did it look gorgeous, it also carried a powerful attack. On the opposite side, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Facing Jiang Wei, he didn't dare be careless. He immediately unleashed the 6 solar fingers. Bang! The 6 profound solar fingers collided with Jiang Wei's radiance, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. This time, both of them were forced to take a step back. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched. What? Jiang Wei was shocked. He looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. 2 days ago, when he was chasing after Jiang Chen, his combat strength wasn't this strong. It had only been 2 days, and he had grown to this level. This was unbelievable. A draw! Heavens! Is he still a human? Is he really just a mortal core warrior? This is terrifying. Jiang Chen can actually fight Jiang Wei face to face without being defeated. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Haha, mighty senior disciple Jiang. Kill him, kill him. The crowd became restless. The fight that everyone thought was going to be one-sided didn't happen. It was a draw. At the border between the inner circle and outer circle, a man was standing there with a serious expression. This man was Fan Kuan. He had seen the fight between Jiang Wei and Jiang Chen clearly, and his face immediately became gloomy. This guy's growth is too fast. He can fight a mid-heavenly core warrior face to face with just a late mortal core warrior. Even Big Brother Nanbei can't do this. We can't let this guy live. Fan Kuan thought to himself. A vicious look emerged in his eyes. Bam bam bam. On the fighting stage, Jiang Wei kept attacking with his strongest combat skills, and Jiang Chen was also using his 6 solar fingers and sonic hawk cry. Both men were fighting fiercely, but in the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. Neither of them had the upper hand. Although it was a draw, everyone was still shocked. The strength that Jiang Chen had shown was really frightening. Gua Lei and the other men were regretting their decision. They could have offended anyone, but they had to offend this devil. Jiang Wei became even angrier. His face turned red, and he was furious. With his status and cultivation level, it was shameful for him to be unable to defeat an outer circle disciple after such a long time. On the opposite side, Jiang Chen had a gloomy expression as well. After the fight just now, he knew that if he continued to fight with Jiang Wei like this, there would be no result. "I'm done playing with you." A cold smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He jumped forward and shouted, "9 phantom wolves!" Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, 9 identical Jiang Chens suddenly appeared on the fighting stage and surrounded Jiang Wei. This scene immediately caused a huge commotion. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Even Fan Kuan, who was watching the fight from afar, was shocked. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't tell which one of the 9 Jiang Chens was the real one. Heavens, there are 9 Jiang Chens. What kind of movement skill is this? It's so rare. This is too terrifying. It's so heaven-defying. This kind of movement skill can't even be described with the word terrifying. Everyone was shocked. The most shocked one would be Jiang Wei, who was fighting against Jiang Chen. He had already taken out his combat weapon, but the 9 Jiang Chens in front of him had completely confused him. He couldn't tell which one was the real Jiang Chen. "Jiang Wei, prepare to die." 9 Jiang Chens shouted at the same time. "Break!" Jiang Wei locked onto one of Jiang Chen's bodies. He swung his long sword and fiercely stabbed towards it. Pop! The Jiang Chen's body that was stabbed by Jiang Chen's sword shattered into pieces. Jiang Wei's attack had missed, and he immediately felt a strong sense of danger coming from behind him. He quickly turned around and found that the real Jiang Chen was already in front of him. Swoosh! Chapter 130. Arg! Jiang Wei let out a mournful scream as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The powerful sound wave had not only injured his body, it had also damaged his knowledge sea and soul to a certain extent. His entire body instantly became dispirited. Bang! Without giving Jiang Wei any chance to react, Jiang Chen's fist landed on Jiang Wei's face. Everyone could hear a cracking sound, and Jiang Wei's nose was broken. His face was covered in blood, and it was a horrifying scene. Plop! Jiang Wei fell to the ground with his face facing up. With the help of Jiang Chen's 9 phantom wolves, Jiang Wei was caught off guard, and he had completely lost his ability to fight. Swoosh! With a thought in his mind, all 8 doppelgangers returned to Jiang Chen's body and disappeared. Jiang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of Jiang Wei. He looked down at Jiang Wei with a sneer on his face. How could this happen? Jiang Wei was defeated, and he was completely defeated. Jiang Chen's movement skill is really frightening. With so many doppelgangers, Jiang Wei couldn't even tell which one was the real one. It's over. I wonder if Jiang Chen will kill Jiang Wei. I think Jiang Chen is in danger now. With Jiang Chen's personality and methods, it's going to be hard for him to survive. Besides, this is a death match, and life and death are decided by fate. Even if Jiang Chen kills him, he won't be breaking the rules. Besides, with Jiang Wei's cultivation level and status, losing to an outer circle disciple is a shameful thing. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that a heavenly core warrior like Jiang Wei would be defeated, and in such a sudden and thorough manner? Just a moment ago, both of them were fighting fiercely, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had used a mighty movement skill and defeated Jiang Wei with just a single strike. Trash. In the distance, Fan Kuan had a gloomy expression. Although he was cursing Jiang Wei for being useless, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was really strong. If he continued to grow, it would be extremely difficult for him to deal with him. Fan Kuan could tell that Jiang Chen's existence was a hidden threat to the northern and southern dynasties. Impossible. This is impossible. It's only been 2 days. How could you grow to such a level? Jiang Wei shook his head. He couldn't accept the fact that he was defeated by Jiang Chen. Just 2 days ago, he was chasing Jiang Chen around the myriad demon mountain, and Jiang Chen couldn't even withstand a single strike of his. Only 2 days had passed, and he had such terrifying growth. Was he still a human? Tell me, why did you want to kill me? I have no enmity with you, so someone must have ordered you to do this. Tell me who it is, and I might spare your life. Jiang Chen said with a deep voice. He and Jiang Wei didn't know each other, and there was no hatred between them. Jiang Wei had no reason to kill Jiang Chen. Most likely, there was someone even stronger in the inner circle who wanted to kill Jiang Chen. All right, I'll tell you, said Jiang Wei. However, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as a black poisonous needle suddenly appeared in his hand. Go to hell. Gnashing his teeth, Jiang Wei abruptly swung his arm, and the Poison King needle silently shot out. At such a close distance, Jiang Wei had absolute confidence that he could stab Jiang Chen. He wanted to see how Jiang Chen was able to resist the poison contained within the Poison King needle. That day, he had personally witnessed Jiang Chen being struck by the Poison King needle, yet he was able to return unscathed. This made him very puzzled. Clang! Jiang Wei's speed was very fast, but Jiang Chen was even faster. Although Jiang Wei's small movements were subtle, they couldn't hide from Jiang Chen's sharp eyes. Like lightning, he stretched out 2 fingers and caught the silent Poison King needle. Humph! Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. If you don't want to say it, I will draw it out myself. Don't you like to use poison? Then I will let you have a taste of it. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. His patience was limited. Jiang Wei still wanted to use the Poison King needle to kill him at the last moment. Such a person, Jiang Chen wouldn't be merciful. Jiang Chen's killing intent was overflowing. With a flip of his palm, the Poison King needle in his hand pierced towards Jiang Wei's forehead. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout came from the direction of the inner sect. Everyone saw Fan Kuan flying out from the inner sect, and the one who shouted was Fan Kuan. However, Jiang Chen completely ignored Fan Kuan's words. His hands moved extremely fast, and the Poison King needle pierced into Jiang Wei's forehead. Ah! A shrill scream came out from Jiang Wei's mouth. That kind of scream made people's hair stand on end. It didn't sound like it came from a human. Everyone could see black lines spreading from Jiang Wei's forehead to his entire body. The poison started to corrode his body, his flesh and blood. His face started to distort, and a sizzling sound came out from his body. The scene was extremely horrifying. Senior disciple Fan, save me, save me. Jiang Wei looked at Fan Kuan in fear, and his voice had become hoarse. He was a genius from the inner sect, and he had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't want to die, and Fan Kuan was his only chance. The silent poison king needle was given to him by Fan Kuan, and only Fan Kuan could give him the antidote. Fan Kuan shook his head in pity. Only he knew that there was no antidote for the silent poison king needle. The poison was too strong, and there was no cure for it. If a heavenly core warrior was hit by the needle, he would definitely die. Plop, Jiang Wei's body laid on the ground, and he didn't move anymore. The poison of the silent poison king needle was too strong, and the moment the poison reached the heart, it meant death. I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression on his face. Towards Jiang Wei's death, his eyes didn't show any emotion, and he didn't show any mercy. Especially after seeing how strong the poison of the needle was, Jiang Chen felt that Jiang Wei deserved to die. If he wasn't cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and if he didn't have the green hellish python's poison in his body, he would have ended up like Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei is dead, and he died in such a miserable way. That needle was too terrifying. There must be an unimaginable poison on it, and it could even kill a mid-heavenly core warrior in an instant. This is really unimaginable. This is too cruel. Jiang Chen is too cruel, and the way Jiang Wei died is really tragic. Can you blame anyone else for this? Didn't you see? It was Jiang Wei who took out the needle. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen with it, and Jiang Chen just gave him a taste of his own medicine. He deserved it. Jiang Wei was dead, and everyone was shocked. However, no one felt pity for him, because everyone had clearly seen what happened just now. It was Jiang Wei who took out the needle, and if anyone were to say that Jiang Chen was evil, it was Jiang Wei who did it first. Jiang Chen, you're so cruel, and you use such a deadly poison on your fellow disciple. This is the style of those from the evil path, and you're not a righteous man. I, Fan Kuan, am going to punish you on behalf of the heavens. I will kill you. I will get rid of you. Fan Kuan said righteously. Without saying anything, he immediately unleashed an illusionary giant hand and slapped towards Jiang Chen. Fan Kuan had used all his strength right from the start. With his cultivation level, Jiang Chen was no match for him. Luckily, Jiang Chen had reacted in advance. Right when Fan Kuan attacked, he had unleashed his blood wings and dodged the attack. Even so, the force of Fan Kuan's attack had still caused his blood to boil. Heavens, even senior disciple Fan Kuan has attacked. Jiang Chen is finished. Senior disciple Fan Kuan is ranked number 2 in the inner circle. Besides senior disciple Guan Yun, no one can suppress him. Ordinary late heavenly core warriors are no match for him. I never thought he would personally attack and kill Jiang Chen. Why do I feel like Fan Kuan and Jiang Chen have a deep grudge? Besides, Jiang Chen and Jiang Wei were going to fight a life-and-death battle. Fan Kuan's intervention doesn't seem to be in line with the rules. Many people shouted out in shock. Today's incident had become too big, and it had reached a point where it could no longer be resolved. Originally, it was just a small matter between outer circle disciples, but now, even a big shot like Fan Kuan had gotten involved. It looked like only a high-ranking sect elder could solve this problem. Fan Kuan, are you blind? That poison needle was obviously used by Jiang Wei first. Jiang Chen was furious. This Fan Kuan just wanted to kill him, and he didn't leave any room for negotiation. How could he not be angry? Besides, Jiang Chen could feel that Fan Kuan really wanted to kill him, and his determination was even greater than senior disciple Jiang Wei's. Also, Jiang Wei had asked Fan Kuan for help at the last moment of his death. All these signs showed that Fan Kuan was the one who wanted to kill him. Humph. I only saw you kill Jiang Wei with a poison needle. Jiang Chen, you bullied your fellow disciple, ignored your elders, and killed your senior disciple. You are an evil man, and you are an evil man. Today I will kill you. Fan Kuan's energy was unparalleled. His eyes were sharp, and his killing intent was extremely high. Today was a great opportunity for him to kill Jiang Chen, and he could pin a few crimes on Jiang Chen. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Bang! Fan Kuan's peak heavenly core energy was completely unleashed. The powerful shockwaves collided with each other and produced a loud explosion. His yuan energy was like a tsunami, and it locked onto Jiang Chen's energy. Bang! Another loud explosion sounded out. Fan Kuan attacked again. He unleashed a powerful combat skill that transformed into a huge golden palm, and he forcefully smashed it towards Jiang Chen. Everyone's expressions changed. Fan Kuan's skills were too powerful, and he had used a deadly skill right from the start. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was only a late mortal core warrior, and the gap between them was too huge. There was no way he could defend himself. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A bright beam of light descended from the sky. That beam of light was like a dazzling sword, and it shattered Fan Kuan's giant palm print into pieces. Fan Kuan was shaken by the force of the attack, and he was forced to retreat 2 to 3 meters before he could stabilize his body. Swoosh! A light flashed, and a fat old man appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he arrived next to Jiang Chen and stood side by side with him. When the crowd saw who it was, they immediately shouted out in shock. Sect Elder Guoshan, he is here as well. Alchemist Guoshan, he is the most respected sect elder in the Black Sect, and he has reached the Divine Core realm. However, he only focuses on concocting pills, and he has never asked anything about the Black Sect. I didn't expect him to show up here today. No matter if it's Sect Elder Guoshan's status or position in the Black Sect, no ordinary sect elder can compare with him. Even the sect chief has to show him some respect. Chapter 131. Once again, something unexpected happened. Guoshan's appearance had caused everyone to quieten down. In the Black Sect, Sect Elder Guoshan's influence was huge. With his status and identity, no matter where he went, he would be respected by everyone. An excellent alchemist would be respected no matter where he went, and he would have a bright future. This was the reason why even Daoist Black had to give Guoshan some face. Not only Daoist Black, even those high-ranking sect elders of the Black Sect had to be polite when they saw Guoshan. To put it bluntly, most of the Divine Core sect elders of the Black Sect had received help from Guoshan, and most of them had asked Guoshan to concoct pills for them. Even if they didn't have any dealings with each other, they wouldn't offend a powerful alchemist for no reason. Therefore, even though Guoshan had never interfered with the internal affairs of the martial arts sect, and had always lived in his own mountain, and had never interfered with the fights between the disciples of the martial arts sect, as long as he stood there, he would be a strong deterrent force, and no one would dare to slight him. Even the arrogant and despotic Fan Kuan had to be respectful when he saw Guoshan. However, no one had expected that Sect Elder Guoshan, who had never interfered with the matters of the Black Sect, would stand beside Jiang Chen today. Guoshan had blocked Fan Kuan's attack and stood beside Jiang Chen. This had clearly shown his intention. Greetings, Sect Elder Gua. Fan Kuan cupped his fist toward Guoshan. Although his attitude was respectful, he didn't show any fear. Fan Kuan, what are you doing? Killing a fellow disciple? As the leader of the inner circle disciples, how could you attack an outer circle disciple? Don't you feel ashamed? Guoshan let out a cold snort. Sect Elder Gua, what do you mean by killing a fellow disciple? Jiang Chen just killed Jiang Wei with a deadly poison. Isn't that killing a fellow disciple? Today, Jiang Chen created a huge disturbance in the outer circle, burned down the courtyards, brutally beat his fellow disciples, and even hung up 4 outer circle sect elders. Shouldn't we get rid of a man who walks the path of evil? I'm just helping the Black Sect to get rid of this malignant tumor. Fan Kuan's attitude was still as arrogant as ever. His murderous aura filled the air. He had not given up on killing Jiang Chen yet. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He was shocked. Putting aside Guoshan's status as an alchemist, just his divine core cultivation level alone was more than enough to shock anyone. But this Fan Kuan actually dared to talk back to Guoshan like this? Wasn't he afraid that Guoshan would kill him in a fit of rage? With Guoshan's status, killing an inner circle disciple who disrespected him wouldn't bring him any trouble. Jiang Chen didn't know, but the others were very clear about it. Because everyone knew that Fan Kuan, other than being an inner disciple, had another identity that was enough for him to be arrogant, and that was Fan Kuan's grandfather. Fan Kuan was disrespectful to Elder Gua. Didn't he offend Elder Gua? Fan Kuan has a strong backing. His grandfather, Fan Zhongtang, is a high-ranking sect elder, and he is a mid-divine core sect elder. His cultivation level is higher than Sect Elder Guoshan's. That's why he isn't afraid. That's right. He has a powerful backer. Of course, he is arrogant. Looking at Fan Kuan's expression, He will only be satisfied after he kills Jiang Chen today. Many people were discussing amongst themselves. Everyone could tell that today's incident wasn't over yet. Even sect elder Guoshan had shown up, and perhaps other divine core sect elders would show up as well. Fan Kuan, Jiang Chen and Jiang Wei had a death match, and that means life and death are determined by fate. Jiang Wei was killed because of his weak cultivation level. He can't blame it on Jiang Chen. As for being poisoned, I believe you know about it, so I don't need to explain it to you, Guoshan said. Obviously, he wanted to protect Jiang Chen. Sect Elder Gua, this is a matter between disciples. I hope Sect Elder Gua can stay out of it. Let us settle it ourselves. Fan Kuan didn't back down. He had made up his mind to kill Jiang Chen today. If he didn't kill Jiang Chen today, it would be very difficult for him to do so in the future, and it would be very difficult for him to find a legitimate opportunity like today. Besides, Jiang Chen's performance today was too strong. If he wasn't killed as soon as possible, once he grew stronger, he would be very difficult to handle. Damn it, Fan Kuan is too shameless. What gives him the right to interfere in a death match? He didn't allow Sect Elder Guoshan to interfere in a fight between disciples, and he is the leader of the Inner Circle disciples, and he is a peak Heavenly Core warrior. Isn't it shameful for him to kill an Outer Circle disciple? Shameless. Sect Elder Guoshan will definitely protect senior disciple Jiang. This matter has become too big, and it's going to be hard to deal with. Fan Kuan has a powerful backer behind him. He won't let this go easily. Many Outer Circle disciples started cursing. Jiang Chen had indeed caused a huge commotion today. He had hung up so many people, and although it was a lawless act, that was because he had the ability to do so. Fan Kuan, a peak Heavenly Core warrior, wanted to kill a mortal core Outer Circle disciple? What a shameless act. How dare you? I, the sect elder, want to interfere? How dare you, a junior, talk like this in front of me? Get the hell out of here. Guoshan shouted out loudly as he unleashed his divine core energy. Sensing the powerful energy, Fan Kuan's face immediately turned pale, and he was terrified. He thought to himself that it was really hard to fight a divine core warrior. Only when he reached the divine core realm would he be a match for Guoshan. Even a clay figurine would get angry, let alone Guoshan. He had a high status, and he had just been insulted by an Inner Circle disciple. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of Fan Zhongtang, Guoshan would have already slapped him. Who is so arrogant? How dare you ask my grandson to get the hell out of here? Right at this moment, another dignified voice sounded out from within the black sect. After that, an old man wearing a gray robe appeared next to Fan Kuan in the blink of an eye. This man looked to be about the same age as Guoshan, and he had a domineering expression on his face. He carried himself with the aura of a mighty warrior. Jiang Chen was startled. He immediately understood why Fan Kuan dared to disrespect Guoshan. It was because he had such a powerful grandfather. Jiang Chen gazed at Fan Zhongtang, and with just one glance, he could tell that Fan Zhongtang was a mid-divine core warrior, one stage higher than Guoshan. Guoshan was at the peak of the early divine core realm. He had yet to break through to the mid-divine core realm. Grandfather. Fan Kuan bowed towards Fan Zhongtang when he saw him. Oh my, even Fan Zhongtang is here. He is one of the higher-ups in the Black Sect. His status and position are only below the sect chiefs. I never thought this would become such a big mess. Now that two divine core warriors are here, I wonder how this is going to end. I'm afraid it won't be easy. If Fan Zhongtang and Guoshan are going to fight, I'm afraid only the sect chief can solve this problem. Too many shocking things had happened today, and they had become numb to it. Originally, it was just a small fight between Outer Circle disciples, and only a few dozen disciples were forced to take the elixir pill. But no one had expected things to escalate to this point. 4 Outer Circle sect elders were still hanging, and an Inner Circle genius was killed on the fighting stage. And now, 2 divine core warriors had appeared. Fan Zhongtang, even you are here. Are you 2 sons and grandsons going to bully an Outer Circle disciple together? Let me tell you, I, Guoshan, will be the first one to disagree. Guoshan's attitude was extremely forceful. Since he was here today, he was going to protect Jiang Chen no matter what. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Chen was just an Outer Circle disciple, a genius. But in Guoshan's eyes, Jiang Chen was a peerless genius that could only be found once every 10,000 years. Besides, Jiang Chen had given him a lot of help in alchemy, and both of them had been brothers for a long time. Now that his brother was in trouble, as the older brother, how could he just stand by and do nothing? Besides, other people might be afraid of Fan Zhongtang, but Guashan wasn't. Although his cultivation level was lower than Fan Zhongtang's, in terms of status, he wasn't any weaker than Fan Zhongtang. Jiang Chen, who stood aside, had a gloomy expression. He didn't say anything. He had basically concluded that the one who wanted to kill him was Fan Kuan. As for whether or not it was related to his grandfather, he wasn't sure. This was the reason why Jiang Chen wanted to cause trouble today. He wanted to find out who was the one who wanted to kill him. But what he didn't understand was why Fan Kuan wanted to kill him. But this wasn't important anymore. Kuan, what's going on? Fan Zhongtang turned around and looked at his grandson, Fan Kuan. Grandpa, it's like this. Fan Kuan told Fan Zhongtang everything that had happened today through his divine sense. Fan Zhongtang immediately looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing beside Guashan. Underneath his calm eyes, there was a hint of killing intent. Although he hid it very well, he couldn't hide it from Jiang Chen. Even he wants to kill me. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with anger. There was no reason for this hatred. Even with the wisdom of a saint, he couldn't figure out why this grandfather and grandson duo wanted to kill him. Humph. Guashan, look at this training field. This kid has no respect for his elders. He even hung up a sect elder and beat him, and he even killed a fellow disciple. He's an evil cultivator, and people like this should be put to death immediately. Fan Zhongtang let out a cold snort. Using the same tone as Fan Kuan, he immediately accused Jiang Chen of being an evil cultivator, and he pointed the spearhead at Jiang Chen. On the training field, those disciples and sect elders who were hung up and beaten were still screaming in pain. When they heard Fan Zhongtang's words, they were so touched that tears almost flowed down their faces. Fan Zhongtang, Jiang Chen has his reasons for doing what he did today. He killed Jiang Wei because both of them fought in a death match, and a mid-heavenly core inner circle disciple was killed by an outer circle disciple. I believe there's no need to say anything else. Guashan said with an indifferent expression. Guashan, you and I are both divine core sect elders. We shouldn't interfere in the fights between disciples. In my opinion, in order to avoid hurting our relationship, let's both step back, and let him and Fan Kuan deal with Jiang Chen. What do you think? Fan Zhongtang said. Pooey. Fan Zhongtang, don't you have any shame? Asking your grandson to kill an outer circle disciple? Do you really have the face to say that? I, your father, will protect Jiang Chen today. Whoever dares to touch him can have a try. Chapter 132. Guashan, don't think you can yell in front of me just because you're an alchemist. If you want to protect this evil man, don't tell me you're going to turn into an evil cultivator as well. Fan Zhongtang was furious as well. With his status, being scolded as shameless in front of so many people made him angry. Besides, he was determined to help his grandson get rid of Jiang Chen. Cut the crap. If anyone dares to touch Jiang Chen today, I'll be the first one to stop them. With a sway of his body, Guashan stood in front of Jiang Chen. It looked like if Fan Zhongtang decided to attack, Guashan would have to fight him. Jiang Chen remained expressionless. Although today's situation had exceeded his expectations, it wasn't beyond his control. If Guashan and Fan Zhongtang couldn't win, Taoist Black would definitely step in. Enough! Indeed, just like what Jiang Chen had expected, right after Guashan's words left his mouth, a stern voice sounded out from within the Black sect. After that, a golden beam shot out from Palace Black's direction. The golden beam arrived at the outer circle training field and swept across all the wooden stakes. In an instant, all the wooden stakes were shattered, along with the ropes. All the people who were tied to the wooden stakes fell down from the sky. Not only did the golden beam shatter the wooden stakes, it even unsealed Jiang Chen's Qi sect chief. At the same time, Fan Zhongtang bowed towards the direction of Palace Black. The cold shout and the golden beam just now were all done by Taoist Black. As the leader of the Black sect, one of the four most powerful men in the Qi province, no one dared show any disrespect to Taoist Black. Oh heavens, even the sect chief is here. It was just a small matter in the outer circle, but now, even the sect chief is here. The situation is getting out of control. If the sect chief doesn't show up now, we won't be able to suppress it anymore. Jiang Chen has really turned the Black sect upside down today, He has created a huge storm. Everyone was shocked. In the eyes of everyone in the Black Sect, Taoist Black was a supreme existence, and he was respected by countless people. After that, a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe arrived from the sky. He stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, and a dignified expression could be seen on his face. He was Taoist Black, the old great emperor of the Black Sect. Greetings, Sect Master. All the disciples on the training ground bowed and greeted Taoist Black. From Fan Zhongtang and Guoshan to the ordinary novitiate disciples, all of them were showing their respect towards Taoist Black. If one were to ask who was the most mysterious person in the Black Sect, Taoist Black would definitely be the most mysterious. He rarely showed himself in all the matters that happened in the Black Sect, so perhaps only Zhang Chen had the ability to do so. Speak. I'll give you a chance to explain. Taoist Black said with a cruel expression. He glanced at Fan Zhongtang and Guoshan, and more importantly, at Fan Kuan and Jiang Chen. Alliance Chief, Jiang Chen bullied the Outer Circle disciples, and he even hung up an Outer Circle sect elder. This is an audacious act that has never happened before in the history of the Black Sect. He is insane and lawless, and everyone here has witnessed this. Besides, Jiang Chen killed his fellow disciples, and he used deadly poison to kill Jiang Wei. This is a cruel and brutal way of doing things. It is exactly what an evil man would do. If we don't get rid of this man, it will damage the dignity of the Black Sect, and it will make it harder for the people to calm down. Fan Kuan's words were righteous and logical. He had completely described Jiang Chen as an evil man. Taoist Black remained expressionless as he stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, how are you going to explain this? Taoist Black asked. I don't want to explain. I believe Sect Chief will make a fair decision. Jiang Chen cupped his fist. There was no point in trying to explain anything like this. It all depended on Taoist Black's decision. If Taoist Black wanted to punish him, no matter how he tried to explain himself, it would be useless. If Taoist Black didn't want to pursue this matter, he could do the same. Besides, Jiang Chen didn't need to explain himself, because the crowd's explanation was more convincing than his. The truth is right in front of us. What else is there to explain? Disciple requests Alliance Chief to punish Jiang Chen. Fan Kuan said with a sneer on his face. Sect Chief, Senior Disciple Jiang Chen is innocent. Right after Fan Kuan finished speaking, an Outer Circle disciple immediately spoke out. That's right, Sect Chief. 2 days ago, an Outer Circle disciple, Guolei, spread fake news about Senior Disciple Jiang Chen's death in the Myriad Demon Mountain. He was ordered by an Inner Circle disciple, Kai Dong, to bully us. He took 100 human elixir pills from each of us, and he even severely injured Wang Yun and Huang Zhang. Many people can testify that we are the victims. Sect Chief, Senior Disciple Jiang Chen only came back to seek justice for us. If we are talking about who violated the rules, it was Guolei and the others who violated the rules first. Jiang Wei's death was his own fault. He and Senior Disciple Jiang Chen fought in a death match, so he can't blame anyone for his death. As for the poison, it was Jiang Wei who took out the poison needles. It had nothing to do with Senior Disciple Jiang Chen. Those Outer Circle disciples who followed Jiang Chen were all fighting to be the first to speak. At this moment, they had no choice but to stand out and express their opinions. If they didn't say anything, it would directly disappoint Jiang Chen. No matter what, Jiang Chen had stood up for them today. Between Jiang Chen and Fan Kuan, they had to choose one. They could only help Jiang Chen and offend Fan Kuan. Sect Chief, the words of these disciples can't be wrong. The root cause of this incident is not Jiang Chen's fault. In other words, Jiang Chen is also a victim. Guoshan cupped his fist and said to Taoist Black with a smile on his face. Just now, when Jiang Chen didn't want to explain himself, he was still thinking of a way to save Jiang Chen. But he didn't expect so many disciples to stand out and speak for Jiang Chen. The effect was much better than having Jiang Chen explain himself. Looking at Jiang Chen's confident expression, Guoshan couldn't help but praise him in his mind. Although Jiang Chen was young, he had a strong mentality, something that Guoshan had never seen before. No matter what kind of situation he was facing, he could always remain calm. Besides, Jiang Chen was an extremely daring person. There was nothing he wouldn't do. If not, he wouldn't have caused all this trouble. Sect Chief, how can we judge the truth based on the words of a few Outer Circle disciples? Even if what they said is true, It is still a fact that Jiang Chen brutally beat up an Outer Circle sect elder, and he even hung up 4 Outer Circle sect elders. Sect elders represent the reputation of the sect. What Jiang Chen did is a slap to the sect's face. Fan Kuan didn't want to give up. Fan Kuan, do I need you to teach me what to do? Taoist Black glared at him. Disciple doesn't dare. Please forgive me, sect chief. Seeing Taoist Black getting angry, Fan Kuan's expression instantly changed. All right, I've learned everything that happened today. Let's just let this matter rest. Don't let it happen again. After saying that, Taoist Black disappeared from where he stood, as if he had never appeared before. His speed was incredibly fast. With Taoist Black's strength, he was only one step away from the combat soul realm. His strength was not something that ordinary people could fathom. Taoist Black's words startled many people. Let this matter rest just like that? The sect chief had personally come here, and this was how he was going to handle this matter? Fan Kuan's expression darkened. He really didn't want to accept this result. He had no idea why Taoist Black would be so biased towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had caused such a huge commotion today, and even if he wasn't the cause, he should still be punished accordingly. But now, Taoist Black just said it was over, and this matter was over. Fan Kuan wasn't the only one who was confused. Everyone who had witnessed what happened today had their mouths wide open in shock. No way? That's it? Sect Chief's way of handling this matter is really unique. That's right, I thought Sect Chief would make a big fuss about this, but I never thought he would just let this matter rest with just a few words. Isn't it obvious? Sect Chief is biased towards Jiang Chen. Based on Jiang Chen's performance today, even if he wasn't the cause, beating up an Outer Circle sect elder is more than enough for him to be punished. But now, nothing has happened to him. It's obvious that Sect Chief doesn't want to punish him. Sect Chief has his reasons for doing this. Jiang Chen's growth is too fast, and his talent is extremely rare in the Qi province. His talent is comparable to the northern and southern dynasties of the Burning Sky Pavilion, and it won't be a problem for him to surpass Fan Kuan in the future. A genius like this, of course Sect Chief won't punish him easily. This is what true strength is. Many people were shocked by this result, but at the same time, they understood why. After all, Jiang Chen's performance was too outstanding, and a genius like this was not someone the Black Sect would easily offend. Besides, this matter was handled by the sect chief himself. No one dared to have any objections. As for whether it was fair or not, in this world where strength was everything, fairness was a luxury. In the Black Sect, Taoist Black's words were the only word that was fair. Those sect elders and disciples who were beaten and tied up by Jiang Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They were hoping that the sect chief would come and give them some justice, but now it looked like they didn't even need to think about it anymore. Besides, the way the sect chief dealt with this matter was equivalent to telling everyone that he was biased towards Jiang Chen. After what happened today, many of them had warned themselves not to offend Jiang Chen in the future. If they offended this ruthless man, they would never have a good ending. Fan Kuan had an evil expression on his face. He stared at Jiang Chen like a poisonous snake and said, "Jiang Chen, I'll remember your life for now." Fan Kuan, I don't care why you want to kill me, but I'm warning you, you better not offend me. If not, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He would never show mercy to his enemies. Besides, the truth had proven that those who offended Jiang Chen would never have a good ending. Humph. Fan Kuan let out a cold snort. Then he turned around and left. Fan Zhongtang's body moved and disappeared as well. Originally, Fan Kuan wanted to kill Jiang Chen no matter what, but he didn't expect Taoist Black to personally intervene. If he continued to attack Jiang Chen, he would be violating Taoist Black's taboo, and the consequences were not something he could bear. Just like that, a huge incident that had shaken the entire Black Sect had been easily ended by Taoist Black. Everything that happened today would definitely be recorded in the Black Sect's history. The name Jiang Chen had once again resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. From today onwards, not only those Outer Circle disciples, even Outer Circle sect elders and some Inner Circle disciples wouldn't dare offend Jiang Chen anymore. Chapter 133. In the Outer Circle dormitory area, Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's courtyard was filled with people. Wang Dinyo carefully placed the 2 rejuvenation pills he got from sect elder Guo Shan into Jiang Chen's hand. He looked at Jiang Chen with a face filled with admiration. There was no way they wouldn't admire him. What Jiang Chen had done today had turned him into a godlike existence in their hearts. Besides, Wang Daniel was just trying his luck when he went to sect Elder Guoshan. He didn't expect that after he mentioned Jiang Chen's name, sect Elder Guoshan would immediately give him 2 rejuvenation pills without hesitation. After learning about what happened, sect Elder Guoshan even helped Jiang Chen personally. Senior disciple Jiang Chen was a righteous man, and he had stood up for them. Everyone felt grateful towards him. Besides, Jiang Chen had only been in the black sect for a few days, but he had managed to settle sect Elder Guoshan and even the sect chief. Not many people could do something like this. Everyone here was willing to follow Jiang Chen. Besides, Jiang Chen had brought back so many elixir pills, but Jiang Chen didn't take any of them. He had given them all to them. After I gave Wang Yun and Huang Zheng a rejuvenation pill, it won't take long for them to recover. Don't stand around here. Leave now. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you in the black sect, just tell them my name, Jiang Chen. But, let me tell you something, I can help you, but don't cause any trouble for me. Jiang Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was very dignified. Everyone could hear it clearly, and no one dared to neglect Jiang Chen's words. Don't worry, senior disciple Jiang. We'll work hard in our cultivation. We won't let you down. That's right. We'll follow senior disciple Jiang from now on. We won't offend those who don't offend us, but if someone offends us, we can't be afraid of them. That's right, that's right. We won't bully anyone, and we won't let anyone bully us. Everyone said at the same time. Jiang Chen's domineering performance today had deeply affected them. Every action and every word Jiang Chen said made their blood boil. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen had become their idol, and a great image that could never be erased had been established in their hearts. Jiang Chen had become an idol in their hearts. In other words, there had been some changes in their temperament. Subconsciously, they had become stronger. This was the subtle effect of Jiang Chen's influence. In the world of cultivation, one could not be too weak. If one was not strong, one would suffer. If there were too many people, it would affect Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's recovery. Jiang Chen dispersed everyone, leaving only Wang Daniu and another disciples. I've already given them the rejuvenation pill. Wang Daniu, the 2 of you stay here and take care of them. If there's anything, come to my place to find me. Jiang Chen said. Senior brother Jiang, go ahead and do what you need to do. Leave this place to us. Wang Daniu said with a serious expression. Jiang Chen nodded and left with the Huang dog. He walked out from the dormitory area and didn't fly. Along the way, he met many outer court disciples. Each and every one of them greeted Jiang Chen. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. Everyone who saw Jiang Chen greeted him with a serious expression. Their faces were filled with fear, not daring to show any neglect towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head and increased his speed. Not long after, he returned to his residence. Brat, you are so domineering today, Kaka. The Huang dog laughed and danced excitedly. Following Jiang Chen had always made his blood boil. Kaka. Right at this moment, a sound could be heard coming from the house on the left. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow felt a cold chill coming from the house. When they turned around, they saw that the entire house was covered with frost, and the frost quickly turned into ice. The temperature of the entire courtyard, and even the entire mountain peak, had suddenly dropped. Little Yu has broken through. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The 9 yin meridians is too abnormal. I'm afraid this house is done for. Right after the Huang dog finished his words, a loud crashing sound could be heard. The house had collapsed, and the ground was filled with ice shards. A young man in white clothes walked out from the ice shards. His natural beauty made him look like an otherworldly beauty. Any man who saw him couldn't help but admire this kind of natural beauty. Big bro Jiang Chen. When Yen Chen Yu saw Jiang Chen, a smile blossomed on her beautiful face. She jumped and bounced towards Jiang Chen. Little Yu, you've broken through to the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen had a happy expression on his face as well. With his experience, he could easily tell that although Yen Chen Yu was only a late mortal core warrior, because of the terrifying 9 yin meridians, her real combat strength was comparable to an early heavenly core warrior. No ordinary early heavenly core warrior would be her match. That's right. I've absorbed half of the 10,000 years freezing crystal. I'll try to absorb the other half later. If I can absorb it all, I'll be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. Yan Chenyu said with a smile. Not bad. Little Yu is getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Chen patted Yan Chenyu's head lovingly. Big bro Jiang Chen, I've destroyed the house again. Yan Chenyu looked at the messy courtyard and pouted her lips. Don't worry, if you didn't control it, I'm afraid the entire courtyard would have been destroyed. I'll ask someone to build a new one later. Jiang Chen didn't mind at all. Compared to Yan Chenyu's breakthrough, a house was nothing. Even if the entire courtyard was destroyed in an instant, it wouldn't be a big deal. Coincidentally, little Yu has finished her cultivation. Let's go find sect elder Guishan. Jiang Chen said. You're going to thank that old man, right? De Huang Dog said. Guishan had helped them today, and it was necessary for them to thank him. Thanking him is just one of the reasons. I have something more important to do. I've reached the late mortal core realm now, and before I break through to the heavenly core realm, I need to find a way to concoct a pill that can strengthen my foundation and stabilize my foundation. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the heavenly core realm without worrying about my foundation. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Fuck, so that's what you're thinking about. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. Big bro, who is Guishan? Oh right, you've broken through to the late mortal core realm so quickly? Yan Chenyu had a surprised expression on her face. It seemed like a lot of things had happened while she was in secluded cultivation. Little Yu, this Chen Gij of yours has become a famous person in the Black Sect. Just today, your Chen Gij almost pierced the sky of the Black Sect. De Huang Dog said while wagging his head. Ah, puppy dog, tell me quickly, what happened? Yan Chenyu had a nervous expression on her face. Anything that was related to Jiang Chen would affect her heart. Along the way, De Huang Dog told Yan Chenyu everything that had happened in the past few days, including the assassination attempt in the Myriad Demon Mountain. The little girl's pretty face was filled with anger. This is so annoying. How dare they try to assassinate Chen Gij? They deserve to be killed by Chen Gij. Yan Chenyu said angrily. Hearing this, De Huang Dog became speechless. Was this still the pure and innocent girl he knew? Was this still the girl who would be scared when she heard about murder? If she stayed with Jiang Chen for a few more years, wouldn't she become a murderous monster like Jiang Chen? At the foot of Guishan's mountain peak, Jiang Chen appeared with Yan Chenyu and De Huang Dog. Smelling the strong aroma of herbs and looking at the herbs that cover the entire mountain, De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Swoosh! With a swoosh, Big Yellow dashed out and bit off half of 100-years-old blood ginseng. With a single bite, he swallowed the rest of the ginseng. Fuck! Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He immediately regretted bringing De Huang Dog with him. If he let this evil dog roam around the mountain, Guishan would definitely cry. Damn dog, stop right there. Jiang Chen hurriedly rushed forward, because in the blink of an eye, De Huang Dog had already eaten 3 herbs. Jiang Chen grabbed De Huang Dog's ear and said, Damn it, can you be a little more obedient? These are Elder Guishan's herbs. How can you eat them like this? Damn it, let me go. There are so many herbs here. What's wrong with me eating a few? De Huang Dog's eyes turned green. With so many herbs in front of him, if he couldn't eat them, it would be worse than being killed. Eat your father's leg. You can't eat these herbs here. I still need to ask Guishan for some pills later. You already ate them. How can I still ask for more? Jiang Chen grabbed De Huang Dog's ear and refused to let go. Little brat, these herbs are not yours. I want to eat them, so why do you care? Just let me eat until I'm full. De Huang Dog argued. What? Eat until I'm full? Fuck you. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen slapped Big Yellow's head with his palm. He knew how much this dog could eat, and if he wanted to let this dog eat his fill, then all the herbs on this mountain wouldn't be enough to fill his stomach. Who's making a ruckus at the foot of the mountain? A voice came from the top of the mountain. It was Guishan. Brother Gua, it's me. Jiang Chen said while dragging De Huang Dog up the mountain. Hearing that it was Jiang Chen, Guishan also came down from the top of the mountain. He looked down and saw the scene of a man and a dog fighting each other. Brother Jiang, where did this dog come from? Guishan was startled. Brother Gua, this dog is eating the herbs on your mountain. I caught it for you. I'm going to cook it with wine. Jiang Chen said. Damn it, little brat. Don't you have any shame? De Huang Dog jumped up in anger. What? How dare he eat my herbs? I'm going to skin him alive. Guoshan widened his eyes. Every single herb on this mountain was a rare treasure, but a dog had eaten them all. How could he not be angry? Looking at his expression, it looked like he really wanted to skin De Huang Dog alive. Fa! De Huang Dog's expression changed. This old man was a divine core warrior. If he really attacked him, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Daddy doesn't want to eat anymore. Little brat, ask this old man to stop. De Huang Dog immediately gave in. Jiang Chen's attack had hit his weak spot, and he immediately stopped talking about eating the herbs. All right, this dog knows his mistake. Brother Gua will spare his life. Chapter 134. On top of Guishan's mountain peak, the scenery was beautiful, and the fragrance of herbs was very strong. Just smelling it would make anyone feel relaxed. Cultivating in a place like this, 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation in the outside world. Next to the herb garden, there was a table made entirely from crystal jade. 3 men and a dog were sitting on each side. De Huang Dog was staring at the herb garden in front of him without blinking his eyes, and his saliva was dripping onto the table. Jiang Chen rubbed his head with his hand. This dog was here to embarrass him. If it wasn't for the fact that it was afraid of Guishan's divine core strength, De Huang Dog would have already jumped into the herb garden and started eating. Jiang brother, this young girl should be Yan Chenyu, right? Guishan looked at Yan Chenyu. Even he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Such a beautiful girl was rare in this world, and only a girl like her could match up to a genius like Jiang Chen. That's right, she is my fiancée, Yan Chenyu. Xiao Yu, greetings, sect elder Guishan. Jiang Chen said. Yan Chenyu smiled, then she nodded at Guishan and said, Xiao Yu greets sect elder Guishan. Xiao Yu, don't mention it. Your senior disciple Jiang Chen's fiancé, just like senior disciple Jiang Chen. Just call me older brother. Guishan laughed out loudly. He was a straightforward person, and he didn't care about trifles. He was the same kind of person as Jiang Chen, and this was also the reason why he and Jiang Chen could become good friends. If it was just because of Jiang Chen's skill in alchemy, their relationship wouldn't be like this. Older brother, Jiang Chen is very grateful for your help. Jiang Chen cupped his fist towards Guishan. His words of gratitude were from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Guishan's help, things would have gotten really messy. Putting aside Fan Zhongtang, Jiang Chen wouldn't even be able to defeat Fan Kuan with his current strength. What are you talking about, younger brother? You and I are brothers, and when my brother is in trouble, as your older brother, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Guishan waved his hand, signaling Jiang Chen not to be so courteous. However, it's all thanks to the sect chief for what happened today. I didn't expect the sect chief to be so biased towards you. Of course, I understand why the sect chief did this. A peerless genius like you has never appeared in the history of the Black Sect. Now, Nan Bei Chao has appeared in the Burning Sky Pavilion. A monstrous genius who has appeared out of nowhere. I'm afraid it won't take long before Nan Bei Chao grows up, and the balance in the Qi province will be completely broken. The other 3 big sects will face the danger of being suppressed by the Burning Sky Pavilion, or even being wiped out. Your talent is not any weaker than Nan Bei Chao's. To be frank, you are the future hope of the Black Sect. Although Guishan didn't leave his mountain, he was able to observe the general situation in the Qi province. All along, the 4 big sects in the Qi province had been opposing each other, but they had maintained the balance in the Qi province. However, with the appearance of the northern and southern dynasties, this balance would soon be broken. Therefore, for the Black Sect, Jiang Chen was a variable. The northern and southern dynasties are indeed geniuses. He has a great destiny, and he has the ability to control the universe. He's not an ordinary man. Once a man like him grows up, the small Qi province won't be able to trap him. Jiang Chen nodded his head. His judgment was much sharper than Guishan's. When he first met the northern and southern dynasties, he knew this wasn't an ordinary genius. The northern and southern dynasties were born with a great destiny, and together with their natural talents, they were more than enough to compete with those peerless geniuses in the divine continent. Besides, the northern and southern dynasties were ambitious men. For a man like this, not only the Qi province, even the entire eastern continent wouldn't be able to trap him. I didn't expect you to have such a high evaluation of the northern and southern dynasties. Guishan was a little surprised by Jiang Chen's evaluation. Although he hadn't known Jiang Chen for a long time, He knew Jiang Chen's temperament very well. All geniuses were proud, and a genius like Jiang Chen's pride was incomparable to ordinary people. Today, even Jiang Chen had said that he valued the northern and southern dynasties, which proved that the northern and southern dynasties were not ordinary people. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. The northern and southern dynasties were indeed talented men, but he, Jiang Chen, wasn't afraid of them at all. Even if they were from the northern and southern dynasties, if they chose to be his enemy, they wouldn't have a good ending. Brother, the trouble you've caused today is a little too big. You're simply too lawless. The sect leader is so biased towards you. I'm afraid the higher-ups will start to criticize you. Guoshan said. Brother, do you know why I've caused trouble today? Jiang Chen sneered. Why? Guoshan was startled. It seemed like there really was a reason that he didn't know, and it wasn't as simple as seeking justice for those outer court disciples. Last night, I entered the Thousand Demon Mountain alone to train, and in the second sector of the Thousand Demon Mountain, I met someone who wanted to assassinate me. The person who wanted to kill me was Jiang Wei, who I had killed on the fighting stage. The reason why I've caused trouble today is to find out who wanted to kill me. Jiang Chen told Guoshan everything he knew. Besides, it wouldn't do him any harm if he told Guoshan everything. What? Jiang Wei wanted to kill you? Do you have any grudges against him? Guoshan was shocked. He didn't expect this at all. I've never met Jiang Wei before, so there's no grudge between us. That night, Jiang Wei wanted to kill me. He said I had offended someone I shouldn't have, and offended someone I shouldn't have offended. Then, Fan Kuan came out of nowhere, and you've seen how determined he is to kill me. I'm guessing Jiang Wei was ordered by Fan Kuan to kill me. After Jiang Wei was hit by the silent poisonous needle, he asked Fan Kuan for help. Obviously, he thinks Fan Kuan has the antidote. Jiang Chen said. He was a smart and meticulous man. He could easily see through any clues. So, Fan Kuan wanted to kill you? That doesn't make sense. You've just arrived at the Black Sect a few days ago, and you haven't offended Fan Kuan, so it's impossible for you to offend him. Guoshan furrowed his brows. Brother, can you make a bold guess? Fan Kuan is from the northern and southern dynasties, and even Fan Zhongtang might be one of them. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. What? Brother, you can't say something like that. Fan Zhongtang is an old man from the upper echelons of the Black Sect. He is a mid-divine core warrior, and he has always been loyal to the sect. Guoshan cried out in shock. Brother, don't get too excited. I'm just guessing. In fact, I haven't been in the Black Sect for long, and I haven't been in the Qi province for long either. The only people I've offended are from the northern and southern dynasties. That's why I made this guess. If not, I really can't think of a reason why Fan Kuan would want to kill me. Jiang Chen said. This doesn't sound possible? Guoshan furrowed his brows. Although there were many talented young men in the northern and southern dynasties, it didn't mean that all of them wanted to join the Black Sect. All right, brother, let's not talk about this for now. I've killed Jiang Wei, and as for Fan Kuan, it won't be easy for him to kill me. All right, I've drunk brother's good wine last time, so today, I've brought some good wine for you to taste. Jiang Chen said. Haha, brother, when it comes to wine, you can't boast in front of me. I don't believe you can bring me wine that's better than mine. Guoshan laughed out loudly. He had great confidence in the wine he brewed with herbs. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He simply waved his hand and 4 green jade wine cups appeared on the table. Then they landed in front of the 3 men and 1 dog. De Huang dog seemed to have realized something. His eyes that were staring at the herb garden without blinking finally came back to his senses, and an excited expression emerged on his face. Jiang Chen flipped his palm. Then a jade bottle appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, 4 clear streams flew out from the jade bottle and landed right in front of the 4 wine cups. Guoshan had an indifferent expression on his face, but when he smelled the rich energy coming out from the wine cups, the look of disdain on his face immediately disappeared. Guoshan hurriedly looked at the wine cups and saw that they were filled to the brim. The milky white liquid in the cups kept emitting streams of energy. Just by inhaling this energy, it could make one's body heat up and increase their yuan energy. What is this? Energy spring water? Guoshan's expression finally changed. The cup that was filled to the brim was actually filled with the rare energy spring water. How much would it cost? If it was used to concoct pills, it could be used to concoct countless high-quality pills. Brother, please. Jiang Chen raised his wine cup and made a gesture towards Guoshan. De Huang Dog had already finished his cup and was staring at the jade bottle in front of Jiang Chen. After that, Jiang Chen also finished his cup. Seeing these two idiots drinking the energy spring water like that, Guoshan almost vomited blood. Big brother, that's the energy spring water. How dare they drink it like it's wine? This is not just a waste of natural resources, this is a waste of the family's resources. What made Guoshan want to vomit blood even more was that after Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog finished their cups, they poured another cup for themselves and drank 3 cups in a row. They drank the energy spring water as if it was water. What made Guoshan even more furious was that a dog was drinking the energy spring water like that. Damn it! Guoshan felt a strong blow in his heart. He suddenly felt that his life was worse than a dog's. If Guoshan knew that these two guys had drunk half of the energy spring water in the water curtain cave, he would probably vomit blood on the spot and die on the spot. Brother, why aren't you drinking? You must be thinking that my wine is not good enough. Fine, if you don't want to drink, you can give it to De Huang. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. De Huang Dog was not polite at all. He stretched out his paw and tried to take Guoshan's wine cup. Swoosh! Guoshan's reaction was extremely fast. With lightning speed, he grabbed the cup and drank it in one gulp. This was the energy spring water. It would be a waste if he didn't drink it. As soon as the energy spring water entered Guoshan's body, it immediately turned into a strong energy that rampaged through Guoshan's body. Guoshan's face turned red, and he immediately circulated his martial art to guide the energy. The energy spring water turned into strands of energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. The energy of the energy spring water was so strong that when he looked at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog again, it was as if he was looking at a ghost. With his cultivation, he would need to guide the energy when he drank a cup of energy spring water. But these two guys drank 3 cups in a row and didn't have any reaction at all. It was as if they were drinking water. This was not infuriating. It was a waste. Of course, Guoshan didn't know that after Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog drank half of the energy spring water, the energy spring water had no effect on them anymore. Chapter 135. Older brother, how's the taste of my wine? Jiang Chen asked with a smile on his face. What? How's the taste? Damn it. This is the energy spring water. Is the energy spring water supposed to be tasted? Is he really drinking the energy spring water like it's wine? You're doing this on purpose. Buddy, you're definitely trying to piss me off. Guoshan really wanted to kick Jiang Chen's face with the sole of his shoe. Older brother, what are you talking about? I was kind enough to treat you to a drink, but not only are you not grateful, you even said that I'm trying to piss you off. Come, since older brother doesn't like our wine, De Huang Xiaoyu, let's drink together, let him drink his own. Jiang Chen raised the jade bottle and poured a cup for De Huang Dog and Yan Chen Yu. He just ignored Guoshan. Fuck. Guoshan couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately snatched the jade bottle from Jiang Chen's hand and poured a cup for himself. But too bad. Although Guoshan was a divine core warrior, when compared to Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, and Yan Chen Yu, there was a huge gap between them. After drinking 3 cups of energy spring water, Guoshan couldn't take it anymore. The energy in the energy spring water was too strong, and the skill he cultivated wasn't a high-level one. There was no way he could absorb all of it in a short period of time. Besides, Guoshan's physique was just an ordinary physique. He couldn't compare with the other 3. We can't drink anymore. The way you guys are drinking is just a waste. Brother, do you know that a single drop of this energy spring water is worth tens of thousands of gold coins in the outside world? Why are we drinking it in cups here? Guoshan had an impulse to slap his own face. This was too wasteful. It was a reckless waste of precious resources. When he saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog drinking the energy spring water cup after cup, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of failure. No matter what, he was a divine core warrior, but compared to these 3 freaks in front of him, he felt ashamed. Brother, where did you get so much spiritual spring water? Guoshan asked curiously. The 3 cups of energy spring water he drank today had given him a lot of benefits. He was now at the peak of the early divine core realm, and he was just 1 step away from the mid-divine core realm. With the help of the 3 cups of energy spring water, he would be able to break through to the mid-divine core realm within a month, or even less. When I went to the Wanyao mountain this time, I obtained it by chance. I know that this spiritual spring water is useful to you, so I specially prepared a bottle for you. As Jiang Chen said this, he took out a jade bottle from his cosmos ring and handed it to Guoshan. Guoshan's eyes immediately lit up. A bottle of energy spring water. This was a priceless treasure. What Jiang Chen said was right. This energy spring water was a great help to Guoshan. Not only did it have great benefits, it could also help him concoct pills. When concocting a pill, if he could add some energy spring water into the pill, the quality of the pill and its healing effects would be greatly improved. This was something that was hard to come by. Brother, this energy spring water is too precious. I've already drunk 3 cups of it. How can I accept this bottle? Guoshan said. This gift was too precious. Although he said that, he didn't even blink his eyes as he stared at the jade bottle. He rubbed his palms together, as if he couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a laugh and said, since I'm too embarrassed to accept it, De Huang, let's drink it together. Hearing this, Guoshan's reaction was extremely fast. Without anyone seeing how he moved, the jade bottle on the table disappeared. Guoshan raised his head and stared at Jiang Chen and De Huang dog. You 2 animals, don't let daddy see you drink any energy spring water in the future, you black sheep. Old man, look, we've drunk some wine, and our relationship has been established. Since we're friends, why don't you take out a few dozen herbs from your herb garden and let me have a taste? De Huang dog looked at Guoshan and said shamelessly. This dog was still holding a grudge against the herbs in his herb garden. Get lost, you stupid dog. If you dare to take my herbs again, I'll skin you alive. Guoshan scolded. De Huang dog stuck out his tongue and didn't dare to say another word. This fat old man didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Brother, let's talk business. I'm here today to look for a few herbs. Jiang Chen said with a serious face. I knew you'd have some ideas. No wonder you're so kind as to give me the energy spring water. Tell me, what kind of herbs do you want? As long as I have it on this mountain, I won't be stingy. Guoshan said in a generous manner. Then I won't be polite. Jiang Chen said, I want 5 herbs, golden ganoderma, black yellow wood, water lotus, flaming grass, and yellow sand. Jiang Chen listed out the names of 5 herbs in a row. They were the herbs he needed to concoct a pill that could strengthen one's foundation. Guoshan, who had a relaxed expression, suddenly became serious. Golden ganoderma, black yellow wood, water lotus, flaming grass, yellow sand. These are the herbs of 5 elements. Brother, are you trying to concoct the 5 elemental pill? That's right. I'm trying to concoct the 5 elemental pill. The 5 elemental pill is a pill that can strengthen one's foundation. Not only can it strengthen the 5 internal organs, it can also strengthen one's foundation. Before I break through to the heavenly core realm, I need the 5 elemental pill to strengthen my foundation. Jiang Chen said. The 5 internal organs of a human correspond to the 5 elements. Therefore, the 5 elemental pill is an extremely rare pill, and because it's rare, it means it's difficult to concoct. The 5 elements restrict each other, and it's extremely difficult to fuse 5 herbs with different elements together to concoct the 5 elemental pill. Any ordinary alchemist would have a hard time concocting the 5 elemental pill. I've been studying alchemy for dozens of years, but I still don't have the courage to concoct the 5 elemental pill. Guoshan said in a serious tone. The 5 elemental pill was different from the other pills that could strengthen one's foundation. It was an extremely rare pill, and ordinary alchemists couldn't concoct it. Even Guoshan himself couldn't concoct the 5 elemental pill. Older brother, you just need to prepare the herbs for me. As for concocting the 5 elemental pill, I'll do it myself. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. What? You want to concoct the 5 elemental pill? Guoshan looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. Younger brother, even the worst 5 elemental pill is an earth-level pill. With my current abilities, I can only concoct a low-rank earth-level pill. Although you have a strong combat strength, you haven't even reached the heavenly core realm. Don't you think it's a bit unrealistic for you to concoct the 5 elemental pill? Guoshan couldn't help but be shocked. He had no doubts about Jiang Chen's alchemy skills. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's talent in alchemy last time. But, alchemy was closely related to one's cultivation level. Concocting an earth-level 5 elemental pill when he was only a late mortal core warrior was just too childish. Older brother, I'm not joking. You should have these 5 herbs, right? Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. Although these 5 herbs were precious, they weren't that rare. The Black Sect was one of the biggest sects in the Qi province, and Guoshan was the #1 alchemist in the Black Sect. If he couldn't even provide these 5 herbs, then he would be too weak. I do. Younger brother, can I be there when you are concocting the 5 elemental pill? Guoshan asked. He really wanted to see if Jiang Chen could really concoct the 5 elemental pill. He had always been curious about Jiang Chen's alchemy skills. No problem. I'll concoct it here. Jiang Chen nodded his head with a smile on his face. Concocting a pill was a very simple task for him. Concocting the 5 elemental pill was very difficult, and ordinary alchemists couldn't control the restraints between the 5 elements. But for Jiang Chen, it was a piece of cake. All right. Guoshan turned around and walked towards the herb garden. He picked the golden Ganoderma, water lotus, and lust sand, then returned to his own courtyard. Not long after that, he came out with all 5 kinds of herbs and placed them on the table. Younger brother, these 5 herbs have a certain age. They are enough to concoct a low-rank Earth Level 5 elemental pill. Guoshan said. All right, thank you, older brother. Jiang Chen cupped his fist towards Guoshan. This was the benefit of being friends with Guoshan. If not, he would have to spend a lot of effort to find these 5 herbs to concoct the 5 elemental pill. Older brother, I'm going to start concocting the pill. Watch carefully, it might be helpful to you. After saying that, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the 5 herbs on the table flew up by themselves. At the same time, a powerful soul energy rushed out from his body like a tidal wave. Sensing the soul energy, Guoshan's expression changed. He's only a late mortal core warrior, but his soul energy is so strong. It's at least at the late heavenly core realm. This is really frightening. Guoshan was shocked, but this was just the beginning. 2 balls of flame shot out from Jiang Chen's palms at the same time, instantly turning into a sea of flames. Under Jiang Chen's control, all 5 herbs were thrown into the sea of flames. Seeing this, Guoshan was shocked. All 5 elemental herbs had different elemental attributes, and it was very difficult to fuse them together. However, Jiang Chen was trying to fuse all 5 of them at the same time. This was unbelievable, and it required an alchemist to have a high level of control. If he wasn't careful, all 5 herbs would turn into ashes in an instant. Older brother, although the 5 elemental herbs are supposed to counter each other, they also support each other. As long as you can find the turning point, concocting the 5 elemental pill isn't difficult at all. Refining all 5 herbs at the same time is much easier than refining them one by one. Jiang Chen said. Guoshan was even more shocked. Pill concocting was a process that required a high level of concentration, but Jiang Chen was able to chat with Guoshan while he was concocting the pill. Most importantly, he was able to keep the herbs in a stable state without any signs of agitation. If Guoshan hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Besides, what Jiang Chen said had once again enlightened Guoshan. Everyone knew that the 5 elemental herbs supported and countered each other, but they didn't know what it meant. Jiang Chen had used his actions to tell Guoshan that it was actually easier to refine all 5 herbs at the same time than to refine them individually. This was a mistake many alchemists made, and it was the reason why concocting the 5 elemental pill was so difficult. Guoshan held his breath and stared at Jiang Chen's hands without blinking his eyes. All he saw was Jiang Chen forming some mysterious hand seals. Under the burning of the flames, the 5 herbs were being refined at an incredible speed. The 5 herbs were rolling around in the sea of flames, and under Jiang Chen's precise control, there was no sign of agitation caused by the different elemental herbs. Chapter 136. Jiang Chen's entire process was as smooth as flowing water. He didn't stop even for a second. His face was always filled with a relaxed smile, and no signs of nervousness could be seen on his face. Jiang Chen had found the balance between the 5 elements in an instant. Guoshan was really shocked. He had never seen such a skillful alchemy technique before. The problem of the 5 elemental pill's properties, which had troubled countless alchemists, was solved by Jiang Chen so easily. Jiang Chen had completely ignored the principle of the 5 elements suppressing each other. He had used the 5 elemental pill's properties to perfectly connect the 5 elements together. With this, not only would the medicinal power of the 5 elements not be depleted, but because of the mutual support between the 5 elements, the medicinal power of the 5 elements would increase. Guashan's body was trembling. He stared at Jiang Chen's alchemy process without blinking. Compared to Jiang Chen, he suddenly felt like he had lived all these years like a dog. He never knew that alchemy could be so easy. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to disturb Jiang Chen's alchemy process, Guashan would have slapped the table and cheered. Pop! A slight trembling sound could be heard from within the sea of flames. Jiang Chen let out a light shout, and a pill with 5 different colors jumped out from the sea of flames. Jiang Chen retracted his soul energy and flames, then he stretched his hand and grabbed the pill in his palm. 5 elemental pill. Completed. Guashan stared at the 5 elemental pill in Jiang Chen's hand in astonishment. His eyes were fixed on the 5 elemental pill. Half an hour. Jiang Chen had only used half an hour to successfully concoct the 5 elemental pill. The pill's body is smooth and round, clear and bright, without any impurities. The 5 elements have merged together. This is a 100% effectiveness 5 elemental pill. Guashan murmured to himself. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed what had just happened. The 5 elemental pill, which had baffled countless alchemists, had been concocted by Jiang Chen with such ease. Guashan knew that if he was the one concocting the 5 elemental dan, even if he could successfully concoct it, he would at most be able to concoct a 5 elemental dan with 80 or 90% effectiveness. He would never be able to concoct a 5 elemental dan with 100% effectiveness. Besides, it would take him at least half a day to concoct a 5 elemental dan with 100% effectiveness. But Jiang Chen had only used half an hour to concoct a 5 elemental dan with 100% effectiveness. Brother, my 5 elements pill is not bad, right? Jiang Chen smiled. Brother you. Guashan was speechless for a long time. Then, he hugged Jiang Chen and started crying. His face was full of tears and his nose was full of tears. Brother, did you purposely come here to give me a hard time? Guashan felt depressed. Within the Qi province, Guashan, had never bowed down to anyone when it came to alchemy. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that one day, he would be completely convinced by an alchemist at the mortal core realm, and he would prostrate himself before him. Brother, I have a skill called soul training. I wonder if you're interested in it? After saying that, Jiang Chen immediately used his divine sense to transmit the first level of the Great Soul Derivation skill to Guashan. The Great Soul Derivation skill was Jiang Chen's foundation. There was a reason why he taught it to Guashan. Without a doubt, Guashan was someone he could befriend. In the future, Jiang Chen would need to build his own force, and within a force, an alchemist was indispensable. Jiang Chen didn't want to spend too much time and effort on concocting pills. Therefore, if he wanted to train an alchemist, Guashan would be the first choice. The Great Soul Derivation skill was divided into 2 levels. Jiang Chen taught Guashan the first level, and he wanted to see if Guashan could break through it. The Great Soul Derivation skill was extremely profound, and not just anyone could cultivate it. If Guashan could master the first level of the Great Soul Derivation skill, then he would be able to concoct heavenly level pills and become a heavenly level alchemist. Guashan's expression changed drastically. The Great Soul Derivation skill in his divine sense was like a clear stream, and the abstruse skill made Guashan fall into deep thought. He was completely immersed in it, and he couldn't pull himself out of it. Guashan's body trembled, and his brows furrowed. It was obvious that he couldn't understand the profound and abstruse skill at first glance. Old brother, this soul refinement technique is called the Great Soul Derivation technique. I will teach you the first level, and after you master the first level, I will teach you the second level. If you can master this soul refinement technique, you will definitely become an alchemy grandmaster. Jiang Chen said. Guashan finally regained his consciousness. In just 2 or 3 minutes, his forehead was covered with sweat. At this moment, the way he looked at Jiang Chen was completely different. There was shock, admiration, gratitude, and all kinds of complicated emotions. Who was this young man in front of him? How did he know such a profound soul derivation skill? Little brother, this gift is truly too precious. Guashan was rarely so serious. As an alchemist, no one knew better than him how important the soul derivation skill was to an alchemist. Something like the Great Soul Derivation skill was something that countless alchemists yearned for even in their dreams. The fact that Jiang Chen was willing to teach him such a profound soul derivation skill showed that Jiang Chen had truly treated him as a brother. Guashan couldn't help but feel touched. Let's skip the pleasantries. I don't like it. I've already obtained the 5 elemental pill, so I need to go back and cultivate now. Goodbye. Jiang Chen cupped his fist at Guoshan. Then he walked down the mountain with Yan Chen Yu and a Huang dog. Staring at Jiang Chen's back, Guoshan's eyes became blurred. Brother, oh brother, what kind of person are you? In the afternoon of the same day, Jiang Chen asked a few outer circle disciples to build a new house in the courtyard. At night, he chose to go into secluded cultivation. The low-rank Earth 5 elemental pill was the biggest benefit for Jiang Chen right now. With Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill, he could absorb all the medicinal energy contained within the 5 elemental pill. If the level of the pill was too high, he wouldn't be able to absorb all the medicinal energy, and that wasn't a good thing. In fact, with Jiang Chen's current foundation, he could use the dragon transformation skill to break through to the heavenly core realm without any worries. It would be much easier for him to break through to the heavenly core realm than anyone else. For others, they would need to go through a huge obstacle to break through to the heavenly core realm, and they would need to control the natural yuan energy. But Jiang Chen had the cultivation experience of a saint. Being reborn was just walking the same path again, and there would be no bottlenecks during this process. As long as his energy reached a certain level, and the number of dragon marks reached the requirement of the dragon transformation skill, he would be able to break through to the next realm. This was a unique advantage that no one else could compare with. But in order to strengthen his foundation, Jiang Chen decided to consume the 5 elemental pill first, and then break through to the heavenly core realm. With that, he wouldn't have to worry about his foundation being shaken. The 5 elemental pill was the best pill for strengthening one's foundation. The 5 different medicinal energies contained in the pill could be absorbed by the 5 internal organs and strengthen one's foundation. Jiang Chen swallowed the 5 elemental pill straight away. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the medicinal energy from the 5 elemental pill instantly rushed into his limbs and bones, into the depths of his soul, and into his internal organs. Hiss, a comfortable feeling that came from the source made Jiang Chen's body tremble. This feeling was like a good rain after a long drought. It was wonderful. Jiang Chen took a very long time to absorb the 5 elemental pill. Strengthening one's foundation was a slow process, and Jiang Chen wouldn't rush it. Therefore, it took him a full day and night to absorb the 5 elemental pill. When Jiang Chen woke up, there was a blood-red shadow of a dragon floating around his body. As the dragon transformation skill became stronger, the powerful qi and blood in his body became stronger as well. After absorbing the 5 elemental pill, not only had his foundation become stronger, it had also allowed him to form another 5 dragon marks. After all, the energy contained within the 5 elemental pill was extremely rich, and a low-rank earth pill was comparable to a mid-heavenly core demon soul. Right now, there were 85 dragon marks in Jiang Chen's Qi, and he was one step closer to 100 dragon marks. Once he reached 100 dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the heavenly core realm, and at that point of time, he would have the strength of 1,000,000. Jiang Chen, listen to my order. Right when Jiang Chen walked out from his secluded cultivation room, a deep voice sounded out from the skies above. The voice was loud, and it resounded throughout the entire black sect, allowing all disciples to hear it clearly. Jiang Chen, listen to my order. This is the sect chief's voice. Don't tell me he's going to give Jiang Chen a mission? Don't talk, just listen carefully. Many people were shocked. This was the first time something like this had happened in the black sect. Even if the sect chief wanted to give a disciple a mission, it would usually be done in secret, and they wouldn't make such a big fuss. Jiang Chen, listen to my order. Yesterday, you caused a great disturbance in the outer circle. You offended your superiors, and you were disrespectful to a sect elder. I'm going to punish you. Recently, blood devils have been roaming around Yellowstone, and they're slaughtering all living beings. I'm going to send you to Yellowstone City alone to kill these blood devils. Set out immediately, no delays. Taoist Black's voice was loud and clear. It sounded like a sudden clap of thunder as it hovered above the Black Mountain. The mighty aura of a peak divine core warrior was clearly displayed, and it caused everyone's heart to tremble. After finishing his words, Taoist Black's voice disappeared. However, the entire black sect was in an uproar. What? Killing these blood devils? Isn't that just sending Jiang Chen to his death? Didn't the sect chief say that yesterday's incident was over? Why did he suddenly punish Jiang Chen? Damn it! Didn't those scum blood devils kill them all dozens of years ago? Blood Moon shamans slaughtered all living beings, and many places in the Qi province were plunged into misery and suffering. After that, the sect chief of the 4 big sects struck at the same time and killed Blood Moon Shaman. I didn't expect blood devils to appear again after dozens of years. Blood devils have indeed appeared in Yellowstone City. I heard that there was a man who called himself Lord Bloodmoon today, and he has an immeasurable cultivation level. Besides, these blood devils suck people's blood, and they are extremely brutal. Asking Jiang Chen to kill these blood devils alone is no different than sending him to his death. Isn't this the same as sect chief pushing Jiang Chen into a pit of fire? Could it be that Fan Zhongtang and Fan Kuan aren't willing to let Jiang Chen go, and that's why the sect chief is giving Jiang Chen such a mission? Chapter 137. Chen Gij. What is a blood devil? Yan Chen Yu walked up to Jiang Chen and asked with a worried expression. Since the sect chief said this was a punishment, then this mission wouldn't be easy to complete. Blood devil, just from the name itself, they knew it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Jiang Chen shook his head. The Qi province's blood devils. He had no idea what they were. Swoosh. Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in Jiang Chen's courtyard. It was Guashan, who had a panicked expression on his face. Brother Jiang, you can't accept this mission. I'll go find the sect chief now and ask him to cancel this mission. Or, I'll go with you. Guashan said. From his words, it seemed like he was afraid of the blood devils. Brother, what exactly is this blood devil? Could it be that in a place like the Qi province, there are also devils? Jiang Chen asked. There were real devils in the divine continent. In his previous life, Jiang Chen had fought with many powerful devil kings, so he knew how terrifying they were. No, blood devils aren't real devils, but they are 100 times more brutal than real devils. Blood devils are actually humans as well, but because they cultivated the blood devil skill, they became brutal, losing their humanity and rationality. All they know is how to kill. That's why they are called blood devils. Guashan said. Brother, you seem to know a lot about blood devils. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. A few decades ago, a blood moon shaman appeared in the Qi province. This man was brutal. He drank human blood everywhere he went. He even created a blood moon sect and taught a lot of blood devils, causing a lot of suffering in the Qi province. In the end, it was the sect chief of the 4 big sects who worked together to kill Blood Moon Shaman and destroy the Blood Moon sect. However, after a few decades, another blood devil appeared. Guashan said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded his head. A determined expression emerged on his face as he said, This kind of scum, they are evil, they shouldn't exist in this world. I'll accept this mission, I really want to meet this Lord Blood Moon. Brother, Yellowstone is within the Black Sect's territory. Killing these blood devils shouldn't be something you can do alone. We should send our disciples to do it together. If you go alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Besides, since that Lord Blood Moon dared to stir up such a storm, I'm sure he has some abilities, and he won't be easy to deal with. Guashan was still against Jiang Chen accepting this mission. I have to accept this mission. This is a test and training given to me by Taoist Black. The duel between me and the northern and southern dynasties will only last for a year. Like you said, the sect chief has placed all his hopes on me, so he won't let me die. But he also hopes that I can grow stronger as soon as possible. This mission to deal with these blood devils is a great opportunity for me to train myself. Jiang Chen said. He knew what Taoist Black was thinking. With his talent, Taoist Black wouldn't push him into a pit of fire. Although this mission seemed impossible, it actually gave Jiang Chen a chance to grow. Once Jiang Chen grew stronger during this mission, he would be able to complete this seemingly impossible mission. Secondly, Taoist Black could use this as an excuse to punish Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had caused a huge disturbance yesterday, and if he just let it go like this, the Black Sect's rules would be broken. This is indeed the sect chief's good intention. It's great that you can understand it. However, this mission is really dangerous, brother. Are you sure you want to go alone? Guashan showed an appreciative expression towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could see things more clearly than anyone else. That's right, I've decided to accept this mission. Jiang Chen nodded his head. In fact, this mission came at the right time. He had just absorbed the 5 elemental pill, and his top priority now was to break through to the heavenly core realm. He couldn't do that in the Black Sect. Jiang Chen was planning to go to the Myriad Demon Mountain, But coincidentally, Taoist Black gave him this mission. These blood devils were brutal, but the danger of dealing with them wasn't as great as going deeper into the myriad demon mountain. Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of a saint. How could he be scared by a bunch of blood devils? All right, since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. With your abilities, I believe ordinary blood devils are no match for you. You have to pay special attention to that Lord Blood Moon. I'm sure he is as cunning as Blood Moon Shaman. He won't be easy to deal with. Gua Shan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Older brother, before I leave, there's something I need to trouble you with. Jiang Chen said. Please tell me, brother, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll do my best. Gua Shan said with a serious expression. De Huang Dog and I will leave for Yellowstone tonight. Little you will stay here. I need older brother to take care of her. I'm afraid Fan Kuan might do something bad to her. Jiang Chen said. The person he worried about the most was Yan Chen Yu. Although Yan Chen Yu's 9 meridians were very powerful, their enemies were even stronger. If Fan Kuan came looking for trouble, Yan Chen Yu wouldn't be able to handle it. Chen Gij, I want to go with you. Yan Chen Yu quickly said. Little you, I don't know the details of this mission. If you follow me, I'll be distracted. You just stay here and focus on your cultivation. Once I'm done with these blood devils, I'll come back as soon as possible. Jiang Chen hugged Yan Chen Yu in his arms and said with a gentle voice. All right, but Chen Gij, you have to be careful. Yan Chen Yu nodded her head. Although she didn't want to be separated from Jiang Chen, she was a sensible person. She knew that if she followed Jiang Chen, not only would she not be able to help him, she would also become a burden. Don't worry, brother. No one in the Black Sect dares to mess around. If Fan Kuan wants to deal with little you, let alone me, even the sect chief won't allow it. Gua Shan promised. All right, let's go. Jiang Chen flapped his blood wings and flew into the sky. Soon, he disappeared from the Black Sect's sky. De Huang Dog spread his wings and followed behind Jiang Chen. Many people saw Jiang Chen flying far away, and they were all shocked. Jiang Chen really accepted the mission and is heading towards Yellowstone? Doesn't he know how dangerous this mission is? This is a mission given by the sect chief himself. He has no other choice but to accept it. I wonder if Fan Kuan and his grandson are behind this, causing Jiang Chen to be punished like this. There's a slim chance of survival in this mission. I wonder if Jiang Chen can come back alive. Many disciples were sighing, especially those outer circle disciples who followed Jiang Chen. Their faces were filled with worry. Deep within the Black Mountain, within a secret chamber, Fan Zhongtang and his grandson were gathered together. Their faces were filled with joy. Haha, I never thought the sect chief would give Jiang Chen such a dangerous mission. Jiang Chen is going to die for sure. Fan Kuan burst into laughter. Humph. I'm afraid the sect chief's real intention isn't to punish him, but to give Jiang Chen a chance to train. He wants to train Jiang Chen as the enemy of the northern and southern dynasties. Fan Zhongtang let out a cold snort. Grandpa, I've done my research. This Lord Blood Moon has reached the peak heavenly core realm, and together with his frightening blood devil skill, even I am no match for him. If Jiang Chen fights Lord Blood Moon, he will die for sure. Fan Kuan said with a sneer. Jiang Chen is not someone to be underestimated. He will definitely become someone great in the future. Since we are working for the northern and southern dynasties, we should help them get rid of Jiang Chen first. This is a good opportunity for us. Fan Zhongtang said with a cold look in his eyes. A mid-divine core warrior was willing to submit to the young northern and southern dynasties? If this was spread out, perhaps no one would believe it. The methods of the northern and southern dynasties were unpredictable. Dad, are you saying you want me to secretly attack Jiang Chen? Fan Kuan said. No, you can't go anywhere now. The sect chief is a smart man. If you leave the Black Sect now, even an idiot will know that you are going to attack Jiang Chen. Fan Zhongtang said. That's true. But don't worry, Jiang Chen is a man who thinks highly of himself, and he has no respect for anyone. This time, he is going to kill those blood devils. He will definitely die. Fan Kuan said with a proud expression. Send someone to keep a close eye on Yellowstone. If those blood devils can't kill Jiang Chen, find a way to spread the news that Jiang Chen is heading to Yellowstone to the Tianjin Gate. Fan Zhongtang sneered. That's right. Liang Xiao wants to kill Jiang Chen more than us. Fan Kuan laughed out loud. Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog were flying at top speed. It was late at night, and they had almost arrived at Yellowstone. Kid, killing the blood demon this time is a great experience for you. It's also a great opportunity. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and said, "That's right, I cultivate a special skill that gives me a strong vitality, and it is the nemesis of all evil devils. As a descendant of the dragon horse, you are also an existence that all evil devils fear. Although those blood devils are humans, they are still a type of devil, and they will definitely form devil cores in their bodies. When I absorb their devil cores, the effects are even better than demon souls of demon beasts. Now that I've absorbed the 5-elemental pill, my foundation has become stronger, and I can use this opportunity to break through to the heavenly core realm." Jiang Chen said. Yellowstone had a circumference of 10,000 miles, and with Yellowstone City as the center, there were 2 other cities. Because Yellowstone's geographical location wasn't good, there weren't many powers in this area. Of course, any power in the Qi province couldn't be compared with Red City, which was located outside of Mount Origin. In front of them was a desolate mountain range. Even though it was late at night, they could still see a faint mist floating in the air. However, Jiang Chen could smell the scent of blood coming from this mountain range. "There are blood devils in this mountain range." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "How did you know?" De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen and asked. "There is something called perception. De Huang, you should learn it in the future," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "What's there to be proud of? Daddy's perception towards treasures is way better than yours." De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully. Jiang Chen immediately stopped talking. When it came to treasure hunting, perhaps no one under the heavens could compare with De Huang Dog. Arg! Suddenly, a shrill scream sounded out from a valley, piercing through the darkness of the night. The scream made one's hair stand on end, as if the person who let out the scream was suffering from an unimaginable fear. "You've guessed it right. I can already feel a terrifying smell of blood and devilish energy," De Huang Dog said with a serious expression. "Let's go." Chapter 138. The night was dark, and the screams had disappeared. The valley was emitting a creepy atmosphere in the middle of the night, and it was quite creepy. But what was even more creepy was the tragedy that was happening in the valley. The 3 black-clothed blood demons revealed 2 blood-red fangs at the corners of their mouths. Their bloodshot eyes stared at the prey in front of them. Their appearances were very frightening, as if they were demons that had walked out of hell. On the ground, there were already 2 people lying on the ground. They were 2 men, and they had died very miserably. Each of their necks had 2 bloody holes, but no blood flowed out. This was because their blood had already been sucked by the blood demon. Hee, human blood tastes so delicious. One of the blood devils let out a weird laugh. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and it made people's scalps go numb. He stuck out his red tongue and licked his fangs, causing people to feel terrified. In front of the 3 blood devils stood 4 people. 3 men and 1 woman. All of them were young, and their cultivation levels were average. One of them was at the early mortal core realm, and the other 2 were only at the peak of the Qi high realm. The last one was a young girl in blue clothes who looked like she was 14 or 15 years old. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling. "Kaka, let's not wait any longer. Let's suck out the blood of each of these 3 men. As for the young girl, we'll sacrifice her to the chief." Another blood devil laughed out loud. "We're done for, we're done for." The 4 people in front of them were terrified. These 3 blood devils were all at the mortal core realm, and they were extremely cruel. There was no way they could deal with them. The 3 blood devils had cold smiles on their faces. Their red eyes were glowing as they approached their prey step by step. They stuck out their red tongues and licked their fangs. Sensing the fear of the 4 people in front of them, the smiles on the 3 blood devils' faces became even more intense. It seemed like they didn't want to kill their prey so quickly. They liked to let their prey experience fear before they drank their blood. That way, they would feel a different kind of pleasure, and the taste of their blood would be even more delicious. "These blood devils are cruel. They killed our townspeople. Let's fight them." The mortal core young man had a vicious look in his eyes. It was an instinct to survive. When a man was facing death, even if he knew he was going to die, he still wouldn't give up hope. Hee. The 3 blood devils laughed evilly. Just as they opened their mouths and were about to attack, 2 golden beams suddenly shot down from the sky. Poochie poochie. With 2 poochie sounds, the blood of the first 2 blood demons splattered in all directions. They were directly split into two halves by the golden light. The four halves of their badly mutilated corpses fell to the ground, still wriggling. Ah! The girl had clearly never seen such a bloody scene before. She screamed in fear and sat on the ground, her whole body trembling. The scene of the blood demon biting her companion to death with its fangs had already pushed her to the brink of a mental breakdown. Now that the blood demon was suddenly split in half and its internal organs were emitting a foul stench, the girl's last line of defense collapsed on the spot. The three young men's faces were also pale as they resisted the urge to vomit. However, at the same time, a strong sense of joy rose in their hearts. The two golden lights that killed the blood devil emitted a masculine aura. It was clearly the light of justice. The three of them were not idiots. They knew that someone had saved them. Who? The remaining blood demon's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed on the spot. He raised his head and saw two figures descending from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of him. Although the blood demons were ferocious and had lost their humanity, they were not idiots. Like demonic beasts, they had intelligence. Moreover, before they became blood demons, they were still humans. The blood demon in front of him could feel the strength of the man and dog in front of him. The aura they emitted was enough to make his soul tremble. If this young man in front of him wanted to attack him, he wouldn't even have the thought to resist. Blood demon? Disgusting existences. Jiang Chen said faintly. His words were filled with hatred. The appearance of these blood demons was even more disgusting than a real demon. You, who are you? The blood demon's voice was trembling. In front of Jiang Chen, his ferocious nature couldn't be revealed at all. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Instead, his gaze fell on the two corpses that had been sucked dry. The anger in his eyes began to rise uncontrollably. The moment he saw the ferocious nature of the blood demons, Jiang Chen made a decision. He wanted to kill every single one of these disgusting existences. De Huang, give him some torture. Don't kill him. Jiang Chen said coldly. These blood demons were ferocious. Jiang Chen wanted to let De Huang show him what was more ferocious. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, De Huang dog pounced on the blood demon. His majestic body was as heavy as a mountain. In an instant, he pushed the blood demon to the ground. Crack, ah! Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream that resounded through the valley, De Huang dog bit off one of the blood demon's hands. The white bones were exposed. Blood was like a fountain, blooming with another kind of cruel color in the darkness. De Huang dog's eyes were filled with ferocity. With another crack, he bit off the other hand of the blood demon. The blood demon roared again and again, trying to resist. However, compared to De Huang dog, he was really weak and pitiful. Under the suppression of De Huang dog's aura, he found it extremely difficult to even move. Crack! De Huang dog's sharp claws left two deep wounds on the blood demon's chest. His chest was almost torn open, and his flesh was exposed. It was a terrifying scene. Crack! Crack! De Huang dog showed his most primitive brutality. He completely revealed his hidden brutality as a demon beast. His sharp claws kept scratching the blood demon's body. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon's upper body was badly mutilated, and not a single part of his body was intact. Damn it, who asked you to suck human blood? I'll break your fangs. De Huang dog cursed loudly. He spat out a golden beam from his mouth. The golden beam landed on the blood demon's two long fangs, shattering them into pieces. Blood kept gushing out from the blood demon's mouth like bubbles. Even the blood demon's screams were drowned out by the golden beam. Blarg! The three men who had just escaped from the gates of hell couldn't stand such a bloody scene anymore. They started vomiting. The young girl finally reacted, and her face turned pale as she vomited. Only the mortal core young man had a better reaction, but everyone could see the unnatural expression on his face. All right, don't kill him, Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. De Huang dog finally stopped, but he didn't forget to spit at the blood demon. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at the four men. With a faint smile he asked, "Where are you from? How long has it been since these blood demons appeared?" The four men looked at this handsome young man in front of them, and the fear in their hearts eased a little. "Benefactor, we are all from Red Sun Town. These blood demons have appeared in Yellowstone for 2 days now, and we don't know how many of them there are. Many people in our town have become their prey. We came out this time to secretly go to Yellowstone City and ask for help, but we never expected to meet these blood demons on the way. We almost lost our lives. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." The young man said. "What's your name?" Jiang Chen asked. "Benefactor. My name is Zhang Wei." The young man, Zhang Wei, said. His tone was filled with respect towards Jiang Chen. In his mind, this young man in front of him was no ordinary man, and those powerful blood demons were as fragile as a toy in front of him. "I'm Jiang Chen from the Black Sect. The reason I came out this time is to kill these blood demons. I'll follow you to Red Sun Town and kill them," Jiang Chen said. These blood demons had only appeared for 2 days, and no matter how many of them there were, they shouldn't have spread across the entire Yellowstone region. His first battle with these blood demons would start in Red Sun Town. Besides, Red Sun Town was in a dangerous situation, and he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. "What? Someone from the Black Sect?" Zhang Wei cried out in shock. When the other 3 men heard that Jiang Chen was from the Black Sect, their faces were filled with joy. When they heard that Jiang Chen was going back to help them, they were even more excited. Currently, the entire Red Sun Town was in an unprecedented crisis, and the reason they came out this time was to seek help from Yellowstone City. However, they didn't expect to bump into a disciple from the Black Sect on their way. In their eyes, anyone from the Black Sect was a mighty existence. Having the help of a disciple from the Black Sect was much better than going back to Yellowstone City. "Benefactor, a few teenage girls went missing in our town yesterday. Just now, that blood demon said he would kill us first, then offer Xiao Ling to some chief as a blood sacrifice. I'm guessing those missing girls are related to the blood sacrifice." Zhang Wei seemed to be a smart person. The teenage girl named Xiao Ling who stood next to him had a blank expression on her face. She still hadn't recovered from her previous state. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the blood demon who was being tortured by the Huang dog. Then he said, "Tell me, what is the blood sacrifice? Where did those missing girls go? If you don't tell me, I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece." Jiang Chen's tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable tone. Chief is cultivating the blood sacrifice technique. He wants to extract virgins and perform the blood sacrifice on them. It's right in the depths of this mountain range." The blood demon dared not show any hesitation. He told Jiang Chen everything he knew. "Bring me there." After saying that, Jiang Chen grabbed the blood demon and flew up into the sky. He turned around and said to the Huang dog, "De Huang, you stay here with them, I'll be back soon." About 100 miles away, there was another quiet valley. Because there was a cliff on top of this valley, it seemed even more secluded. It was filled with eerie energy, and not many people came here. In the middle of the valley, there was a 3-meter-tall black altar. On top of it, a huge statue of a blood demon was constantly emitting black mist. In the center of the altar, a blood demon sat cross-legged. His entire body was filled with dense blood qi, like a spider web. Below him, a teenage girl was constantly trembling. The teenage girl's pupils were completely dilated, and there was no light in them. The blood in her body was being extracted bit by bit. Below the altar, there were more than 10 blood demons dressed in black with solemn expressions. Beside them, there were 7 or 8 weak teenage girls who were completely controlled. The teenage girls looked at the tragic scene on the altar, and the fear in their hearts had reached its peak. They kept screaming and crying. They were already in complete despair, not knowing if they would be the next one. Chapter 139. This was a horrifying scene, and anyone who was in this situation would feel their nerves tense up. The desperate girls had lost all their strength to struggle, and under the watchful eyes of dozens of blood devils, they didn't even have the courage to commit suicide. All they could do was wait for the blood sacrifice. Bam! A light sound was heard. The blood devil leader had used up the last drop of the girl's blood. He casually threw the girl who had turned into a dried corpse off the altar. Next! The blood devil leader opened his blood-red eyes and said with a hoarse voice, "Bam!" Right at this moment, a heavy object fell from the sky and landed right on the altar, right in front of the blood devil leader. The leader lowered his head and looked at it. Then he immediately roared out in anger. The heavy object that fell from the sky was none other than the head of a blood devil. The head looked miserable, its face was covered with blood, and the 2 fangs on the side of its mouth were gone. Who? The blood devil leader suddenly stood up from the altar. A powerful devilish energy spread out from his body. This leader had reached the early heavenly core realm. Among all the blood devils, only those who had reached the heavenly core realm were qualified to perform the blood sacrifice, and only then would they be qualified to become the leader. Only then would they be qualified to use the blood essence of these girls to increase their own strength. The reason the blood devil leader had captured so many young girls was for him to use as a blood sacrifice. Once all these young girls were sacrificed, his cultivation level would most likely break through to the mid-heavenly core realm. What made the blood devil leader angry was that something like this had happened right after he had sacrificed one young girl. Humph. Such an evil technique is against all living beings. It's not tolerated by the heavens. He deserves to die. A cold snort sounded out from the sky. All the blood devils raised their heads and saw a young man in white clothes with a pair of blood wings on his back. His body was glowing in a golden light, and he was carrying a headless corpse in his hand. Bam! A force burst out from Jiang Chen's hand, and the blood devil's corpse in his hand shattered into pieces. It turned into a blood mist and disappeared into the night sky. "How dare you!" the blood devil leader shouted out loudly. He was furious. The blood sacrifice that he had meticulously prepared had been disrupted, and he couldn't help but be angry. In his mind, this young man who came from nowhere was simply courting death. Shwa! Jiang Chen flapped his blood wings and descended from the sky. The dozens of mortal core blood devils immediately surrounded Jiang Chen. Each of them opened their fangs, trying to tear Jiang Chen apart. The heavenly Tao can be defied, but the common people cannot be bullied. We cultivators can defy the heavenly Tao, we can destroy the natural laws, but we cannot lose our foundation. The common people are our foundation. Blood devils like you are not qualified to exist in this world. Jiang Chen's voice was as loud as a bell. He, Jiang Chen, had his own Tao, his own principles. He was brutal and tyrannical, and his methods were ruthless. However, he could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. In this world, there was no hatred for no reason. These girls in front of him were weak and innocent. The blood demon had already violated the taboos of human nature. He had to be eliminated. So. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen beams of golden light shot out from Jiang Chen's body. Each beam of golden light was as sharp as a sword. Their speed was extremely fast as they pierced through each of the blood demons. Bang, bang, bang. After that, the dozens of blood demons turned into blood mist under the impact of the golden beams. They died on the spot. This was how Jiang Chen dealt with the blood demons. He killed them without even leaving their bodies behind. They were completely annihilated from this world. Bastard, how dare you kill us, the noble blood demons? You're courting death. The leader of the blood demons was furious. He didn't expect this young man who appeared out of nowhere to be so powerful. He could kill all the blood demons with such ease. Bang! The leader of the blood demons moved. He stretched out a huge blood-red hand and grabbed towards Jiang Chen. Humph! Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. An invisible force rushed out from his body and destroyed the powerful blood-red hand. Jiang Chen pointed his finger forward like a sword. 3 bright golden fingers suddenly appeared and struck towards the black altar. Bang! The 6 profound solar fingers were extremely powerful. Under the impact of the 6 profound solar fingers, the sturdy black altar instantly turned into stone chips and was completely destroyed. The leader of the blood demons panicked. Only now did he realize how frightening this young man was. He knew he was no match for this young man. Without wasting any more time, he flew up into the sky and started fleeing. Stay here. Jiang Chen flapped his blood-red wings and shot forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the leader of the blood demons. He swung his blood-red wings horizontally, and the early heavenly core leader let out a miserable cry before he was cut in half. Jiang Chen extended his hand and grabbed a blood-red devil core from the leader's body. The devil core was emitting an evil energy, but at the same time, it contained powerful energy and blood qi. It was much stronger than ordinary demon souls. Jiang Chen squeezed his palm and crushed the devil core. The fist-sized devil core turned into tiny blood-red dots and entered Jiang Chen's body. Dragon transformation skill. Jiang Chen let out a light shout. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, the devil core was completely absorbed in just a few breaths of time. The evil energy contained within was completely purified by the dragon transformation skill, and all that was left was pure energy and blood qi. This devil core had allowed Jiang Chen to form another 2 dragon marks, and he now had 87 dragon marks in his qi. The blood demon leader's methods were indeed powerful, and he was much stronger than any human at the same level as him. However, in front of Jiang Chen, he was still vulnerable. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he could kill any early heavenly core warrior in an instant. Jiang Chen retracted his blood-red wings and landed in the valley. Those frightened teenage girls stared at Jiang Chen. They still hadn't recovered from the shock. "Are all of you from Red Sun Town?" Jiang Chen asked. But when he saw the frightened teenage girls didn't say anything, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm a disciple of the Black Sect, and I'm here to kill these blood devils. You're safe now." Although these teenage girls were filled with fear, they could still hear the words Black Sect and safe clearly. Besides, this handsome young man in front of them looked much better than those ferocious blood devils. They knew it was this young man who suddenly appeared, killed the blood devils and saved them. "We're from Red Sun Town. There are a few of us who aren't, but we're all victims of the blood devils. Thank you, Savior, for saving us." A teenage girl bowed towards Jiang Chen, and the others followed suit. Jiang Chen let out a sigh. If he had arrived just a little bit later, these teenage girls might have been killed. Red Sun Town was just an ordinary town in Yellowstone, and it was still under the jurisdiction of Yellowstone City. It was easy to imagine how weak it was, and if the blood devils invaded Red Sun Town, it would be an unimaginable disaster for this town. Jiang Chen unleashed his Yuan energy and transformed it into a huge Yuan energy net, wrapping all the teenage girls within it. After that, he leapt up into the sky and flew back to where he came from. In a valley about 100 miles away, De Huang Dog was calmly wagging his tail, while Zhang Wei and the others were anxiously pacing back and forth. "What the hell are you wagging for? Daddy's eyes are dizzy from the wagging. If that guy is here, I'm sure nothing will go wrong," De Huang Dog said angrily. Zhang Wei and the others immediately smiled apologetically at De Huang Dog. They had witnessed how ferocious this dog was, so they didn't dare show any disrespect towards him. "Brother Zhang Wei, look, young Master Jiang Chen is back. Look, it's Sister Xiao and the others, they are still alive." The two young men saw Jiang Chen flying back from the sky with a few teenage girls beside him. Some of them were from Red Sun Town. The teenage girls couldn't help but cry when they saw their friends again, as if they wanted to vent out all the grievances they had suffered for the past day. "Young Master Jiang Chen, you are our benefactor. Please accept our bow." Zhang Wei and the others bowed to Jiang Chen at the same time. They couldn't express how grateful they were to Jiang Chen for saving their lives. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's appearance today, they might not be standing here anymore, and would have become dried corpses. "All right, how far is Red Sun Town from here?" Jiang Chen asked. "Not far. Only 300 miles. The appearance of the blood devils this time started from Red Sun Town." Zhang Wei said. 300 miles. It's indeed very close. Jiang Chen nodded his head. For him, a distance of 300 miles was something he could cover in the blink of an eye. "Benefactor, please help us, Red Sun Town, save us from this disaster. Now that the blood devils are wreaking havoc, and I heard that there is a powerful young Master Blood Moon behind them, I'm afraid those big powers in Yellowstone City can't even take care of themselves, let alone Red Sun Town," Zhang Wei said with a begging tone. Now, Jiang Chen was Red Sun Town's only hope. "Don't worry, I'm here for young Master Blood Moon. Zhang Wei, bring me to Red Sun Town," Jiang Chen said. Zhang Wei and the others immediately became overjoyed. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities with their own eyes, and Jiang Chen was a disciple of the Black Sect. This name alone gave them a lot of confidence. With Jiang Chen's help, Red Sun Town would definitely be safe. With the help of Jiang Chen and De Huang, Zhang Wei and the others felt like they were soaring in the sky as they flew towards Red Sun Town. "Zhang Wei, what is the cultivation level of the strongest man in Red Sun Town?" Jiang Chen asked. "Benefactor, Red Sun Town is just a small town in the Qi province. In the entire town, only the town mayor is an early heavenly core warrior. But the town mayor is too old. There is no way he can fight against those powerful blood devils," Zhang Wei said. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Red Sun Town was indeed a small and weak town in the Qi province, but compared to Red City and Fragrant Sky City, it was much stronger. This was the difference between different places. There was only one heavenly core warrior in Red Sun Town, and if the blood devils really wanted to attack Red Sun Town, no one would be able to fight against their leader. Luckily, the blood devils had just appeared, and Jiang Chen was not too late. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog moved with incredible speed. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of Red Sun Town. Looking from afar, Red Sun Town was covered in flames, and the sky was filled with gloomy clouds. Not good, something has happened in town, the Blood Devils have started a massacre. Chapter 140. The entire sky above Red Sun Town was filled with a bloody mist. With Jiang Chen's strength, even though he was far away, he could still see the chaos and devastation in Red Sun Town. Zhang Wei and the others had terrible expressions on their faces. Red Sun Town was just a small town, but it was their home. They were born and raised here, and their feelings towards Red Sun Town was beyond anyone's imagination. Now that their home was being slaughtered and burned, it was hard for them to understand what they were feeling right now. It was still night time, but Red Sun Town was ablaze with flames, making it look like it was daytime. Rows of houses and buildings were set ablaze. This was a town with a circumference of a few dozen miles, but it was densely populated. In the town, black shadows shuttled back and forth, letting out sinister laughter from time to time. They were the cruel blood demons. Ah! A man's neck was bitten off by the fangs of the blood devils, and in the blink of an eye, he was turned into a dried corpse. The same scene was happening in different places in Red Sun Town. Quick, let's go to the mayor. Everyone hurry. We'll be safe once we get to the mayor. Ah! All the mortal core warriors of Red Sun Town were shouting out loudly. Some of them were swinging their swords, but in the end, they couldn't defend against the brutal blood devils and were killed on the spot. Right now, in the center of Red Sun Town, there was a square. The square was filled with people, and all of them had serious and panicked expressions on their faces. Surrounding the crowd were warriors with weapons in their hands. All of them were at the mortal core realm, and there were even some Chi-Hai warriors standing outside the square. From time to time, people would run towards the square in panic. Quick, go inside. The mortal core warriors quickly pulled the townspeople into the square and used their own bodies to block their way. In front of the crowd, there were a few old men with serious expressions, and they were all holding combat weapons in their hands. One of them looked to be in his 50s or 60s, and he had the strongest energy. He was an early heavenly core warrior, and he was the mayor of Red Sun Town. Rumble, kakaka, ah! The houses were destroyed and drowned in the sea of flames. The laughter of the blood devils was getting closer and closer, and the screams of the townspeople were like needles piercing into everyone's hearts. They couldn't help but feel anger, hatred and fear, but most of all, they felt helpless. Mayor, let us go out and fight these blood devils. Mayor, we would rather die in battle. Some hot-blooded people held their swords, their faces flushed red. No. The town mayor shouted out loudly, no one is allowed to leave this place. The strength of our town is too weak. We have to fight together to have a chance of fighting these blood devils. This time, I'm afraid there are dozens of blood devils, and I'm sure there is a heavenly core blood devil leader behind them. We can only ask the townspeople to gather here and protect them. All mortal core warriors and peak Chi-Hai warriors, stand outside the perimeter and protect the townspeople. The mayor's voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. Now, most of the townspeople had gathered in the square. Whether the rest of them could enter depended on their luck. The mayor had no choice but to make such a decision. They had to consider the lives of the majority of the townspeople. Gathering all their strength was the only way to fight against the blood devils. If they chose to fight against the blood devils, their strength would be scattered, which would result in greater casualties. Moreover, the ordinary townspeople would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Sigh. Many people were sighing. They hated the blood devils so much that they gnashed their teeth, but this was the helplessness of human nature. At this critical moment, they had to make a decision. The decision made by a leader would affect the fate of the entire town, and the mayor was a very qualified mayor. At this critical moment, he had made the best decision. Although he didn't know if Red Sun Town would survive, this was the only thing he could do. The old men, the mid and late mortal core warriors didn't choose to run away. They just stood in front of the townspeople. Even if they had to bleed to the last drop of their blood, they would still protect their families. Hee hee. Right at this moment, two evil laughs sounded out from the sky. Two huge blood devils appeared in the sky and looked down at the townspeople in the square. Two heavenly core blood devils. The mayor's pupils shrank. The faces of everyone in the square instantly turned pale, and their hearts were filled with despair. The appearance of two heavenly core blood devils had destroyed all their hopes. Red Sun Town only had one Heavenly Core warrior, and it was already difficult for him to fight against one Heavenly Core Blood Devil, let alone two Heavenly Core Blood Devils. We're doomed, we're doomed. Two Heavenly Core Blood Devils. How are we going to fight against them? The heavens want our Red Sun Town to die. All the old men in the town started crying. When they thought about thousands of townspeople becoming food for the Blood Devils, they felt like their hearts were being stabbed by a knife. Just like the mayor, they weren't afraid of death, but they were afraid of death. So much fresh meat. Haha, if we can suck their blood dry, our cultivation levels will improve by leaps and bounds. This is a great tonic. One of the Blood Devil leaders started laughing out loudly. The heavens want our Red Sun Town to die. The mayor shouted towards the sky. Two streams of tears flowed down from his eyes. Bam! Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded out from behind. The explosion was so loud that it shook the heavens and the earth. A golden light illuminated the skies, lighting up the entire Red Sun Town. All the townspeople and the two Blood Devil leaders raised their heads at the same time, and saw a young man with a pair of blood wings on his back holding a golden battle axe in his hand. With a swing of the axe, he chopped 5 Blood Devils into pieces. At the same time, a Da Huang dog whose body was glowing with a golden light was flying towards the square while dragging dozens of men behind it. Look, it's Zhang Wei and the others, they're back. Xueqi and the others are back as well. They're still alive. Many people became excited. I'm Jiang Chen from the Black Sect. Blood Devil scum, die now. Jiang Chen's voice was like a loud bell. It resounded throughout the entire Red Sun Town. He kept swinging the battle axe in his hand, and with each swing, he would kill a few Blood Devils. Those Blood Devils that were hit by the axe were instantly chopped into pieces. He's from the Black Sect. Mayor, that young man is a disciple of the Black Sect. He's so scary. Haha, the people from the Black Sect are here. We're saved. The townspeople who had lost all hope immediately became excited. In the Qi province, the Black Sect was a famous sect, and now that a disciple of the Black Sect had arrived, they would definitely be able to save them from this crisis. Ah! Shrill screams resounded through the night sky once again. But this time, it wasn't the townspeople who screamed, it was those brutal Blood Devils. Jiang Chen's energy was too powerful, and when those mortal core Blood Devils collided with his energy, they would be killed instantly. Humph! Those from the Black Sect are just courting death. One of the Blood Devil leaders who was about to attack the townspeople let out a cold snort. With a sway of his body, he dashed towards Jiang Chen. The other Blood Devil leader wanted to follow him, but he was blocked by Da Huang dog. Kaka, little guy, kowtow to your grandpa, or else I'll bite your head off. Da Huang dog shook his proud head. Where did this dog come from? Die! The Blood Devil leader was filled with killing intent. He unleashed a gigantic blood-red palm towards Da Huang dog. However, Da Huang dog didn't show any fear. His body was covered in a golden light, and with his huge head, he rammed towards the gigantic blood-red palm. Rumble! Da Huang dog's head was extremely tough. When the gigantic blood-red palm collided with his head, it was as if it was just a piece of rotten wood. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. Da Huang dog's speed was extremely fast, and his attacks were extremely brutal. After breaking through the gigantic blood-red palm, he didn't slow down at all, and he continued ramming towards the Blood Devil leader. Bang! When the Blood Devil leader finally reacted, Da Huang dog's head had already rammed into his chest. Crack! The Blood Devil leader's chest caved in from the impact, and he kept spitting out blood from his mouth. Blood Devils had strong bodies, and they were comparable to demon beasts. However, they didn't expect Da Huang dog's head to be such a powerful weapon. Roar! Da Huang dog was too fast. He opened up his mouth and bit off the Blood Devil leader's head. With Da Huang dog's current strength, killing an early Heavenly Core warrior was just a piece of cake. Heavens! What did I just see? This dog is so terrifying. He just killed the Blood Devil leader as soon as he appeared. This dog is so brave. I can't believe it. All the townspeople of Red Sun Town were shocked, and their faces were filled with fear. Even Zhang Wei and the other men who had witnessed how brutal Da Huang dog was, they were still shocked by what they saw. That was a Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader. Kill them all. The town marshal raised the long sword in his hand and shouted out loudly. He was the first one to charge towards the outer perimeter of the square. All the Mortal Core warriors also charged towards the outer perimeter like ferocious tigers. Kill all the blood devils. Avenge the townspeople. Hack them to death. Let them die without a complete corpse. All the townspeople became extremely excited, and they started attacking crazily. On the other side, the blood devil leader had arrived in front of Jiang Chen. He unleashed a blood-red beam towards Jiang Chen's. Humph! Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He waved the battle axe in his hand and locked onto the blood devil leader. Slash! The battle axe was extremely sharp and merciless. The blood devil leader didn't even have the time to scream before he was cut in half, and he died on the spot. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed a blood-red devil core from the blood devil leader's body. At the same time, De Huang Dog threw the other heavenly core devil core over. Jiang Chen caught it and absorbed both devil cores at the same time. De Huang, kill all the blood devils, don't leave a single one alive. While absorbing the devil core, Jiang Chen shouted at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog wagged his tail and dashed towards the places where the blood devils were. His head was like a sharp weapon, and none of the blood devils could withstand the force of his head. All of them died tragically. When the rest of the blood devils saw that their leader had been killed, they immediately panicked. All of them started fleeing in all directions, trying to escape from Red Sun Town. However, under the relentless attacks of Big Yellow and the furious townspeople, all of them were killed in the end. Not a single one was spared. Chapter 141. The fire in Red Sun Town burned until dawn. Half of the houses and buildings in the town were destroyed, and dried corpses could be seen in many places. The townspeople were cleaning up the mess. Some of them had their family members killed, and they were crying out loud. Some of them were so angry that they vented their anger on the blood devils' corpses by stabbing them with their swords. But even so, the hatred in their hearts couldn't be appeased. This was the hatred of having their families destroyed, and nothing could make it go away. However, apart from being sad and angry, many people also felt extremely lucky. They felt lucky that most of the people in the Red Sun Town were still alive and well. Yesterday, when the disaster had just started, some powerful people had appeared and killed the blood devils, saving them from the disaster. At dawn, dozens of dried corpses were placed on the square of Red Sun Town. All of them had died in the same way. 2 holes were bitten on their necks, and all their blood had been sucked dry. Underneath these corpses, there was a huge pile of firewood. The mayor and the other townspeople were standing around, their faces filled with sadness and hatred. Zhang Wei was holding a torch in his hand, and his arm was trembling. Mayor. Zhang Wei looked at the mayor and said with a trembling voice. Red Sun Town had always been peaceful and united, and they had never thought that such a disaster would happen to them. Burn it. The mayor closed his eyes in pain. Zhang Wei threw the torch into the pile of firewood, and in an instant, a raging fire broke out. Soon, all the corpses were engulfed by the sea of fire. Hearing the crackling sounds coming out from the sea of fire, the townspeople couldn't hide their hatred. Some of them were crying because their family members had died. It was a sad scene. Jiang Chen, who was standing aside, had mixed feelings as well. In the world of cultivation, the strong preyed on the weak. It was rare to see such a cruel scene. Mayor, this is young Master Jiang Chen from the Black Sect. It's all thanks to young Master Jiang Chen's help this time. He killed the blood devils and saved us, and he also promised to help us out in Red Sun Town, helping us solve the crisis. Zhang Wei looked at Jiang Chen and said. After a moment of sadness, everyone regained their senses. They all looked at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog with respect and gratitude on their faces. Last night, they had witnessed the strength of this man and dog with their own eyes. It was truly shocking. Furthermore, what Zhang Wei said was right. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely arrival, there wouldn't only be dozens of dried corpses in Red Sun Town. Perhaps all the thousands of people in Red Sun Town would have been killed, and the entire town would have turned into a ghost town. It was Jiang Chen who had saved their lives. Without Jiang Chen, there would be no them. This was a life-saving grace that they could never repay. Thank you for saving me, young Master Jiang. The mayor bowed deeply to Jiang Chen, and thousands of people in the square bowed to Jiang Chen at the same time. This was a great kindness, and they could not repay it. They could only worship Jiang Chen as a savior in their hearts. You don't have to do this. The reason why I've come here is to kill the blood devil. Jiang Chen waved his hand. No, young Master Jiang Chen has given Hongyang Town a new lease of life. We can never repay this kindness. I am Zhang Zhen, and I am willing to serve young Master Zhang in the future. The mayor, Zhang Zhen, said with a solemn expression. Old man, you're too busy thanking him to thank Master Dog. De Huang Dog could not help but say. Master Dog? Zhang Zhen was startled. Although he was extremely grateful to De Huang Dog, it was still difficult for him to call a dog master. All right, the most important thing now is to settle the townspeople. After the blood devils are killed, they will come again. The danger here is not completely resolved yet, Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, the townspeople couldn't help but feel nervous. Jiang Chen was right. The blood devils were brutal and tyrannical. Now that they had suffered a great loss in this small town, they would definitely come back for revenge. The next time they came, they would definitely be stronger than last night. The remaining residences in Hongyang town are enough to accommodate the townspeople. But, if the blood devils come again, how are we going to deal with them? Zhang Zhen said with a frown. Don't worry, I'll stay here for now, Jiang Chen said. His original plan was to go to Yellowstone City, but judging from the current situation, there was no need for that anymore. The blood devils had appeared in Yellowstone, and Red Sun Town was the first place where they carried out a large-scale massacre. Since they had failed the first time, Red Sun Town would definitely become the main target of the blood devil leaders. With that, Red Sun Town would become the main battlefield for the blood devils, and this was what Jiang Chen wanted to see. Letting the blood devils come to Red Sun Town was much easier than searching for them in the entire Yellowstone region. Besides, once the blood devils locked onto the same target, the other places in the Yellowstone area would be relatively safe. Plus, there were still some big powers in Yellowstone City, so there was no need to worry. Hearing that Jiang Chen was going to stay, the townspeople were surprised. They had witnessed how powerful Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were last night. As long as this man and dog were here, the safety of Hongyang town would not be a problem. Young Master Zhang has done so much for our Hongyang town. From now on, all warriors above the mortal core realm will fight alongside young Master Zhang. We will fight against the blood devils until the end, and we will listen to all of young Master Zhang's orders. Zhang Zhen was shocked. We will follow young Master Zhang from afar and fight. All the mortal core warriors of Hongyang town shouted out loudly, showing their determination. They had all died once, so they were no longer afraid of death. Under the lead of Zhang Wei and the others, all the frightened townspeople were settled down. After that, Jiang Chen followed Zhang Zhan and the other old men of Hongyang town to the center of the town where the ceremony would take place. Within the meeting hall, Jiang Chen was sitting in the main seat. He looked calm and relaxed, and his energy was much stronger than before. After absorbing the 2 heavenly core devil cores, he had formed another 3 dragon marks. Right now, he had a total of 90 dragon marks in his Qi, and he was one step closer to the heavenly core realm. Zhang Zhen, tell me about the current situation in Yellowstone, Jiang Chen asked. The center of Yellowstone is Yellowstone City, and it is controlled by the Yu family. The chief of the Yu family is a mid-heavenly core warrior. With Yellowstone City as the center, there are dozens of towns and cities. Our Hongyang town can only be considered as one of the weaker towns. I never expected that the blood devils would make us their first target, Zhang Zhen said. Since I'm here, I need to protect the peace of Yellowstone. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Now, attracting the blood devil's attention to Hongyang town was the right move for him. It had saved him a lot of trouble when fighting with the blood devils. Jiang Chen had a good plan. He could almost imagine that Hongyang town would become the target of the blood devils in the near future, and the other towns and cities wouldn't be affected much. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to stay in Hongyang town and fight the blood devils. But at the same time, Jiang Chen wouldn't leave the other towns and cities alone. He had accepted the mission, and he wanted to complete it perfectly. He couldn't allow the blood devils to wreak havoc in Yellowstone and kill innocent people. In order to ensure the peace of Yellowstone, Jiang Chen alone wasn't enough. After all, he was just one man, and he couldn't take care of all the towns and cities in Yellowstone at the same time. Therefore, he needed to use the Yu family. Zhang Zhen, send someone to Yellowstone City immediately and ask the chief of the Yu family to come see me. Just tell him that I'm a disciple of the Black Sect, and don't mention my name, Jiang Chen said. Currently, everyone in Hongyang town was in a state of panic. The blood devils could attack at any time, and he couldn't leave. Initially, he wanted to ask De Huang Dog to go to Yellowstone City, but De Huang Dog had just told him that he didn't want to leave, and he even gave him this idea. All right. Zhang Quan, go to Yellowstone City's Yu family immediately and tell them young Master Zhang's message. Zhang Zhen didn't ask why Jiang Chen asked the chief of the Yu family to come here. He just told an old man next to him. This old man's name was Zhang Quan, and he was a peak mortal core warrior. With his cultivation level, it would only take him 2 to 3 hours to get to Yellowstone City from here. Besides, the blood devils would only appear at night, and they wouldn't appear during the day. Even if they did, a peak mortal core warrior would be able to handle them. I'll go now. Zhang Quan cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen. Then he left with big steps. Zhang Zhen, send someone to keep an eye on the surroundings of Hongyang town. All of you can leave now. Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Young Master Jiang, you can rest here for a while. If the blood devils don't appear, I won't ask anyone to disturb you, Zhang Zhen said. After that, he brought everyone and left. Hongyang town was in a state of panic, and as the mayor, he had a lot of things to deal with. After everyone left, Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, why don't you want to go to Yellowstone City? Why did you ask the chief of the Yu family to come see me? Jiang Chen was puzzled. You are the savior of Yellowstone. It's only right for the Yu family to come see you. We need to have some status, don't we? De Huang Dog shook his head and said. Jiang Chen rubbed his head. Only De Huang Dog could say this kind of reason so naturally. However, Jiang Chen did want to see the chief of the Yu family. This time, he needed the help of the Yu family to kill the blood devils. Then why don't you go to Yellowstone City yourself? Jiang Chen asked. Because I found a treasure in this Hongyang town. De Huang Dog lowered his voice, and his eyes shone brightly. Hearing the word treasure, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This dog's treasure hunting ability was far beyond that of an ordinary man. Furthermore, the treasure that caught his eye must be something extraordinary. No wonder this dog didn't want to leave. It was because he found a treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. What treasure? Where is it? Jiang Chen hurriedly asked. Look at you. Let me tell you, the treasure this time is no small matter. If I'm not wrong, there should be a spirit vein hidden under Hongyang town. De Huang Dog's words were shocking. What? Spirit vein? Chapter 142. Energy veins were formed by gathering natural essences. Not only did they contain a massive amount of energy, they could also gather natural yuan energy. The reason why the 4 big sects were able to grow stronger and become the 4 strongest sects in the Qi province was because of these energy veins. Besides, energy veins represented luck. Owning an energy vein meant that one would have luck. The reason why the 4 big sects was so powerful was because of luck. If Jiang Chen was able to possess a dragon vein, he would be able to establish a force. Even if he couldn't, he could still take the spiritual vein as his own and absorb the energy contained within it, which would allow his cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds. De Huang, are you sure you didn't sense it wrongly? Jiang Chen asked with uncertainty. With his senses, he couldn't sense the existence of an energy vein underneath Red Sun Town. Of course, he still trusted De Huang Dog's treasure hunting ability. Of course, who do you think I am? Of course, who do you think I am? When it comes to treasure hunting, if I claim to be number 2, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. You are so knowledgeable, so you should know that before the spirit vein is opened, there will be a natural barrier around the spirit vein, preventing the energy and qi from leaking out. As long as you find the spirit vein and break the barrier, you will be able to open the spirit vein. The spirit vein in Red Sun Town is still in its original state. It has not been opened yet. Otherwise, the people in Red Sun Town wouldn't be so weak, and the Yu family of Yellowstone City wouldn't be the overlord of Yellowstone City. Of course, if the spirit vein here had been opened, it would have been occupied by the big powers. De Huang Dog said. Good, this trip to Red Sun Town was really worth it. We've got a great harvest. De Huang, can you find the exact location of the energy vein? Jiang Chen asked. An energy vein was definitely a great harvest. Just this alone made his trip to the Black Sect worthwhile. I haven't confirmed it yet, but I'm sure it's underground. I'll go check around Red Sun Town now, and once I find the exact location of the energy vein, we'll strike at night. De Huang said with an evil smile on his face. All right. Jiang Chen gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up to show his appreciation. This dog had done a great job again. Yellowstone City was the largest city in the Yellowstone region. It was majestic and grand. It was not something a small town like Red Sun Town could compare to. Even Silver Moon City was weaker than Yellowstone City. Xueqi ran all the way to Yellowstone City and arrived at the gate of the Yu family. Halt! Take a good look at this place. A strong man with a domineering appearance stopped Xueqi. I'm from Red Sun Town. I want to see your master, Xueqi said. He had the support of a disciple of the Black Sect. That made him a lot more confident. What is Red Sun Town? You're just a small town, yet you want to meet our patriarch? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? The guard's attitude was that of a snob. Humph. I wonder if the Yu family's patriarch will be bothered by these blood devils. Last night, Red Sun Town was attacked by these blood devils, and we suffered great losses. Luckily, the disciples of the Black Sect helped us. Today, the disciples of the Black Sect have sent me here to meet the Yu family's patriarch. We have something important to discuss with him. You're just a little guard dog, and you've delayed the Black Sect's disciples' important matter. Do you think you can afford to be punished? Xueqi let out a cold snort. He pointed his finger at the guard's nose and shouted. When the guard heard about the blood devils and disciples of the Black Sect, the arrogant expression on his face immediately disappeared. During the past 2 days, there had been many blood devils roaming around Yellowstone City. Everyone was afraid of them, and this guard was no exception. Besides, since this was someone sent by a disciple of the Black Sect, he didn't dare show any disrespect. Follow me. The guard thought for a moment. Then he brought Xueqi and walked into the Yu family's gate. Within the Yu family's meeting hall, there were a few men sitting there. All of them were Heavenly Core warriors. The man sitting in the main seat looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, and he looked energetic. His energy was the strongest. He had reached the mid-Heavenly Core realm. This man was the Yu family's patriarch, Yu Tianlong. In the hall, there were 3 old men, and all of them were early Heavenly Core warriors. They were from the Yu family, and they had a respectable status. The young man sitting next to Yu Tianlong looked like he was in his 20s, but he was an early Heavenly Core warrior. The energy he unleashed was much stronger than the other 3 old men, and he could be considered a young genius. While these men were discussing about the blood devils, the guard brought Xueqi into the hall. How can you be so rude? Can't you see we're in the middle of a meeting? Yu Tianlong scolded. Chief, this is someone from Red Sun Town. He said he was sent by a disciple of the Black Sect to meet you. The guard cupped his fist and said. When they heard about the disciple of the Black Sect, everyone in the hall couldn't help but look at Xueqi. They didn't care about Red Sun Town, and they didn't care about an old man at the peak mortal core realm. But they couldn't help but care about the Black Sect. Someone from Red Sun Town? Yu Tianlong looked at Xueqi. Xueqi from Red Sun Town greets Chief Yu. Last night, Red Sun Town was attacked by the blood devils, but luckily, a disciple of the Black Sect killed them, and the crisis was resolved. Now that the blood devils are wreaking havoc, that young master from the Black Sect has asked me to invite Chief Yu to Red Sun Town and discuss how to deal with these blood devils. Xueqi said. Bastard, he's just a disciple of the Black Sect. How dare he ask our chief to pay him a visit? Don't you think he's being too arrogant? Humph. The blood devils aren't the only troublemaker in Red Sun Town. We're now discussing how to deal with them. Our chief has a respectable status. Why would he go to your tiny Red Sun Town? Disciple of the Black Sect, don't think too highly of yourself. Our young master is a disciple of the Black Sect, and he's an inner circle disciple. The 3 old men were furious. It looked like they were about to kick Xueqi out of the hall. Right at this moment, the young man who had been talking suddenly waved his hand. He was a handsome young man, and his white clothes were clean. He slowly stood up and walked next to Xueqi. Tell me, which disciple of the Black Sect is acting so arrogant? I, Yu Zihan, am an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect. In the Black Sect, there's no one I don't know. A genius had appeared in the Yu family. His name was Yu Zihan. At such a young age, he had broken through to the Heavenly Core realm and became an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect. He was the pride of the entire Yu family. I don't know the name of that young master, but I do know that he killed the leader of the Heavenly Core blood devils, and killed all the blood devils who came to Red Sun Town. He is the savior of the entire Red Sun Town, and the reason I came here today is to deliver his message. Xueqi said. Humph. What a big mouth. If he wants to discuss something with me, I think I'll let him go to Yellowstone City himself. Yu Tianlong let out a cold snort. He was a man with a respectable status, and his son was also an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect. That's why he had to put on airs. Chief Yu, the Blood Devils suffered a setback in Red Sun Town yesterday, and I'm sure they won't let it go easily. That young master has to stay here, and he can't leave. I hope Chief you can understand. Zhang Quan said. Humph. He wants our chief to go there because he wants to use the Yu family's strength to deal with those blood devils. From this, it seems like that young master has an ordinary cultivation level, and I don't think he's stronger than our young master. Since he has a favor to ask, he should go there himself. An old man let out a cold snort. Yu Zihan furrowed his brows. Just based on what Zhang Quan said, he couldn't tell who the Black Sect's disciple in Red Sun Town was. In the Black Sect's inner circle, there were many people who had the ability to kill the leader of the Blood Devils, and Yu Zihan was one of them. Dad, I'll follow him to Red Sun Town. I want to meet this disciple from the Black Sect. Yu Zihan said. He knew much more about the Black Sect than anyone else on the scene. There were many talented geniuses in the Black Sect, and all of them were proud and arrogant. Before fully understanding each other's identities, it was better not to offend them. Of course, Yu Zihan had to take care of his father's dignity. Therefore, he decided to go to Red Sun Town by himself. All right, this man came here to kill those blood devils after all. If he's not too arrogant, we can still work together. Yu Tianlong nodded his head. Red Sun Town. Zhang Zhen walked in from outside. He bowed towards Jiang Chen and a Huang dog and said, Young Master Jiang, the young master of Yellowstone City's Yu family, Yu Zihan is here. He is also a disciple of the Black Sect. A disciple of the Black Sect? Let him in, Jiang Chen said. Outside the meeting hall, Yu Zihan and Zhang Quan stood together. Yu Zihan was a handsome man, and his face was filled with an arrogance that couldn't be concealed. It was the arrogance of a genius. Young Master Yu, that young master has invited you in. Zhang Zhen walked towards Yu Zihan. He said, Humph, what an arrogant man. I really want to see who in the Black Sect dares to act so arrogantly. Yu Zihan let out a cold snort. His tone was filled with anger. As an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect, he had been living a good life in the Black Sect, and he had made friends with many people. Also, he was the young master of Yellowstone City's Yu family. He had put down his pride and come to Red Sun Town, but this young man still didn't come out to greet him. Yu Zihan waved his sleeves and walked into the meeting hall. When he saw the young man in white, his expression immediately changed. Jiang Chen. Yu Zihan couldn't help but feel shocked. Who was Jiang Chen? He was a man who was known by everyone in the Black Sect. He had brutally beaten up a sect elder, killed Jiang Wei, and caused a huge uproar in the Black Sect. But in the end, he was still safe and sound. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could do this. If it was someone else standing next to Yu Zihan would definitely scold him. But when he saw it was Jiang Chen, all his anger disappeared. Yesterday, when Jiang Chen caused a huge uproar in the Black Sect, Yu Zihan was there, and he witnessed everything with his own eyes. However, after Taoist Black showed up and put an end to it, Yu Zihan received the news about blood devils appearing in Yellowstone. He immediately left the Black Sect and returned to Yellowstone City's Yu family. Therefore, he didn't know that Taoist Black had assigned a mission to Jiang Chen. Your name is Yu Zihan, are you from the Black Sect as well? Chapter 143. That's right, I'm an inner circle disciple from the Black Sect, Yu Zihan. I was wondering who would be so arrogant as to ask my father to come to Red Sun Town, but it's Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang has incredible talent. You're a genius that only appears once every few thousand years in the Qi province. May I know why Jiang Chen is here in Yellowstone? Yu Zihan cupped his fist towards Jiang Chen. In terms of attitude and words, he dared not show any neglect. In terms of status, he was an inner circle disciple, and Jiang Chen was just an outer circle disciple. In terms of cultivation level, he was at the early heavenly core realm, and Jiang Chen was only at the peak mortal core realm. But as someone who had witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities, how could he dare treat Jiang Chen as an ordinary outer circle disciple? Although Jiang Chen was only at the peak mortal core realm, his combat strength was incredible. Even the mid-heavenly core Jiang Wei was killed by him. With Yu Zihan's abilities, he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single strike from Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen had caused havoc in the Black Sect yesterday, Yu Zihan had warned himself that even if he didn't have the chance to be friends with Jiang Chen, he shouldn't make him his enemy. Jiang Chen was a cruel and merciless man. He didn't even put the northern and southern dynasties and Fan Kuan in his eyes. He even dared to hang up a sect elder and beat him. A man like this, not only Yu Zihan, even the entire Yu family couldn't afford to offend him. So brother Yu doesn't know this? I've accepted the mission from the sect chief to kill all the blood devils in Yellowstone, and my target is that Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen said. What? Brother Jiang, the sect chief only sent you here? These blood devils are brutal, and I heard that the mysterious Lord Blood Moon has reached the peak heavenly core realm. His combat strength is no weaker than Guan Yun and Liang Shao. Brother Jiang, if you come here, you will have a slim chance of surviving. Yu Zihan was shocked. He wasn't just worried about Jiang Chen, he was worried about the entire Yellowstone region, he was worried about the Yu family. The blood devils were causing chaos, and Lord Blood Moon had yet to show himself. The Black Sect had only sent Jiang Chen here, and if he couldn't deal with Lord Blood Moon, it would be a devastating blow to the entire Yellowstone region. Brother Yu, you're looking down on me. Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face. Hearing this, Yu Zihan's expression slightly changed. He immediately cupped his fist and said, I dare not. You're worried that if I can't deal with that mysterious Lord Blood Moon, not only will I lose my life, but the entire Yellowstone region will also be plunged into misery and suffering, right? Jiang Chen looked at Yu Zihan with a smile on his face. Yu Zihan didn't say anything, which meant that he agreed with Jiang Chen's words. I don't mind telling you this. Since the Patriarch asked me to come here, it means that I have the ability to deal with Lord Blood Moon. Last night, the Blood Demon attacked Red Sun Town. If I didn't arrive in time, the entire Red Sun Town would have been turned into a ghost town. The Blood Demon is cruel and brutal. I can't deal with him alone. Therefore, the Yu family can't just stay out of this. Jiang Chen said. Of course. I wonder what kind of plan Brother Jiang has in mind? The Yu family will do everything we can to help you. Yu Zihan said. The Yu family couldn't just stay out of this. Besides, it was a fact that Jiang Chen had come here to kill all the blood demons. Yu Zihan believed that the sect chief wouldn't treat all the living beings in Yellowstone as a joke. Since he had sent Jiang Chen here, Jiang Chen must have some tricks up his sleeves. Since he came here, he had seen a calm and confident expression on Jiang Chen's face. When he mentioned the blood demons, he didn't show any change in his expression. It was as if he didn't take them seriously at all. Besides, Yu Zihan had never underestimated Jiang Chen. Ever since he heard the name Jiang Chen had created too many miracles. He had done so many great things that shook the entire Qi province. He even dared to challenge the northern and southern dynasties. Maybe he really did have a way to deal with Lord Blood Moon. Yu Zihan was a smart man. He could feel that Jiang Chen would definitely become a great man in the future. A man like Jiang Chen was not someone that Fan Kuan could compare with. If he could befriend Jiang Chen now, it would be a good thing for both him and the Yu family. It's very simple. After what happened last night, Red Sun Town will definitely become the main target of the Blood Devils. I'll stay here and wait for them to attack. I'll make sure that none of them can return. As long as the Blood Devils are injured a few times in a row, I believe all the Blood Devils will gather at Red Sun Town. Gathering all the Blood Devils together will make it much easier for us to deal with them. Jiang Chen paused for a second, then continued, Everyone knows that the Blood Devils are brutal and cruel, and we have no way of knowing how many of them there are. If all the Blood Devils are scattered all over Yellowstone, that would be a real disaster. Therefore, by luring all the Blood Devils to Red Sun Town, we'll be able to reduce the disasters in other areas. Brother Yu, you should understand my intention now, right? Brother Jiang is a wise man. By doing this, we can indeed reduce the casualties and disasters in other areas of Yellowstone. But by doing this, Red Sun Town will become the place that will suffer the most. If Brother Jiang needs any help, just let me know. The Yu family will do everything in our power to help you. Yu Zihan said in a serious tone. Jiang Chen's decision was indeed the best choice for the current situation in Yellowstone. My request is very simple. Although the Blood Devils will focus their attack on Red Sun Town, it doesn't mean that they won't go to other areas to wreak havoc. I want the Yu family to spread out their forces to all the big towns in Yellowstone. First, to ensure the safety of all living beings, and second, to find out the whereabouts of the blood devils, especially Lord Bloodmoon. This shouldn't be a problem for the Yu family, right? Jiang Chen said. In order to ensure the safety of Yellowstone, he needed to borrow the power of the Yu family. As long as the Yu family could ensure the safety of the other areas, he would be able to stay in Red Sun Town and fight against the blood devils. The brutal blood devils might be a nightmare for other people, but their devil cores would be a great tonic for Jiang Chen. To the blood devils, Jiang Chen would definitely be a nightmare for them. This is what we, the Yu family, should do. However, I can't just let Brother Jiang stay here alone to fight against the main force of the blood devils. I, Yu Zihan, am willing to stay in Red Sun Town and fight side by side with Brother Jiang. Yu Zihan's face lit up. Good, it's rare for Brother Yu to be so considerate. With the current combat strength of Red Sun Town, except for me, everyone else is too weak compared to the blood devils. Jiang Chen said. This was the first time he had met Yu Zihan, but he had a good impression of him. This man was not pretentious, he was not hypocritical, and he was courageous. Jiang Chen was willing to be friends with a man like this. If that's the case, I'll return to Yellowstone City now. Once I've settled everything, I'll meet up with Brother Jiang. Yu Zihan cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen, then he turned around and left. This young man is a loyal man. After Yu Zihan left, De Huang Dog said, at least he's not annoying. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Yu Zihan had extraordinary talent, and he was a genius inner circle disciple of the Black Sect. There was no one who could be a match for him at the same level as him, and he could even deal with ordinary Blood Devil leaders. Now that the war with the Blood Devils was coming, with Yu Zihan's help, the safety of Red Sun Town's townspeople would be guaranteed. The sky was getting darker. Jiang Chen made some arrangements with Zhang Zhan and the others, because there was a high chance that the Blood Devils would appear at night. Therefore, the people of Red Sun Town had to pay close attention to any movement from the Blood Devils. All the townspeople had settled down, and all the Mortal Core warriors were standing guard outside the town, ensuring the safety of the townspeople. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog sneaked to the north side of Red Sun Town. The north side of Red Sun Town was a barren land. Although it was better than the wasteland of Fragrant Sky City, not many people would come here. De Huang, are you sure the energy vein is here? Jiang Chen asked. When an energy vein was formed, there would always be a natural defense mechanism around it, and ordinary people would have a hard time sensing it. If it was Jiang Chen's previous life, he would definitely be able to sense it with just a single glance. But now, although his senses were sharp and his knowledge was extraordinary, his cultivation level was still limited. There shouldn't be any mistake. De Huang Dog wagged his tail as he walked back and forth in the area. Jiang Chen used the Great Soul Derivation skill and unleashed his senses to the maximum. Soon, both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's gazes landed on a slightly raised mound. It's right under here, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog said at the same time. De Huang Dog was slightly surprised. He was able to sense the exact location of the energy vein because of his innate ability, but Jiang Chen was able to sense it as well. De Huang Dog was surprised. But soon, De Huang Dog felt relieved. This was because along the way, Jiang Chen had shown too many miraculous abilities. Jiang Chen couldn't sense the energy vein in Red Sun Town, but after determining its approximate location, with his Great Soul Derivation skill, it wasn't hard for him to find its exact location. Kid, the energy vein is at least thousands of feet underground. If you want to find the energy vein, you will have to go deep underground. I wonder if you have the ability to travel underground? De Huang Dog raised his head arrogantly. Obviously, he had the ability to do so. He wanted to take this opportunity to mock Jiang Chen. Although ordinary cultivators had the ability to crack stones and dig holes with their bare hands, very few could travel underground. Moreover, it was thousands of feet underground. It was too difficult. Damn dog, what are you so proud of? In this world, there's nothing that can stump me. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. As Jiang Chen said that, a layer of yellow light suddenly appeared around his body. He stomped his feet and half of his body went deep underground. Because of the yellow light, Jiang Chen's aura seemed to have fused with the earth. What the fuck? What kind of cultivation technique is this? De Huang Dog staggered and almost fell on his face. He originally wanted to mock Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to really be able to go underground. This made De Huang Dog extremely depressed. In his heart, He had completely labeled Jiang Chen as a monster. Holy shit. This kid was only 15 when he left Fragrant Sky City. Now he's 16, and I've never seen him acknowledge a master. Motherfucker. He's so good at everything. Chapter 144. Let me tell you, this is not a cultivation technique, but a movement technique. Jiang Chen said. Movement technique? There is a movement technique that can travel underground? De Huang Dog was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of it. This technique is called spatial shift. When cultivated to the peak, one can travel through space, escape to the sky, escape to the ground, or escape to the sky. Earth shift is just a type of spatial shift. Although I can't perfectly use earth shift and can't travel more than 1,000 zhong, traveling underground is not a problem. Jiang Chen said. This spatial shift was obtained from a treasure in his previous life. He didn't know what level of movement technique it was, but it was definitely not weak. Jiang Chen relied on this movement technique to travel unhindered in the world and was invincible. Now, his cultivation was too weak, so he couldn't exert the power of spatial shift at all. Otherwise, he could travel more than 1,000 zhong underground. Spatial shift? Where did you learn such a profound movement technique? De Huang Dog felt that Jiang Chen shouldn't be a 16-year-old boy. He should be an old fox that had lived for more than 1,000 years. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go in. Take care of the spirit vein before the blood devils attack. Jiang Chen said, can you do it? If not, I'll go down myself. I can't bring anyone with me, let alone a dog. Get lost. I'm not a dog. De Huang Dog said. A layer of pale yellow light appeared on the surface of his body. Under the effect of this light, he went deeper underground like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was amazed by De Huang Dog's ability. However, no matter how miraculous De Huang Dog's performance was, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, De Huang Dog was a descendant of the dragon horse. He had the complete bloodline of a divine beast and could awaken all kinds of innate magical powers. A man and a dog traveled underground as if they had completely integrated with the earth. Wherever they passed, the surrounding earth didn't move much. Although a distance of 10,000 feet wasn't that far, it was different when the distance was underground. Even if Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had the ability to travel underground, it was impossible for them to reach the place in the blink of an eye as if they were on the surface. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog arrived 3 kilometers underground. Sure enough, they saw a spirit vein that emitted a dazzling bright light twisting and coiling underground, like a coiled-up giant snake. The entire body of the spirit vein was transparent like crystal. It was 300 meters long and as thick as an arm. It was covered by a layer of misty airflow. That airflow was a natural restriction that concealed the energy and spirit chi within the spirit vein. That was why the spirit vein was buried deep underground without being discovered. What an amazing energy vein! This energy vein is priceless. It's rich in energy. If I can absorb the essence from this energy vein, my cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and it won't be a problem for me to break through to the heavenly core realm. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Kid, what are you going to do with this spirit vein? De Huang Dog asked. Energy veins can gather natural yuan energy. If we open it up, the entire Red Sun town will become a fertile land, but at the same time, it will attract the attention of those big powers. Why don't we open it up for now? We can just cut off a part of it and keep it for cultivation. Jiang Chen said. It wasn't very realistic for him to keep such a huge spiritual vein. Kid, in my opinion we can make good use of this energy vein. De Huang Dog said. What's your opinion? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. Kid, your opponent is the powerful northern and southern dynasties. I'm sure those northern and southern dynasties are not ordinary people. The Burning Sky Pavilion can't trap them, and I don't think you're willing to stay in the small black sect forever. This energy vein will be your foundation, and with it you can build your own power in the future. De Huang Dog said. You're right, wherever I go, Jiang Chen, go, I'll leave my name behind. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Now I've won over all the people in Red Sun Town, and with this energy vein here, I can use this town as my foundation. It might come in handy in the future. Besides, with this energy vein, I'll be lucky. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. To achieve great things, one must have a deep and far-sighted plan. But, I still need to use this energy vein. I'll open up a part of the energy vein, Then I'll use a formation to gather the energy and connect it to the top. After that, I'll ask the people of Red Sun Town to build me a mansion on top of it, and I'll use it as a temporary place to cultivate. Jiang Chen said. That's right, with this, you'll be able to absorb the essence of this energy vein, and it'll be many times better than cultivating in the Black Sect. The energy vein in the Black Sect is separated into many different places by a formation and defense mechanism, and the energy there is scattered everywhere. How can it compare to this place? De Huang Dog said with a big smile. But, it's not easy to set up a formation like this. De Huang Dog said again. It's just a formation. It's not a problem for me. A confident smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. The abilities of the once greatest saint in the world were beyond anyone's imagination. Jiang Chen pointed his finger like a sword, then a bright beam shot out from his fingertip towards the center of the energy vein. Following a popping sound, the airflow surrounding the energy vein was immediately broken, and a hole appeared on it. Natural defense mechanisms were easy to break, and they could be broken with just pure force. At this moment, a dense energy burst out from the small hole, and a buzzing sound could be heard coming from underneath the ground. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog took a deep breath, and they immediately felt refreshed and energetic. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the energy turned into pure energy and started flowing into Jiang Chen's Qi Si. This was the essence of the energy vein. It was far more abundant than the natural energy gathered by the energy vein in Jiang Chen's place in the Black Sect. Seal it up quickly. If not, the energy will leak out and attract the attention of others. De Huang Dog quickly reminded Jiang Chen. At the same time, he spat out a golden defense mechanism towards the small hole. On the other side, Jiang Chen performed a hand seal and unleashed one complicated defense mechanism after another. These defense mechanisms merged together and formed into an invisible formation, sealing the small hole. After that, Jiang Chen's body kept moving upwards, and he kept unleashing the same hand seal, connecting them together perfectly with the formation. De Huang Dog, who was standing next to him, was dancing with joy. He felt so depressed that he was about to throw up blood. Damn you, is there anything you can't do? De Huang Dog stared at the formation constructed by Jiang Chen, and he felt like he was about to go crazy. Jiang Chen's movements were very skillful, and each time he unleashed a hand seal, it would merge perfectly with the formation, slowly guiding the essence of the energy upwards. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a master of formation. A 16-year-old young man, but he knew everything. Not only that, the key was that he was proficient in it. Anything that came out from Jiang Chen's hand would be at the level of a master. In the end, De Huang Dog let out a long sigh. From now on, no matter what amazing things happened to Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be surprised anymore. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog successfully crawled out from the ground. Jiang Chen's hands were still forming complicated hand seals, and at the tip of his fingers, a bright light was flickering. That was pure spiritual energy, and it could take one's soul away. Suddenly, the night became even more gloomy. The originally quiet night was suddenly filled with a demonic wind, and a vast amount of demonic energy rushed over from afar. One after another, eerie laughter could be faintly heard, and it was getting clearer and clearer. The blood devils are here. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Sure enough, they are here. It seems like their momentum is much stronger than last night. Let's go. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. With a flip of his palm, he unleashed the last hand seal, temporarily sealing the spiritual energy. After that, he and De Huang Dog turned into two beams of golden light and flew out of Red Sun Town. Hurry, the blood devils are here. Hurry up and call young Master Zhang. Look, young Master Zhang is here. The number of blood devils this time is at least twice as many as last night. I'm afraid there are more than 100 of them. I wonder if young Master Zhang can handle them. Of course he can. Young Master Zhang is extremely powerful. He can kill all these blood devils with just a flick of his finger. We don't have to be afraid. Let's fight them with all our might. All the warriors of Red Sun Town were holding their weapons in their hands. Each of them had an imposing aura, and they were determined to fight to the death with the blood devils. Outside of Red Sun Town, there was a huge group of tall and muscular blood devils. They were extremely fast, and they were roaring and leaping towards Red Sun Town. These blood devils had lost their humanity. Their blood-red eyes were glowing with a bloodthirsty light, and their bodies were emitting a brutal aura. In the sky, there were 4 blood devil leaders who could fly. One of them was 3 meters tall, and he looked like an iron tower. He was emitting a brutal aura, and he was holding an eerie devil weapon in his hand. His aura was much stronger than the other 3 blood devil leaders. He had actually reached the mid-heavenly core realm. Kill all the living beings in this town. Leave the young girls for young master's blood sacrifice. The leader of the blood devils gave out a cruel order. He wanted to raze Red Sun Town to the ground, and leave no survivors. Roar, roar, roar. Right after the leader's words left his mouth, the brutal blood devils started roaring loudly. They crazily dashed towards the town, and wherever they went, the ground would be razed to the ground. De Huang Dog, I'll deal with the leader of the blood devils. I'll leave the rest of the blood devils to you. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Jiang Chen said to De Huang Dog in an imposing manner. I promise I'll complete my mission. Big Yellow let out a hearty laugh. He dragged his majestic body and emitted a dazzling golden light as he dashed toward the group of blood devils. Bam bam bam. De Huang Dog was too strong. His body was unimaginably strong, like an iron wall. Especially his dog head. It was unimaginably hard. De Huang Dog's rampage was like a huge mountain crashing into the blood devils. All the blood devils who were hit by De Huang Dog were killed instantly. It was a brutal and bloody scene. Kill them all, kill them all. Town Chief Zhang Zhun raised the combat weapon in his hand high up into the air. He led all the men of sacrifice in Red Sun Town and charged towards De Huang Dog. Zhang Zhun was a heavenly core warrior, and dealing with these mortal core blood devils was like a tiger jumping into a flock of sheep. In such a large-scale battle, the blood devils had suffered heavy casualties, and their morale was weakening. In the sky, Jiang Chen's blood wings stretched out in front of the 4 blood devil leaders. What happened last night? Was it you who did it? Chapter 145. That's right. Today, just like last night, all of you will be buried here. Jiang Chen's voice was loud like a bell, and his powerful aura was obvious. Everyone in Red Sun Town could hear his words clearly, and they became even more excited. It was as if as long as Jiang Chen was here, these blood devils would definitely die. Humph. A tiny mortal core warrior who hasn't even reached the heavenly core realm. How dare you talk big in front of me? You're courting death. You 3, go kill all the townspeople. I'll deal with this guy. I want to suck his blood dry. The blood devil leader let out a cold snort. While giving orders to the other 3 leaders, he stared at Jiang Chen with a bloodthirsty gaze. He stuck out his red tongue and licked his 2 sharp fangs. Yes. The 3 leaders replied and flew down at the same time. Their speed wasn't slow, but Jiang Chen was faster. Jiang Chen immediately attacked without any warning. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of one of the blood devil leaders and smashed his skull with a palm strike. At the same time, he dug out his devil core. The devil cores of these blood devil leaders were great nourishment for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen killed one with a single strike, fast and violent. After killing one, Jiang Chen didn't slow down at all. His blood wings were as sharp as blades, cutting the other blood devil leader in half. At the same time, he dug out the devil core of the leader. The devil cores of these blood devil leaders were great nourishment for Jiang Chen. What? The mid-heavenly core blood devil leader shouted out in shock. Only now did he regain his senses from the shock. He had never expected this young man he looked down upon to be so ruthless. He had killed 2 blood devil leaders in just a few seconds, causing them to suffer a huge loss. Die now! The blood devil leader was furious. He raised the devil weapon in his hand and swung it towards Jiang Chen. Only then did he manage to save the last blood devil from being killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen swung his arm and swung the axe of thunder towards the devil weapon. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, and the demon weapon buzzed from the impact. Under the impact of the axe of thunder, the blood demon leader was forced back more than a dozen feet before he could stabilize his body. The shock on his face became even more intense. The mid-heavenly core blood devil leader was no match for Jiang Chen. Although this blood devil leader was stronger than an ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior, when compared to the inner circle geniuses of the Black Sect, he was still weaker. Even Jiang Wei was able to defeat and even kill him. Back when Jiang Chen killed Jiang Wei, he only had 80 dragon marks in his Qi. But now, he had 90 dragon marks in his Qi. His battle prowess had increased tremendously. This blood fiend leader before him could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. Out of the 4 blood devil leaders, Two of them were killed by Jiang Chen in an instant, and the last early Heavenly Corps leader dashed down towards the townspeople of Red Sun Town. Right at this moment, a white beam appeared from afar and blocked the path of the Blood Devil leader. It was Yu Zihan who had just arrived from Yellowstone City. "Brother Jiang, leave this Blood Devil to me." After saying that, Yu Zihan unleashed a bright and huge palm, slapping towards the leader of the Blood Devils. Roared the Blood Devil let out a loud roar towards the sky. Then he unleashed a huge blood-red palm strike as well. Bang! Two powerful attacks collided with each other, producing a bright light that lit up the dark night sky. The Blood Devil leader was no match for Yu Zihan. He was knocked back a few hundred meters by the impact, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. "Humph, so weak." Yu Zihan let out a cold snort. He took the opportunity and continued attacking. His body was covered in a bright light, and he dashed towards the Blood Devil leader once again. On the other side, Jiang Chen carried the battle axe in his hand and crazily attacked the mid-Heavenly Corps Blood Devil leader. Bang bang bang. Every strike of the battle axe would produce a loud explosion. The Blood Devil leader kept raising the devil weapon in his hand to defend himself, but under Jiang Chen's attack, his body kept being pushed back. The devil weapon in his hand had been badly damaged, and every time Jiang Chen attacked, the Blood Devil leader would spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, where did this monster come from? How can he be so frightening? The Blood Devil leader cursed. He had personally come here today, and he had brought 3 Heavenly Corps leaders with him. He thought he would be able to wipe out Red Sun Town in one fell swoop, but he had never expected to suffer such a heavy blow, and he didn't even have a chance to react. Clap of thunder, die. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. The battle axe unleashed a bright light that descended from the skies, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the Blood Devil leader. Not good. The Blood Devil leader panicked. He could feel a strong sense of danger from the attack. However, Jiang Chen's speed was too fast, so fast that he couldn't dodge it. The only thing he could do was raise the combat weapon in his hand and defend himself. Clang! Slash! The combat weapon in the Blood Devil leader's hand couldn't withstand such a heavy blow, and it was instantly cut in half. The Blood Devil leader let out a shrill cry, and just like the combat weapon, he was also cut in half by Jiang Chen's battle axe. Blood splashed across the sky. Jiang Chen made a grabbing motion with his big hand and took out the devil core. Ugh! At the same time, another blood-curdling scream came from the other side. Under Yu Zihan's attack, the leader of the Blood Devils was killed on the spot. Yu Zihan showed no mercy to the Blood Devils. He even destroyed the leader's devil core. From the moment the Blood Devils started their attack to the moment all 4 leaders were killed, only 3 minutes had passed. On the ground, under the attack of De Huang Dog and Zhang Zhen, more than half of the Blood Devils had been killed or injured. When they saw all 4 of their leaders dead, the rest of the Blood Devils lost their will to fight, and they immediately ran away. Humph! I've said it before, don't let any of these Blood Devils live. Kill them all. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He descended from the skies with a battle axe in his hand. He looked like a god of war who had just arrived, and he cut off all the Blood Devils' escape routes. Swoosh! Jiang Chen swung the battle axe in his hand. A bright axe beam streaked across the battlefield, and dozens of Blood Devils were killed on the spot, turning into blood mist. Jiang Chen swung the battle axe again, and dozens more Blood Devils were killed. In front of him, these mortal core Blood Devils were just like ants. No matter how many there were, he would kill them all. Yu Zihan stared at the mighty Jiang Chen, and he couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. He has become stronger again. That's right, compared to when he killed Jiang Wei, Jiang Chen had become much stronger. This could be seen from the way he killed the Blood Devil leader just now. It had only been 2 days since he killed Jiang Wei, and this meant that Jiang Chen was constantly growing. How could Yu Zihan not be shocked? Arg! Under the cruel slaughter of De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen, the rest of the Blood Devils were all killed. The entire outer perimeter of Red Sun Town was filled with broken limbs. Over 100 Blood Devils, including the 4 Heavenly Corps leaders, had all been killed. Not a single one of them was left alive. All hail Jiang Chen! Town Marshal Zhang Zhen waved his arm and shouted loudly. All hail Jiang Chen! All hail Jiang Chen! All the townspeople of Red Sun Town were shouting at the same time. Their eyes were glowing brightly as they stared at Jiang Chen. It was as if they were looking at a real god of war, their savior. This young man who was only 16 years old was the savior of Red Sun Town, their true savior. Jiang Chen's powerful methods and his domineering image had been deeply engraved into the hearts of every single townspeople. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen's image had once again been magnified in their minds. For the townspeople of Red Sun Town, tonight's battle was a joyous one. They had killed to their heart's content, and their hands were stained with the blood of the blood devils. They were all trying their best to avenge their dead townspeople, and most importantly, none of them were injured or killed. 4 heavenly core blood devil leaders and over 100 cruel blood devils had all been killed in just a few minutes. This result was something that the townspeople of Red Sun Town had never dreamed of. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the townspeople immediately stopped shouting. They all stared at Jiang Chen without blinking their eyes, waiting for Jiang Chen's next order. The battle between us and the blood devils has just begun. It's far from over. Therefore, everyone, please be extra careful, Jiang Chen said with a loud voice. He looked at Zhang Zhan and said, Mayor, burn all the dead bodies of these blood devils. Keep watching the situation closely. Don't let your guard down. Yes, young Master Jiang. Zhang Zhan cupped his fist towards Jiang Chen. Right now, he really admired Jiang Chen, and his heart was filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen asked him to go through fire and water, he wouldn't even frown. Brother Jiang's methods are heaven-defying. I really admire you. Yu Zihan cupped his fist towards Jiang Chen. This admiration came from the bottom of his heart. Brother Yu, you have great talent as well. Your future is limitless, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. I'm ashamed to be in front of Brother Jiang. Yu Zihan shook his head. After today's battle, he had made up his mind. From now on, he would follow behind Jiang Chen and fight for his life. Brother Yu, is there any news from the Yu family? Jiang Chen asked. It's all according to Brother Jiang's orders. My dad has already spread the Yu family's forces to every town. My dad has heard of Brother Jiang's name for a long time, and he hopes to meet you someday. Yu Zihan said. That's fine, after we kill those blood devils, I'll pay them a visit myself. Jiang Chen smiled and said, All right, I'm going to take a rest now. I still need Brother Yu to take care of things in Red Sun Town. Brother Jiang, don't worry, I won't dare to neglect you, Yu Zihan said in a serious tone. Indeed, he couldn't neglect the blood devils. Jiang Chen nodded his head. With Yu Zihan around, he would have less to worry about. He turned around and looked at Zhang Zhan and said, Mayor, can you ask someone to build me a mansion in the wasteland north of Red Sun Town? I'll be cultivating there. Later, I'll ask De Huang Dog to go with you and build it at the designated location. Chapter 146. When Zhang Zhan heard that Jiang Chen wanted to build a mansion in a desolate area, he was startled. For Red Sun Town, building a mansion for Jiang Chen was a piece of cake. Jiang Chen wanted to stay in Red Sun Town, and the townspeople were happy about it. But what Zhang Zhan didn't understand was why Jiang Chen wanted to build a mansion in a desolate area. Young Master Jiang, that place is desolate. I think I should find a better place for you to build a mansion. It will suit young Master Jiang's status better. Zhang Zhan said. That's right, young Master Jiang. You have given the entire Red Sun Town a new lease of life, and all of us townspeople will never forget it. From now on, we will be young Master Jiang's people. So building a mansion for you is what we should do, but you have to find a better place for it. Zhang Quan said. The desolate area was remote, and there was no one around. Building a mansion for Jiang Chen there was really inappropriate. Just do as I say, build a mansion as you like. Just make it simple. I don't have too many requirements. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked away with big steps. Only he himself knew why he wanted to build a mansion in a desolate area. Young Master Jiang is really a strange man. Why would he choose a desolate area when there is a better place for him to live? Zhang Quan couldn't help but say. Brother Jiang only cares about his cultivation. He doesn't have any requirements for the environment. Just do as he says. Yu Zihan said. Yes, young Master Yu. Zhang Zhan and the others bowed towards Yu Zihan. Not only was this young master an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect, he was also a young master of the Yu family. None of them dared disrespect Yu Zihan's words. Jiang Chen returned to his residence and started absorbing the 3 devil cores in his hand. 2 early heavenly core and 1 mid-heavenly core. This was a big harvest. As the dragon transformation skill became stronger, Jiang Chen's speed of absorbing the devil cores and demon souls became faster and faster. Soon, all 3 devil cores were completely absorbed by him. Although it got harder and harder to form dragon marks, these 3 heavenly core devil cores still helped Jiang Chen form 6 new dragon marks. I formed 96 dragon marks in my Qi Si, and I still need 4 more to reach 100. Even if I don't kill those blood devils, once the mansion is built, I'll be able to break through to the heavenly core realm with the help of the energy vein essence. A bright light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had killed so many enemies, and finally, he was about to break through to the heavenly core realm. As long as he broke through to the heavenly core realm, Jiang Chen's combat strength would skyrocket, and at that point of time, even late heavenly core warriors would be no match for him. That night, the blood devils didn't attack again. The mortal core warriors of Red Sun Town were standing guard outside the town. Within Red Sun Town, the desolate north side of the town was bustling with activity. When the townspeople who were being protected heard that they were going to build a mansion for Jiang Chen, they all came to help. The next day, Black Sect's outer circle. In Jiang Chen's residence, Yan Qinyu's clothes were fluttering in the wind. She stood at the peak of a mountain and gazed into the distance. A trace of worry could be seen on her delicate face. Brother Chen has already been gone for 2 days. I wonder if he's in any danger. No, Brother Chen is very strong. Those blood devils are definitely not a match for him. Yan Qianyu murmured to herself. Right at this moment, a man flew across the sky. Then he turned around and landed not far away from Yan Qianyu. This man had a handsome face, and he had a handsome face. It was Fan Kuan. The reason why Fan Kuan landed was because he had seen Yan Qianyu's face. A few days ago, he had heard from Jiang Wei that Yan Qianyu was extremely beautiful, just like a fairy. But he hadn't had the chance to see her in person. Today, he had finally seen her, and he was shocked by her beauty. Even with Fan Kuan's pride, he couldn't help but admire Yan Qianyu's beauty. Who are you? Yan Qianyu looked at Fan Kuan. When she noticed Fan Kuan's evil gaze, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. My name is Fan Kuan, and this must be junior disciple Yan Qianyu. I've been in love with junior disciple Yan for a long time, and now that I've seen her in person, junior disciple Yan is indeed a goddess. There are very few beauties like junior disciple Yan in this world. Fan Kuan kept staring at Yan Qianyu. Even with his strong willpower, he couldn't help but have some lustful thoughts. Besides, there was enmity between him and Jiang Chen. So you're the Fan Kuan who wants to kill Chen Gij? Hearing Fan Kuan's name, Yan Qianyu's expression became startled, and then it became filled with disgust. The words Chen Gij made Fan Kuan jealous. In his mind, such a beautiful girl should have belonged to him, Fan Kuan. What did Jiang Chen do to deserve such a blessing? Junior disciple Yan, what's so good about following Jiang Chen? Why don't you follow me? I, Fan Kuan, am the strongest person in the Black Sect's inner circle, and soon, I'll break through to the divine core realm and become a true core disciple. Besides, my grandfather is a founding elder of the Black Sect. If you follow me, you'll be able to enjoy all the resources in the Black Sect. Fan Kuan said with an evil smile on his face. Get lost. Yan Qianyu said in a daze. She turned her head around and didn't bother to look at Fan Kuan. Seeing this, Fan Kuan's expression became cold. Yan Qianyu's behavior had deeply hurt his arrogant pride. Not only in the Black Sect, even in the entire Qi province, with his cultivation level and talent, he could get any girl he wanted. Women had always surrounded him, and he thought he had already lowered himself to talk to Yan Qianyu. But not only did she not appreciate it, she even offended him. Humph. Yan Qianyu, let me tell you, your Chen Gij is going to kill those blood devils, and he won't be able to return. Following me is your best choice. Fan Kuan let out a cold snort. Chen Gij will never die. Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as Chen Gij. Yan Qianyu argued back. In her heart, Jiang Chen's position was irreplaceable, and this Fan Kuan dared to curse Jiang Chen's death in front of her. This had touched Yan Qianyu's reverse scale, and it made her hate Fan Kuan reach its peak. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Fan Kuan was furious. Right at this moment, a man came from afar and stood next to Yan Qianyu. It was sect elder Guoshan. Fan Kuan, what are you doing here? Guoshan stared at Fan Kuan and asked with a cold tone. Sect Elder Gua, I was just passing by, so I wanted to say hello to junior disciple Yan. Fan Kuan cupped his fist towards Guashan. Guashan was the #1 alchemist in the Black Sect, and his status was no weaker than his own grandfather. Fan Kuan didn't dare show any disrespect. You're not welcome here. Get lost, and don't ever come here again. Guashan waved his sleeves and said without any politeness. If it wasn't for the fact that Fan Kuan had a grandfather behind him, Guashan would have slapped Fan Kuan and sent him flying away. Understood. Fan Kuan smiled. Then he turned around and left. Right after he turned around, Fan Kuan's face changed into a vicious expression. Humph. Jiang Chen will definitely die in Yellowstone, and this bitch still dares to act like she's a virtuous person? She refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Your father, will definitely teach her a lesson. Fan Kuan's face was filled with a vicious expression. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves remembering. Yen Chen Yu had been targeted by Fan Kuan, and she would be in big trouble. Red Sun Town. The townspeople had spent the entire day building Jiang Chen's mansion, and by dusk, they had finished building it. They had also arranged all the necessary furniture. When Jiang Chen arrived in front of the mansion, he couldn't help but nod his head. The mansion wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was luxuriously decorated, and it really suited Jiang Chen's style. It was extremely domineering. There were a total of 6 exquisite rooms in the mansion, and there was a grand hall in the middle. The townspeople had really put in a lot of effort. Young Master Jiang, are you satisfied with this mansion? Zhang Zhan asked with a smile on his face. It's not bad. Mayor, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Chen replied with a smile on his face. As long as young Master Jiang likes it. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know, we'll do our best to prepare it for young Master Jiang. Zhang Zhan said. On the same night, Jiang Chen set up a cushion in one of the rooms in the mansion, connecting the formation with the energy vein. Jiang Chen sat on the cushion, and he could directly absorb the energy vein's essence. That night, the townspeople were extremely nervous. They all knew that the third attack from the Blood Devils would be much bigger than the previous 2 attacks, and there might even be a stronger Blood Devil leader. But what puzzled them was that it was a peaceful night, and the Blood Devils didn't do anything. This situation made the townspeople feel puzzled. Brother Jiang, the Blood Devils suddenly became quiet. Something must be wrong. Yu Zihan said. That's right, this doesn't fit the Blood Devils' style. I guess they are preparing for a bigger attack, and they want to wipe out Red Sun Town in one fell swoop. I'm afraid a late Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader will appear in the next attack, and it might even be Lord Bloodmoon. Jiang Chen said with a frown on his face. I'm worried about this as well. If that's the case, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to deal with them. Yu Zihan said worriedly. Zihan, you keep monitoring the situation. Make sure the townspeople are safe. I'm going to enter secluded cultivation and break through to the Heavenly Core realm. As long as I can break through to the Heavenly Core realm, even if a late Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader appears, it won't be a problem. Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. The war with the Blood Devils would become more and more intense, so Jiang Chen had to break through to the Heavenly Core realm in order to be able to handle the upcoming war. What? You're going to break through to the Heavenly Core realm? Yu Zihan shouted out in shock. He stared at Jiang Chen with disbelief. Jiang Chen had been improving all this time. He had only joined the Black Sect for a short period of time, and he was about to break through to the Heavenly Core realm. That's right, Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang is really a monster when it comes to cultivation. I really admire you. I hope Brother Jiang can break through to the Heavenly Core realm and kill all these Blood Devils. After saying that, Yu Zihan turned around and left. Jiang Chen was going to enter secluded cultivation, so he would have to take care of everything in Red Sun Town. After Yu Zihan left, Jiang Chen closed the door behind him. He was going to use the energy vein essence to break through to the Heavenly Core realm. De Huang Dog, I'm going to break through to the Heavenly Core realm now. I need you to protect me. Jiang Chen said. Protect my ass. Daddy is tired, I'm going to sleep. De Huang Dog let out a big yawn. Then he turned around and went to another room. Jiang Chen was startled. When this dog felt sleepy and wanted to sleep, it meant he was about to break through. Damn it, how many days has it been since this dog broke through? Chapter 147. Jiang Chen walked into his room, closed the door, and sat down on a cushion with his legs crossed. De Huang Dog had gone to sleep, and in fact, he had gone to break through. If nothing unexpected happened, when De Huang Dog woke up, he would break through to the heavenly core realm. The cushion Jiang Chen placed on was directly connected to the energy vein, and the defense mechanism of the energy vein was only slightly activated. That meant, Jiang Chen could use the cushion to absorb the essence of the energy vein at will. With a completed energy vein, it was a huge treasure. Jiang Chen had a treasure all to himself, and his cultivation speed could only be described as fast. Right now, he had formed 96 dragon marks, and he only needed 4 more before he could break through to the heavenly core realm. For Jiang Chen, forming 4 dragon marks with the essence of the energy vein wasn't a problem at all. Since he arrived in Red Sun Town, he had fought 2 battles with these blood devils, and both times he had killed all of them. This third time, the blood devils would be much stronger than the previous 2 battles. With the lessons learned from the previous 2 battles, if nothing unexpected happened, there would definitely be late heavenly core blood devils in the third battle. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation level and combat strength, he could kill mid-heavenly core warriors, but if he met a late heavenly core warrior, he would be no match for them. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to break through to the heavenly core realm as soon as possible. Once he reached the early heavenly core realm, he would be able to kill late heavenly core blood devils, and at that point of time, he would have the strength to fight Lord Bloodmoon. Activate the defense mechanism. Let me absorb. Jiang Chen activated the defense mechanism of the energy vein. Under the control of the formation, a huge amount of energy started gushing into Jiang Chen's body like a tidal wave. Such a powerful energy impact made Jiang Chen feel so comfortable that he couldn't help but let out a moan. He immediately started circulating the dragon transformation skill, and under the control of the skill, the energy that entered his body was quickly transformed into pure energy and rushed into his Qi Si. Within his Qi Si, numerous blood-red dragon marks were flowing out from his mortal core. They kept swimming around like blood dragons, looking extremely mystical. At the same time, some of the dragon marks turned into shadows of dragons and circled around Jiang Chen's body, making him look like the son of heaven. Buzz buzz. The impact of the spiritual energy was too strong, causing Jiang Chen's entire body to produce a buzzing sound. Accompanied by the vibrations of the buzzing sound, the 97th dragon mark began to gradually form. The essence of a complete spiritual vein is simply too powerful. Its purity is far above that of a demon spirit or a devil core. Jiang Chen absorbed the essence of a spiritual vein. Not only could he condense dragon marks to increase his cultivation, he could also use the spiritual qi to refine his body. Under the dragon transformation skill, his body became even more sturdy. Buzz buzz. The buzzing sound was endless. Dragon shadows danced around Jiang Chen's body. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen finally condensed 100 dragon marks. At this time, a dull dragon roar came from his body. The entire movement made Jiang Chen look like an ancient beast that was about to awaken. The dragon transformation art was too frightening, and it would become even more frightening in the future. Sooner or later, Jiang Chen would become a real dragon and soar into the sky. I've finally condensed 100 dragon marks. Haha, I'm going to break through to the heavenly core realm now. Jiang Chen laughed out loudly. If it was any ordinary peak mortal core warrior who wanted to break through to the heavenly core realm, even if he had enough energy, he wouldn't be able to break through immediately. He would need to control the natural energy, and there was a huge bottleneck between the mortal core realm and the heavenly core realm. But this kind of bottleneck didn't exist for Jiang Chen. He had the cultivation experience of a saint, so all bottlenecks were nothing to him. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and all he needed was energy. As long as he had enough energy, he would be able to break through without any bottlenecks. Jiang Chen took out a huge amount of human elixir and put it into his mouth. The human elixir was absorbed as if it didn't cost any money. Roar! Jiang Chen raised his head and let out a loud roar. It sounded like a dragon's roar, and it resounded throughout the entire Red Sun Town. Everyone in Red Sun Town could feel the powerful energy coming from Jiang Chen's mansion. A powerful pressure spread out in all directions, shocking everyone. He broke through in such a short time. Yu Zihan murmured as he stared at the shockwave that shot up into the sky. He really couldn't find any words to describe such a freak. Look, what a powerful energy. That's young Master Jiang breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Haha, great, this is great. Young Master Jiang Chen is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. When he was at the peak mortal core realm, he was able to kill heavenly core blood devils, and now that he has broken through to the heavenly core realm, those blood devils are no match for him. This is great! Young Master Jiang has broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his combat strength has increased tremendously. This is a good thing for the entire Red Sun Town. All the townspeople of Red Sun Town were extremely excited, especially Zhang Zhen and the other elders. Now, Red Sun Town had become the main target of the blood devils, and their biggest and only hope was Jiang Chen. The stronger Jiang Chen became, the more excited they became. Within the mansion, the golden mortal core in Jiang Chen's Qi was beating rapidly. It was surrounded by countless blood-red dragon marks, and the mortal core kept changing. It had doubled in size, and it had become glossier and smoother. Right at this moment, the mortal core had evolved into a heavenly core. Jiang Chen casually waved both of his hands, and the natural energies immediately started gathering towards him like a tidal wave. With the help of the natural energies, Jiang Chen's body slowly left the ground. This time, he didn't rely on his blood-red wings, he just controlled the natural energies and flew into the sky. Haha! Jiang Chen was laughing out loudly. He had finally broken through to the heavenly core realm, and he had once again found the feeling of controlling the natural energies. Above his head, there was a dragon-shaped blood-red qi that was dancing around, and it carried a pure yang energy. The formation of 100 dragon marks had brought a tremendous change to Jiang Chen's combat strength. His overall strength had increased by a lot. The mortal core realm and the heavenly core realm were like heaven and earth. The gap between them was like night and day. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly, and cracking sounds could be heard from his joints. His eyes were shining brightly, and he was filled with confidence. With his current combat strength, he wouldn't need to worry about any ordinary late heavenly core warriors. Finally, I've broken through to the heavenly core realm. But, the dragon transformation skill is getting more and more difficult to cultivate. According to the dragon transformation skill, from the early heavenly core realm to the mid-heavenly core realm, I'll need to form 200 dragon marks, and in order to break through to the late heavenly core realm, I'll need to form another 100 dragon marks. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Although the dragon transformation skill was incredibly powerful, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Let alone the future. Just the current breakthrough from the early heavenly core realm would require him to form another 100 dragon marks before he could reach the 200 dragon marks mark. 100 dragon marks? How much energy would that require? But in the next moment, a determined expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill is destined to be a path of slaughter and plunder. The journey of 100,000 dragon marks. I'll kill anyone who stands in my way. After adjusting his energy, Jiang Chen didn't leave the room right away. He continued sitting on the cushion and absorbing the energy vein. It was late at night, and the blood devils hadn't shown up yet. It looked like they wouldn't show up tonight either. When Jiang Chen was still in the black sect, he had consumed the 5 elemental pill, and it had given him a solid foundation. In a short period of time, he didn't have to worry about breaking through. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to continue forming more dragon marks with the help of the energy vein, and stabilize his cultivation base at the early heavenly core realm. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. In just one day, Jiang Chen had formed another 8 dragon marks, and the total number of dragon marks in his Qi had reached 108. His combat strength had increased once again. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen finally stopped absorbing. The impact of the energy vein on his body had reached its limit, and he had to stop and sort out the newly formed dragon marks, stabilizing his cultivation base. That night, the blood devils still didn't show up. Even when dawn arrived, they still didn't show up. For the next 3 days, the blood devils seemed to have calmed down. Although there were still a few blood devils appearing in other towns around Yellowstone, under the control of the Yu family, they couldn't do anything. Young Master Yu, the blood devils are behaving strangely. It's been 3 days, but they haven't shown up at all. Zhang Zhen said worriedly. I have no idea what the blood devils are planning, but don't worry everyone. Brother Zhang has broken through to the heavenly core realm. Even if a powerful leader appears, Brother Zhang will be able to handle it. Yu Zihan said. He was very confident in Jiang Chen now, and he had never had such confidence before. Bang! Right after Yu Zihan's words left his mouth, a loud explosion sounded out from afar. After that, a devilish wind started howling, and a huge group of blood devils suddenly appeared. They were charging towards Red Sun Town with extreme speed. "They're here." Zhang Zhan's expression changed. It was already dawn, and these blood devils had chosen this time to attack Red Sun Town. "I think there are at least 200 blood devils. Everyone get ready. A bloody battle is coming." Yu Zihan's expression turned serious. "Kaka?" The laughter of the blood devils came from afar. In the sky above, 6 blood devil leaders were flying in the sky. Yu Zihan looked over and saw that the leader was a late Heavenly Core warrior. Other than that, there were 2 mid-Heavenly Core and 3 early Heavenly Core leaders. A total of 6 Divine Core warriors. It was a huge force. Yu Zihan's expression turned ugly. The enemies were too strong, and even if Jiang Chen had the ability to handle the late Heavenly Core leader, who would be able to handle the other 2 mid-Heavenly Core leaders? With his combat strength, he might be able to handle one of them, but he still wouldn't be able to handle them. Yu Zihan and the townspeople couldn't help but worry. Although they were worried, there was someone who wasn't worried at all. Jiang Chen leapt out from the mansion. At the same time, a golden figure dashed out from a room below and caught up to Jiang Chen. It was De Huang Dog. "Buddy, you've broken through?" De Huang Dog asked while wagging his head. "Damn you, you damn dog. You have broken through to the Heavenly Core realm? You broke through just by sleeping? Damn it, don't tell anyone I know you from now on." Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. This dog was the real weirdo. Chapter 148. Although he felt depressed, the fact that De Huang Dog was able to break through to the Heavenly Core realm at this time still made Jiang Chen very excited. Others might not know De Huang Dog's combat strength, but he knew it very well. Now that the blood devils had finally attacked again, with the help of De Huang Dog, killing them would be a piece of cake. "Buddy, it looks like the blood devils are not small. I can already sense the aura of a late Heavenly Core blood devil," De Huang Dog said. "Humph. No matter how many come, they'll all die. De Huang, follow me, let's kill all the blood devils. Don't leave a single one alive." Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. With extreme speed, he arrived outside of Red Sun Town in the blink of an eye. De Huang Dog followed closely behind him, his face filled with excitement. All demon beasts had their own ferocious nature, let alone a dragon horse that possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. Its ferocious nature was even more ferocious, and it was good at fighting. This kind of life and death battle with blood devils was what De Huang Dog loved the most. "Congratulations on breaking through to the Heavenly Core realm, Brother Jiang," Yu Zihan said with a smile. "Young Master Jiang, the blood devils are here." Zhang Zhan was holding the combat weapon in his hand, and he looked nervous. "Don't worry, today we'll let them be the same as before. No matter how many come, they'll all die. Kill them all. Don't let any blood devils step into the town." Jiang Chen's body was glowing in a golden light, and he looked like a mighty god of war giving out orders. All the townspeople of Red Sun Town were inside the town, so they had to fight outside. Swoosh swoosh. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately flew up into the sky, blocking in front of the 6 blood devil leaders. Just when Yu Zihan was about to make a move, Jiang Chen stopped him and said, "Zihan, you and the mayor will deal with those blood devils together. Don't show any mercy, kill as many as you can. Leave the leaders to me and De Huang." Jiang Chen had to make sure that Yu Zihan stayed behind. There were too many blood devils, there were more than 200 of them, and there were only 30 mortal core warriors in Red Sun Town. The difference in numbers was huge, and it would be hard for Jiang Chen to kill all these blood devils by himself. If Yu Zihan didn't join the fight, then these blood devils would definitely cause harm to all the warriors in Red Sun Town. This was something Jiang Chen didn't want to see. "All right." Yu Zihan nodded, turned around and flew down. He unleashed a gigantic golden palm and slapped down towards the blood devils. Rumble. Along with the shrill screams, Yu Zihan's attack had killed 6 mortal core blood devils. "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." Yu Zihan shouted out loudly. He took the lead and killed his way into the blood devil's camp. "Kill!" Shouts and yells shook the skies. At dawn, outside of Red Sun Town, a most primitive and cruel battle was taking place. In the sky, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were standing in front of 6 blood devil leaders. On the opposite side, the late Heavenly Core leader had a cruel expression. He stared at the man and dog in front of him with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. "Kill them all. the Blood Devil leader Lang Lang ordered. Right after he finished speaking, the other 5 Blood Devil leaders immediately formed a circle and dashed towards Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog. Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog looked at each other and grinned. Almost at the same time, Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog moved. De Huang Dog aimed his head at one of the early Heavenly Core Blood Devil leaders and rammed it with lightning speed. Fast, too fast. The Blood Devil leader didn't even have the chance to react before he was smashed into a blood mist by De Huang Dog, and he died on the spot. On the other side, Jiang Chen had smashed the head of an early Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader with a single punch, and the leader didn't even have the chance to scream. Everything happened too fast. They never expected their opponents to be so strong, because the previous 2 attacks had resulted in complete annihilation. These Blood Devils didn't know what was going on, and they thought their leaders had died in a bloody battle. Who would have thought that they would be killed so easily by their opponents? Because of a moment of carelessness, 2 of their leaders were killed. Right when the other 3 Blood Devil leaders were stunned, De Huang Dog rammed his head onto the last early Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader. The leader let out a shrill cry before he died again. Jiang Chen's speed was even faster. With lightning speed, a golden battle axe appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he chopped a mid-Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader in half. Even the Devil Core was taken by Jiang Chen. As for the other 3 early Heavenly Core Blood Devils and Devil Cores, Jiang Chen didn't bother collecting them. Demon Souls and Devil Cores of the same level wouldn't have much effect on him. He was cultivating the Dragon Transformation skill, and the amount of energy he needed was unimaginable. He had to absorb Demon Souls and Devil Cores that were higher than his cultivation level. What? The mid-Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader who had only unleashed half of his attack cried out in shock. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He hurriedly backed away, and only then did he barely manage to survive. Right at this moment, the late Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader couldn't remain calm anymore. He stared at what was happening in front of him with his eyes wide open, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had brought 5 Blood Devil leaders with him, and the battle hadn't even started yet, but 4 of them had been killed by their opponents. They were all Heavenly Core Blood Devils, and their combat strength was incredibly strong. This man and dog in front of him were just too abnormal. A Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader had been killed in an instant. How could they still fight? Let me handle them. The Blood Devil leader took a step forward. He unleashed his powerful energy and locked onto Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog. Although the strength displayed by this man and dog had shocked him, he had a strong cultivation level, so he didn't really care. He was confident that he could kill this man and dog. Bring it on. After saying that, Jiang Chen swung the battle axe towards the Blood Devil leader. Rumble, the thunderclap slash was extremely powerful. The axe beam shot up into the sky and arrived in front of the Blood Devil leader in the blink of an eye. The powerful energy pressed down like a huge mountain, causing the Blood Devil leader's expression to change dramatically. This young man's attack had given him a huge pressure, and the shock in his heart had reached an extreme level. Die now! The Blood Devil leader shouted out loudly. In his hand, a devilish blade that was completely condensed from evil devilish energy appeared, and he swung it towards Jiang Chen. Rumble! A loud explosion sounded out, and the devilish blade was instantly shattered. The Blood Devil leader was knocked back a few hundred meters before he could stabilize his body. He felt his blood and chi were tumbling, and he couldn't help but feel an unbearable pain. Haha, Jiang Chen was laughing out loudly. He was unleashing a powerful energy from all over his body. His combat strength was incredible, and even a late Heavenly Core Blood Devil was no match for him. This was Jiang Chen's current combat strength. Ordinary late Heavenly Core warriors were no match for him. Only geniuses like Fan Kuan would have a chance of defending against Jiang Chen's mighty strength. Only geniuses like Guan Yun and Liang Xiao could suppress Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang is so strong. Haha, Blood Devils aren't scary at all. Young Master Jiang can kill all of them by himself, and that De Huang Dog is just as scary. Kill all these Blood Devils. When the townspeople of Red Sun Town witnessed the mighty strength of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, they were all extremely excited, and their morale was extremely high. This was the power of influence. If the fight with the Blood Devils was compared to a war, then Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog would be the generals leading the army. A general would have a huge impact on the morale of the entire army. This is terrifying. With the 1-year promise, he might really be able to fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Yu Zihan couldn't calm himself down. Jiang Chen was definitely the biggest genius he had ever seen. Kaka, the Huang dog was laughing out loudly. With his head raised, he rammed into the mid-heavenly core blood devil leader. Now that the Huang dog had broken through to the heavenly core realm, with his abnormal strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with these mid-heavenly core blood devils. When the Huang dog attacked, Jiang Chen moved as well. With a sway of his body, he arrived next to the blood devil leader and said 2 words with Lang Lang's voice, 1 strike. After saying that, 9 identical Jiang Chens suddenly surrounded the blood devil leader. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, he didn't need to use the 9 phantom wolves, but Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any time on these blood devils. What? The blood devil leader cried out in shock. The 9 Jiang Chens made him dizzy, and he couldn't tell which one was the real one. But Jiang Chen didn't give him any chance to react. Under Jiang Chen's control, the 9 Jiang Chens raised their battle axes at the same time and swung them towards the blood devil leader. The blood devil leader knew that only one of the 9 Jiang Chen's attacks was real, and the other 8's attacks were useless. But too bad, the blood devil leader couldn't tell which one was the real one. Besides, Jiang Chen's speed was too fast, so he had to make a decision and block the attack. This was the frightening power of the 9 phantom wolves. Arg! The blood devil leader let out a loud cry. Then he leapt towards one of the Jiang Chens. Right now, he could only rely on his luck. Puff! The Jiang Chen's body was shattered, and it turned out to be just a phantom. The blood devil leader immediately felt something was wrong, but it was too late for him to block the attack. Jiang Chen's battle axe swung down and split the blood devil leader in half from head to toe. Then he grabbed his devil court. Ugh! At the same time, the last mid-heavenly core blood devil leader couldn't withstand a Huang dog's powerful attack, and he was killed by smashing his head against the wall. It was a tragic and miserable death. The blood devils had spent a few days preparing for this war, and they came here with the goal of annihilating Red Sun Town. But they didn't expect that in just a few minutes, all the blood devil leaders would be killed. The rest of the blood devils immediately panicked, and they started screaming and yelling. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Jiang Chen was a cruel and merciless man. He and a Huang dog flew down from the sky and entered the group of blood devils. To them, these blood devils were like ants, and killing them was as easy as chopping vegetables. In the end, all 200 blood devils were killed once again. None of them managed to escape. The blood devils had planned to attack Red Sun Town first, but unexpectedly, it had become their graveyard. Chapter 149. The blood devils, who had won so many battles and were feared by many people, had suddenly become so weak in people's hearts. The appearance of Jiang Chen had caused an unimaginable amount of damage and losses to the blood devils. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, had killed all the blood devils 3 times in a row, which had made his reputation unparalleled. Not to mention anything else, in the hearts of the Red Sun Town's residents, Jiang Chen was like a god, a holy and mighty being. Jiang Chen was in high spirits. The reason why he was able to inflict such heavy losses on the blood devils was because of the existence of the Red Sun Town. Jiang Chen had made the Red Sun Town a target for the blood devils, which was undoubtedly a good move. Firstly, it had saved the other towns a lot of trouble, and secondly, it had saved him a lot of trouble, as he didn't need to go around killing blood devils. After 3 battles, the hatred between the blood devils and the Red Sun Town had been completely formed. Although Jiang Chen had never seen the so-called Lord Blood Moon, he could imagine that someone like this Lord Blood Moon would definitely launch an even more ferocious attack, and he would not stop until the entire Red Sun Town was destroyed. In the following 2 days, the situation that Jiang Chen had expected to see with Lord Blood Moon did not happen, but the Blood Devils had launched 2 more large-scale attacks, and the result was the same as the previous 3 times. No matter how powerful the Blood Devil leaders were, they all died tragically in the Red Sun Town, and every single one of them was annihilated. In the continuous battles, the one who had gained the most benefits was obviously Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was using the energy vein to cultivate, and at the same time, he was also absorbing the demonic pellets that he had obtained. His fighting power had once again increased by leaps and bounds, and he had already condensed 120 dragon marks. In the past few days, the news of the battles in the Red Sun Town had spread across the entire Yellowstone area, and Jiang Chen's reputation had also spread across the entire Yellowstone area. When Jiang Chen was mentioned, everyone was full of admiration towards him. Everyone in Yellowstone, including the Yu family, knew very well that Jiang Chen's appearance seemed to have saved Red Sun Town, but in fact, he had saved the entire Yellowstone. Without Jiang Chen, there were so many blood devils, and Yellowstone would have been in chaos. Therefore, Jiang Chen was the benefactor of all the people in the Yellowstone region. Everyone had to remember this friendship and be deeply grateful to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang's means are heaven-defying. You killed the blood devils one after another. Now, the entire Yellowstone region is filled with gratitude towards you. Yu Zihan's face was filled with joy. The few times he fought alongside Jiang Chen against the blood devils, he had truly felt what it meant to be hot-blooded. He truly felt that a man could be so domineering. Through these few battles, Yu Zihan's admiration for Jiang Chen had grown to the point of prostrating himself before Jiang Chen. The battle with the blood devils has yet to end, and Lord Blood Moon has yet to appear. Logically speaking, this doesn't seem to be his style. I'm afraid that he will appear for real next time. Therefore we must not be careless," said Jiang Chen. "That's right. Even though I have yet to see this Lord Blood Moon, the ferocious name of the Blood Moon Elder from a few decades ago is well known by everyone. I believe that this Lord Blood Moon is as ferocious as the Blood Moon Elder." Yu Zihan said with a serious expression. "Pay close attention to Lord Blood Moon's movements," said Jiang Chen. However, things didn't turn out as Jiang Chen had expected. Lord Blood Moon still didn't show up. For the next 3 days, everything was calm and peaceful. Not a single blood devil showed up near Red Sun Town. However, this seemingly peaceful situation made the people in Red Sun Town feel very uneasy. There must be a reason behind this abnormal situation. This was not the style of the blood devils. Early in the morning of the 4th day, Yu Zihan ran to Jiang Chen's mansion in a panic. "Brother Jiang, please save my sister." When Yu Zihan saw Jiang Chen, he immediately cupped his fist and spoke in a very serious tone. He looked panicked and worried. "Zihan, what's the matter? Tell me slowly," Jiang Chen said. After spending a few days together, Jiang Chen had a good impression of Yu Zihan, and he had started treating Yu Zihan as one of his own. "Brother Jiang, my dad has found the whereabouts of Lord Blood Moon. My sister Yu Ziyan was kidnapped by him. I hope Brother Jiang can lend me a hand and save my sister," Yu Zihan said in a worried tone. He couldn't help but worry about his sister. Now that she was in the hands of Lord Blood Moon, there was no way she would have a good ending. "What happened? Tell me slowly," Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. With his mentality, he had reached a state where he could remain calm in the face of danger. "My sister went missing a few days ago. My dad had sent some men to investigate, and finally, they found out that Lord Blood Moon has been secretly capturing young girls, and tonight, he is going to carry out a blood sacrifice in the Valley of Een Spirits. Lord Blood Moon is trying to break through to the Divine Core Realm with this blood sacrifice, and once he succeeds, all lives in Yellowstone will be wiped out," Yu Zihan said. "I see. No wonder Lord Blood Moon hasn't shown up yet." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This wasn't good news, but for Jiang Chen, news about Lord Blood Moon was better than no news at all. "Brother Jiang, my sister is among these young girls. My dad has brought a few heavenly core warriors from the Yu family, and is preparing to rescue her in the Valley of Een Spirits. I hope Brother Jiang can lend us a hand." Yu Zihan cupped his fist once again. They had to save Yu Ziyan, but Yu Zihan knew that with the Yu family's strength, it would be impossible for them to save Yu Ziyan from Lord Blood Moon. With just a few heavenly core warriors from the Yu family, when they arrived at the Valley of Een Spirits, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between Lord Blood Moon's teeth. Therefore, in this rescue mission, they needed Jiang Chen's help. "Where is the Valley of Een Spirits?" Jiang Chen asked. The Valley of Een Spirits is located in a remote area of Yellowstone. Many years ago, Blood Moon Shaman was killed by the warriors from the 4 big sects, and he died in the Valley of Een Spirits. Before he died, Blood Moon Shaman used a ruthless method and turned the place into a land of Een Spirits. The place is filled with Een Spirits all year round, and no one lives there. Yu Zihan said, "Tell your dad not to act on his own. We'll enter the Valley of Een Spirits together in the evening, and we'll act according to the situation. Tonight, we'll settle the score with Lord Blood Moon." Jiang Chen said that they had been out on a mission for many days, and it was time for him to meet this Lord Blood Moon. "All right, Brother Jiang has done a great favor for the Yu family, and we will never forget it." Yu Zihan cupped his fist towards Jiang Chen once again. Then he turned around and left. With Jiang Chen's help, the Yu family would have a chance to fight the Blood Devils and save Yu Ziyan. Without Jiang Chen's help, Even if the Yu family sent all their men into the Valley of Yin spirits, not only would they not be able to save Yu Ziyan, they would also end up as food for the blood devils. At the same time, the Black Sect. Fan Kuan walked out from the inner circle with a sneer on his face. He stopped at Guishan's mountain peak and said, "Humph. Guishan, you finally entered secluded cultivation. I've been waiting for this day." Now that sect chief is in secluded cultivation, and Guishan is studying alchemy, Yan Chenyu, let's see who can save you today. Let's see how you can escape from my palm. Fan Kuan let out a loud laugh. Then he turned around and started walking towards Jiang Chen's residence. Within the courtyard, Yan Chenyu was in secluded cultivation. Suddenly, she heard footsteps coming from the courtyard. She scanned the area with her divine sense and found out that it was Fan Kuan. Her pretty face immediately turned cold. Swoosh! Yan Chenyu walked out from her room and shouted, "Fan Kuan, what are you doing here? Didn't Sect Elder Guishan ask you to get lost?" "Hee, junior disciple Yan. Please don't be angry. I wonder what you've thought about it for the past few days?" Fan Kuan smiled. "Thought about what?" Yan Chenyu couldn't hide the disgust in her eyes. "Junior disciple Yan, aren't you asking the obvious? Of course you want to follow me from now on. Let me tell you, Jiang Chen will definitely be killed by Lord Bloodmoon during his trip to Yellowstone. If you follow me from now on, as long as you serve me well, I can guarantee you that you'll be above everyone else in the Black Sect." Fan Kuan had an obscene smile on his face. "Get lost." Yan Chenyu's tone was extremely cold. It was as cold as the cold energy emitted from her body. "Humph. Yan Chenyu, my patience is limited. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If you don't obey me today, don't blame me for being rude." Fan Kuan's expression changed. It looked like if Yan Chenyu didn't obey him, he would have to use force. "How dare you?" Yan Chenyu's expression changed as well, and the cold energy emitted from her body became even stronger. "Do you really think that old fool Guishan will help you out? Don't even think about it. Today, the sect chief is in secluded cultivation, and that old fool Guishan is also in secluded cultivation, studying alchemy. Now, my grandfather is the acting sect chief of the Black Sect. This Black Sect belongs to me, Fan Kuan, and no one dares to go against me." Fan Kuan had a proud expression on his face. In the Black Sect, he did have the right to be proud. In his mind, no matter how much of a genius Jiang Chen was, he would still be killed by Lord Bloodmoon. Even if he had Yan Chenyu with him, with his grandfather's support, he would still be safe. Besides, the sect chief wouldn't hold him responsible for what happened to 4 peoples. Bastard! Yan Chenyu was furious. She immediately unleashed an ice arrow towards Fan Kuan. When Yan Chenyu unleashed her attack, the temperature in the courtyard suddenly dropped. Even the air was frozen. "Such a cold energy. I didn't expect you to have such a special body. Too bad you're too weak. In front of me, you can only surrender." Fan Kuan waved his hand and unleashed a golden beam, shattering Yan Chenyu's ice arrow. After that, he waved his hand and unleashed an energy wave towards Yan Chenyu. Yan Chenyu didn't want to be outdone. She immediately unleashed an ice screen. But too bad. There was no way to make up for the gap between their cultivation levels. In the end, Yan Chenyu was no match for Fan Kuan. Under the pressure from Fan Kuan's energy, Yan Chenyu spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. "Jejie, junior disciple Yan, you're so attractive." Fan Kuan's lust was aroused, and he walked towards Yan Chenyu step by step. Right at this moment, in the outer circle of the Black Sect, a man walked out from his secluded cultivation room. This man was wearing blue clothes, and he had an imposing appearance. He was the Little Devil King, Han Yen. He had been cultivating for a long time this time, and he had managed to control the awakened Gu Tianma's bloodline in his body. He had broken through to the heavenly core realm, and the energy he was unleashing was extremely powerful. Chapter 150. Han Yan's energy was very strong. The moment he came out from his cultivation, it had shocked everyone in the outer circle. It was early in the morning, and many disciples were doing their morning exercises in the training grounds. Some of them saw Han Yan walking out from his cultivation room. What a powerful energy! Senior disciple Han has finally broken through to the heavenly core realm. He is going to become an inner circle disciple soon. Did you guys feel it? Senior disciple Han's energy is so strong. Looks like the Gu Tianma bloodline in his body has awakened. Another abnormal monster has appeared in the Black Sect. That's right, the title of Little Devil King is not just for show. I heard that Gu Tianma's bloodline is really powerful. Although senior disciple Han has just broken through to the early heavenly core realm, ordinary mid-heavenly core warriors are no match for senior disciple Han. Many people looked at the high-spirited Han Yen, and their words were filled with respect. In this world, people only respected the strong, and among all the disciples of the Black Sect, Han Yen was the strongest. Han Yen stretched his arms and stretched his body. He raised his head and looked at the morning sun. Finally, I'm out from my cultivation. Little Chunzi should have arrived at the Black Sect by now. I wonder what he is doing right now. I need to find him for a drink or two. Han Yen had a faint smile on his face. Right at this moment, Wang Yun and Huang Zhang walked towards him. Congratulations senior disciple Han for breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Wang Yun and Huang Zhang congratulated him. And, let me ask you guys, Jiang Chen has arrived at the Black Sect, right? Where is he now? Han Yen asked. Ever since the Qi province competition, he had been in secluded cultivation. That was why he had no idea what was happening in the Black Sect. Senior disciple Han has been in secluded cultivation, so you don't know. Senior disciple Jiang has been punished by the sect chief. He has been sent to Yellowstone to kill those blood devils. Wang Yun said. What? Blood devils have appeared again? You said little Chenzi was punished by the sect chief. What is going on? Han Yan's expression changed. Right after he came out from his cultivation, he heard the news about Jiang Chen being punished. His happy mood immediately turned sour. Jiang Chen had saved his life before, and both of them were brothers. Now that something had happened to Jiang Chen, Han Yan had to take care of him. It's like this. Using his divine sense, Wang Yun quickly explained what had happened in the Black Sect during this period of time. What? Han Yan cried out in shock. Even with his mental fortitude, he didn't expect such a big event to happen in the Black Sect during this period of time. Little Chenzi, aren't you a little too daring? I really don't know what you don't dare to do. Han Yan shook his head and let out a bitter smile. Beating up an outer circle sect elder and inner circle disciple, killing a mid-heavenly core inner circle disciple, and confronting Shang Fan Kuan and his granddaughter, even Han Yan wouldn't dare to do something like this. Senior Martial Brother Han, Sect Master sent Senior Martial Brother Jiang to Yellowstone alone to kill blood devils. Will it be dangerous? Wang Yun had a worried expression on his face. He and Huang Zhang now knew that the reason Jiang Chen created such a huge mess in the Black Sect was because he wanted to help them vent their anger. When they woke up, Wang Dinyo and the other outer circle disciples had told them everything, and Jiang Chen had even asked for a revival pill for them. Both of them were really grateful, and now that Jiang Chen was being punished, they didn't feel good about it. These blood devils are brutal and cruel. I've broken through to the heavenly core realm. I'll go to Yellowstone and help little Chenzi now. Han Yan nodded his head. Although it was the sect chief who had ordered Jiang Chen to go to Yellowstone alone, Han Yan didn't care about that. He only cared about his brothers, and he didn't care about the rules. Alright, with Senior Martial Brother Han's help, I'm sure it will be of great help to Senior Martial Brother Jiang. Wang Yun and Huang Zhang immediately became overjoyed. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded out from the mountain behind the dormitory area. Han Yan and the other two looked towards the direction of the explosion, and they immediately saw an icy cold energy leaking out from the mountain peak. There was also a faint layer of golden light. These two different energies obviously came from two different people. Icy cold energy, that's Yan Chen Yu's energy. I've seen it before, it's a strong ripple from a battle. Han Yan's expression changed. Not good. Senior Martial Sister Yan is fighting with someone. Wang Yun also turned pale with fright. Swoosh! Han Yan leapt into the sky and turned into a trail of light as he flew towards Jiang Chen's residence. Wang Yun and Huang Zhang didn't know how to fly, but their speed was still extremely fast. They followed closely behind Han Yan's. When Han Yan arrived, he saw Yan Chen Yu lying on the ground in the courtyard, not moving at all. Her face was as pale as a piece of paper, and her white dress was covered with blood. She looked extremely miserable. Humph. Bitch, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Even if I kill you, the sect won't blame me. Fan Kuan let out a cold snort as he walked towards Yan Chenyu, who was lying on the ground. Right now, Yan Chenyu was severely injured, and her life force was extremely weak. An obscene look emerged in Fan Kuan's eyes. It looked like he wasn't going to let go of Yan Chenyu even in her current condition. Stop! Han Yen shouted out loudly. He unleashed his devilish energy and stood in front of Yan Chenyu. His eyes were filled with anger. Fan Kuan, what are you doing? Han Yen shouted out loudly. Gu Tianma's energy was circulating around his body. He had heard about the grudge between Jiang Chen and Fan Kuan from Wang Yun and Huang Zhang, and this made him have no good feelings towards Fan Kuan. Now, he saw Fan Kuan targeting Yan Chenyu. Yan Chenyu was severely injured, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Han Yen would never let Fan Kuan get close to Yan Chenyu. Han Yen knew how important Yan Chenyu was to Jiang Chen, and with Jiang Chen's character, if something bad happened to Yan Chenyu in the Black Sect, it would be a huge problem, and the entire Black Sect would change. You're that little devil king, Han Yen, right? I didn't expect you to break through to the heavenly core realm so quickly. But, I advise you to get the hell out of my sight. You can't interfere with my business. Fan Kuan looked at Han Yen Lang with an arrogant expression on his face. Now that his grandfather was the acting sect chief, he could do whatever he wanted in the Black Sect, and he didn't care about anyone. Fan Kuan, if you're a man, then fight Jiang Chen face to face. Bullying women is nothing. Let me tell you, with me here today, don't even think about touching Yan Chenyu. Han Yen was really angry. An eerie devilish flame burst out from his body, and Gu Tianma's energy was unleashed. It was an ancient and overbearing energy, and it sent chills down the spines of those who looked at it. Han Yan's voice was loud, and many people in the outer circle heard it. Together with the powerful energy he unleashed, it was impossible for people not to notice what was happening. What? Fan Kuan is targeting Yan Chenyu? This is too shameless. That's right, this is too shameless. Han Yen tried to stop him, but Han Yen has just broken through to the heavenly core realm. I don't think he's a match for Fan Kuan. Let's go and have a look. Now that Jiang Chen isn't here, Fan Kuan is targeting Yan Chenyu. This is really shameless. The commotion was huge, and many people were rushing towards the scene. They wanted to see what was happening. Within the courtyard, Wang Yun and Huang Zhang had arrived as well. But facing the powerful Fan Kuan, they could only watch. Fan Kuan squinted his eyes. The Gu Tianma's energy unleashed by Han Yen actually made his heart beat faster. Gu Tianma's blood devil's pressure was no joke. This guy has Gu Tianma's bloodline in his body, and it has awakened now. If he grows up, he will be a peerless monster. Since he has a good relationship with Jiang Chen, that means he is our enemy. Today is the perfect opportunity to kill him. If not, he will be a huge threat in the future. Fan Kuan thought to himself. He had the intention to kill Han Yen. Humph. Han Yen, you have Gu Tianma's bloodline in your body. That means you belong to the evil path. You are a true evil demon. The Black Sect is a righteous sect. How can we allow an evil demon like you to stay here? Today, I will kill you and help the Black Sect get rid of a tumor. A cold killing intent emerged from Fan Kuan's body. He used the same tone he used to deal with Jiang Chen. He wanted to kill Han Yen. Look, Fan Kuan is going to kill Han Yen, and Yan Chenyu is lying on the ground with severe injuries. This is going to be a big problem. What should we do? Senior Disciple Yen is Senior Disciple Zhang's fiancée. If something bad happens to her, Senior Disciple Zhang will definitely not let this matter go when he returns. Damn it, Fan Kuan is relying on his powerful background to do whatever he wants. Senior Disciple Han has just broken through to the heavenly core realm. He is definitely not Fan Kuan's match. If he fights head-on, Senior Disciple Han's life will be in danger. Huang Zhang, hurry and find Sect Elder Guoshan, let him handle this. Wang Yun couldn't help but curse. I heard that Sect Elder Guoshan has entered secluded cultivation to study alchemy. Huang Zhang's face darkened. No matter what, we have to get Sect Elder Guoshan here. Except for Sect Elder Guoshan, no one can defeat Fan Kuan. Wang Yun said. All right. Huang Zhang turned around and left with great speed towards Sect Elder Guoshan's mountain peak. Seeing that Fan Kuan was going to kill him, a serious expression emerged on Han Yan's face. This was the Black Sect, and he didn't expect Fan Kuan to really kill a fellow disciple. Bang! An energy wave burst out from Han Yan's body. Behind his back, a huge shadow of Gu Tianma appeared. It was 3 meters tall, and its face was blurry. It was impossible to see its face clearly, but one could still feel its ferocious energy. "You really are an evil devil, die now," Fan Kuan shouted out loudly. He unleashed a huge golden palm with his bare hands and slapped towards Han Yan. Humph! Han Yan let out a cold snort. The huge shadow of Gu Tianma took advantage of the momentum and dashed towards Fan Kuan's golden palm. Bang! 2 powerful forces collided with each other, and the shockwaves created by the collision instantly destroyed all the houses in the courtyard. Although Gu Tianma was strong, Han Yan had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. There was no way he could be a match for Fan Kuan, who was at the peak of the heavenly core realm. Gu Tianma's huge shadow was torn apart by the shockwaves, and Han Yan was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his body was pushed back continuously. Even so, Han Yan still managed to spare some of his attention. He unleashed his Yuan energy and pushed Yan Chenyu far away to safety. Wang Yun and the other men who followed Jiang Chen quickly surrounded Yan Chenyu and moved her to the side. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.